Put my headphones on. Testing 1 2. Bam. So mic works, and we are good there. Then I.
接下来想去哪里？如果想游历离月名胜的话，我有一些不错的参考方案。
想想，你说这合理吗？
欲买桂花同载酒，只可惜故人，何日再见呢？ 为流通而造的船，遇到港口也会停泊，所以离月是一切财富沉淀的地方。 接下来想去哪里？如果想游历离月名胜的话，我有一些不错的参考方案。欲买桂花同载酒，只可惜故人，何日再见？ 旅程总有一天会迎来终点，不必匆忙。
想想，你说这合理吗？
接下来想去哪里？如果想游历离月名胜的话，我有一些不错的参考方案。欲买桂花同载酒，只可惜故人，何日再见呢？
I'm in my zone, I'm killing it, killing. I'm in, quick killing it. Shut it down, they tried to shut us down about an hour ago, but we still in this. Boom, jump, boom, boom, boom. boom, chong, boom, 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 chong, boom, 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 chong, boom, boom, chong, boom, 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 chong, boom, 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 chong, boom, 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 chong. What is this? Oh. Alright. It's stuff is popping up all on my phone. Dude, bro, it was only two streams. It was only two streams. We good, cuz. What's going on, Ether? Genshin scammed you. How? Society! Misfit Sticks! Ho ho! Ho ho! Hey, y'all like the new thumbnail? I'm gonna rock with that style for like a minute. You know what I mean? But I want to put together like multiple templates. So I could just go click, and then it's back to the old one, and then click, and then it's to Nahida, and then click, and it's, you know what I mean? What's going on, Ashmar? Ashmar Taylor? How are thou? Uh-oh. Why she text me at 1 o'clock? Like, at 1 o'clock. Hey, can you do this? Like, no. No. Or maybe, well, I'll answer the text. Yes, I can do it, but not now, obviously. Join, is the queue closed? Okay, hold on, let me open it. How's everybody been? Yeah, YouTube really put your boy on timeout, which is fine. It was for an old stream. Remember I told y'all, I was like, man, I used to be ratchet back then. I wasn't saying nothing crazy, but I said something crazy. You know, it was back here. You know how they say grown folks is talking? I was talking like grown folks, and YouTube didn't like that. They pulled one of my old streams and was like, oh, you was talking like grown folks. And I was like, yeah, because I'm grown. But, you know, that's okay. So they put your boy on timeout. Osmar, I'm finna get started with you here in just a sec. I'm just getting the rest of my stuff going. What you got going on, by the way? You said I was at 0 pity on my Asia account. I got Nahida. That's not bad. But I'm guaranteed on my main account, and I get a 4-star. That's not bad. Oh, you like Ayaka, huh? Yeah, she kind of fire, though, huh? Jesus Christ, I feel like I've been away for too long. And then, Osmar, you wanted... What? Look at your Ayaka? Okay. I will look at it. There it goes. Okay. Jesus Christ. I'm still catching up, y'all. I'm still catching up. Still catching up. I apologize. Still catching up. I see y'all in the chat. We almost there. Hopefully I'm not cutting out and all that jazz, but we're going to have a beautiful day today. So good to be back. Laura doesn't use them? Who's Laura? What? Bruh, for real? Jesus Christ. You know what? Mom always said, the devil ain't messing with you when you're doing the devil ain't gonna mess with you when you're not doing nothing right. But he definitely gonna mess with you if you're doing something right. So I'm doing something, Asmar. Because the world is like, nope, right now. And I'm like, come on now. Alright, so let me just pull your account real quick. You said your UID is what? How's everybody doing, by the way? I hope everybody had a great last, what was it, like, felt like a couple weeks at this point. 9, 4, I got you. Azzy, what's happening? Level 80, let's go! I'm going to show the true power of Aloy. Please do that. Steve, hey, you like that, huh? What's up, Scoop? I had a moment. Yeah, that's what I'm finna do to YouTube. They keep playing with you, boy. Like, y'all keep playing, man. Y'all gonna meet Steve. I'm surprised Laura does it. Oh, yeah. Oh, I got you. Swag. Swag. All right, so let's see. 48, 240. Ooh, okay. Black Cliff. Yep. God dang, that's what a Black Cliff? Shoot, okay. Shoot, go ahead and show you right. Okay. Level 90, level 80. Oh, Ascended. Okay, good. And then 4-piece, we're going to look at those in a minute. Okay, good. Okay, yeah, you looking swaggy. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, good. Good. Jesus Christ. I love it, but I feel the same way about it. That I know exactly why. That's why. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because I'm like, how is your crit rate? So, like, how are you at 43 with no crit rate on this thing, and it's because of this thing, which is good. So I would say, I don't know if I want you touching that one. You don't have to be at 50, like 48.9 is fine. I think you're good. So on a good note, you're on an off-piece goblet. Welcome back, eggs. What's cracking? So you're on an off-piece goblet. So at this point, you're just fishing for a better goblet. That's literally that's in my opinion, that's all you'd be fishing for to hit that next level. After that, then if you want to keep continuing farming for your Ayaka, then at that point you're looking at rebalancing or I'll put it this way. You're looking at redistributing the crit damage from this piece onto the other pieces. Like maybe you can get like some crit rate keep your crit rate, but then let's try and get like 17, 18 crit damage. Keep the crit rate roll, but maybe get like 20 crit damage. You know what I mean? And just kind of redistributing the crit damage to make way for crit rate on this. Unless you can magically get a 10 crit rate, 27 crit damage piece, which is, I'm having a hard time getting 20 crit damage with 7 crit rate on the timepiece. You know what I mean? So yeah, so that's why I'm like, okay, I'm not too worried about this piece. Just focus on, just keep an eye out for the goblet. Preferably you want it to have the 10 crit rate. But we wanted to kind of almost for show at this point is just to try and get it to have the 14 crit damage, because we do want you to have, at least the goal is minimum 14 crit damage where crit damage can hit. Now anything extra that you get is amazing, but we shouldn't let the extra on one piece justify the lack of on another piece, because I'm dealing with that right now on my Shogun and my Xingqiu. Like I have a piece that looks like this where it's got all the crit rate, but it's missing that hit on the crit damage. You know what I mean? So but other than that, I mean, she looks amazing. I mean, attack is a little bit low, but I don't know if I care, because as you're doing your rerolls, you're going to get attack percent anyway. It's going to happen, so I wouldn't worry about it. But yeah, she looks fantastic. In my opinion, she's looking really good. What was that, after defeating the yeah, and you don't have to refine this at all. Unless you feel froggish, and you can, but that's up to you. I don't think you need to. Like, I don't think you need to. For the future, the Black Cliff is 9 times out of 10 it's a placeholder anyway. So you would hold that until you get like a mist splitter or whatever. But it's a good weapon though. And also you can slot it out for a KUKI if you want more burst up time. It's just that you're trading 30. How much was it? 33 crit damage? 36. You're trading 36 crit damage for 55 attack. So you just kind of, play it by ear. But this one technically is stronger, but the KUKI gives you more. You already know how it goes. Any questions at all? And yes, this is an amazing Ayaka. I would say 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10, somewhere around there. And the only thing that's making your points low is the fact you're goblet. And she's not triple crowned because of bias. Because I'm biased. You know what I mean? Other than that, she looks fantastic to me. Not at all. Okay, yeah, sounds good. Yeah, I say 8, 9 out of 10 for what you did. I'd give you a not, for me personally, like free to play, 9 out of 10, in my opinion. Address that goblet, and if you get a 10 crit rate with more crit damage on your goblet, and you don't have to crown it, but you get at least to 9 on the skill, I'll say 10 out of 10. That's me personally. And then going above and beyond is like, okay, let's get attack rolls and blah, blah, but God knows how long that takes. Yeah, so it looks really good. Shout out to you, Kyle. Anything else? Do you need anything else? Yeah, we in here, Dan. We got 12 people. How y'all been? I hope I wasn't away for too long. And I'm going to be getting into the chat here in like just a second. My feet is getting wet. I'm still, you know what I mean? Get my footing again. I'm waiting for the books to come back. Got you. Oh yeah. Hold on. Let me pull it. Let me get through. Let me see how far I can get in this queue. Because when I do my pulls, I'm pulling for KUKI. Like, I mean, matter of fact, I'm gonna do it like this. Every time in between people, we're just gonna do a 10 pull. Let's go. Her skill I was focused on for her burst and normals. Oh, for her skill I was focused. No, that's right. That you're doing it the right way. You want to focus on her normals and her burst. What? First try, cuz. Get out of here. Get out of here. Okay. Shout out to Dory. Shout out to you, Faith. Hey, shout out to you, Faith.
如果想要立地越名胜的话，
Shout out to you. Yeah, we might as well. Yeah, we got the winner. Winner chicken dinner, cuz. Let's go. All right. I didn't slander nothing. I didn't slander nothing. Who was next? All right. That was Asmar. Let me go ahead and pull the next one. I'm sorry. I'm finally getting that longer way. I know! Bro, I don't know who was on that Ito banner. When I pulled Ito, I got Goro, and I got so much that was not KUKI. I was just like, bruh, come on. Stop it, Kingo. Miss Fistic, Laura, when you look at Kavad, Nahida, and I hate them. Wait, Kavad's not here, is he? Oh, I know what you're talking. You're talking about placeholders. Thank you. Thank you for the congrats. Thank you, Mr. Scoop. Thank you. Who else said congrats? All who said congrats about that. Thank you so much. About the KUKI. Thank you so much. She is definitely... all my resin is going to KUKI. That is not the I'll hate them account. This is it. Okay, so... who is... Thank you. Who is... You called it? Who'd you call it to? Oh, you said I felt it in my bones, Kinkle. I was like, this got to be KUKI. All right, so I'm looking at. Let's start with I'll hate them. Okay, ooh, 2,000 attack. Oh yeah, that's why. Okay. Ha ha ha! It's Sayu. Okay, and then 8, 9, 8. I ain't knocking it. Try to get the burst to 9, and then what's your ooh? Okay, we'll address that. It's on Lisa. It's my she's gonna get the Raiden set that I have. It's a Thunder and Fury set, and I have a like I'm gonna put. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm gonna be at some point, like maybe even during break time. I want a 3060 Abyss with KUKI Shinobu, just to prove a point. Not that I have to, but I want to. All right, so we got a lack of a little bit of crit rate. We literally have no EM. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. So we have that is a really good piece. This piece is wow. What? Hey, they trolling you, Laura. Super troll. That's good. That's pretty good. We will want crit. So this is where the crit rate is. This is why, because you have a crit rate circlet, right? Yeah. So the circlet is fine, but this one missing the crit rate here is what's getting you, because we just so here's a little like side rule that I have, right? So you know how I say 60 sub DPS, 70 main DPS. Now I have this silent rule that I abide by too, which I've mentioned it a few times, but I don't think I've said it the way I'm going to say it now. Like, it's because I abide by this first, but I still try to get them to 70. What I'm saying is you don't have to get a main DPS to 70. In the event you do not have a crit rate weapon, or they do not ascend with crit, in Al Haytham's case, right? At that point, you can use this. I don't have a problem with you running a 65% crit rate. You know what I mean? Because it's so hard to hit 70 crit rate with like a 70 crit rate Hu Tao. This is why when I see Hu Taos, I don't be tripping on not having 70 crit rate. Like, if you notice, when I pull a Hu Tao, they'll have 60 crit rate, 65 crit rate, and I'm like, that's cool. I don't know if anybody noticed that. The reason why is because unless you have a crit rate weapon, it's super hard to hit 70 crit rate. I don't care who you are or how many artifacts you have to have artifacts to hit like a good amount of, you have to have artifacts to hit 70 crit rate with a crit damage weapon and rock a crit damage circlet and a crit rate circlet. Usually you're going to hit 60, 65. You typically. Like this is it's very typical. And looking at all of these, yeah, 6 crit rate, 6 crit rate, 7 crit rate. Let's say you got 10 here, right? And then you got a crit rate circlet. If you had 10, you'd be at 66%. You see what I'm saying? So hitting 70, you would need an extra 4% crit rate. And this is after the 10 on your goblet. 10 on the guy. That's 3 hits of crit rate. You would need 3 hits of crit rate on your goblet. And then on top of that, you would need at least 1 additional hit on top of these artifacts as far as crit rate is concerned. So that's why I don't know if you guys ever noticed that part. So with that being said, I'm not tripping on you hitting in the 60s, but being in the 50s, it's like, okay, well, we got to do something about that, right? And that's, from what it's looking like, going to come by way of your goblet. Here's the thing. I don't know how this is going to work out because I don't know the exact team. What team is he going to be used on? Get the last of the, okay. Yeah, if they're using Nahida, it's got to be like super Nahida. Like, it's got to be EM bot. Okay. Sherms? What's happening, Sherms? Big Sherm? I mean, Big Worm. What's cracking, man? What's good? We back in action. Yeah, because I'm back in action. About to be chilling with all the people. What's happening? What am I doing? I'm rapping. Am I doing really good on the mic? Nah, I'm snapping. I'm doing high fives and DDTs. Y'all clapping. All right, let me stop. Okay, so I'll hate them, Nahida, Raiden, Jean, right now. All right, so I'm okay, and now I'm gonna explain my thinking when I get to your Nahida, right? Because your Alhaitham is gonna be okay, depending on the build you have on your Nahida, and he's only really gonna be okay in Nahida's burst, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that because that's how you use Nahida. You're going to be in a gigantormous bubble the whole time. Anyway, right? So for what it's worth, your Alhaitham looks fine. I would just tick his burst up to 9 and just kind of keep an eye on how you're playing your Alhaitham and who you're playing your Alhaitham with. If you are getting to that point where you would wish to play him outside of a Nahida team or teamed up with Nahida, then you are looking for an EM timepiece. Don't worry about the crit damage too much. It's a beautiful piece, but don't let that chokehold you into building him correctly, right? You still want to build him correctly, right? But he does look great. He's looking really good. And I know this weapon, I think the conclusion was this weapon was stronger than the Haran on him. Okay, so let's go to, because I know Nahida was one. Did you get Nahida? Yeah, there she goes. Okay, so your EM is way too low to support your Alhaitham. But we're going to figure out what's going on here. Now, I think you said you had a two-piece. And then, nice. Okay, so we'll get into this in a minute. First off, any questions about our Alhaitham before I get to Nahida? We just chilling right now. Swag. Applejacks! What's happening, cuz? Hey, Applejacks, how's music? Oh, Applejacks, send me your music stems, bro. For the song. Whenever you're done with that song, send me the stems. Yeah, it's Emblem. Yeah, we're gonna get into it. We'll get into it, Carrots. They say they're fine. Okay, so with Nahida, we'll get into that because I got to look at her main stats. Where's her talents? Yep, you're doing what I did. So my question before I get into your artifacts, because your artifacts and possibly the weapon. The weapon is not really the biggest deal, but it could play a role. We'll get into that in a minute. But I need to know how you're playing Nahida before I tell you what level is she. Okay, I need to know how you're. First, I have a few questions. Are you playing Nahida? If you are, how are you playing Nahida? And do you like how you're playing Nahida? And if anything would change the way you're playing your Nahida, what would change? I know that's a loaded question, and there's probably a lot of text coming with that. But there's Nahida, for what it's worth, has so many different build approaches. I kind of need to know, or I could just give you the meta Nahida. And even with that one, there's like 3 different builds. Mind you, all these builds have like there's only like 2. There's only 2 4 sets that you choose from outside of the healer. 3. I'm sorry. There's 3 sets that you choose from. Wanted her originally for I hate them, but she's starting to really like her, like really like her. I could tell from the talents. That's why I was asking. So all right. So here's the deal. So I don't have a problem. Hey, what's going on, Pablo? How you doing, brother? Hifumi was cracking. All right. So I don't have a problem with the weapon. Matter of fact, with the weapon is kind of last. Let's get into the artifacts real quick. So I'm sure you already know about the set bonus. If I remember correctly, someone had told me that you were going for the 4-piece, right? So what you're looking at is, and I think it was Deepwood. So if you're, who is this? So if you're going to Deepwood, then what you're looking, hold on, let me pull this again. I'm assuming they pulled somebody. Where you at? What's going on, Shen? How you doing? I have a, if to answer your question, I'm keeping a circlet that has 2.7 crit rate, and it has a 83 EM. If that answer, yes, I will keep it. And the reason why I would keep it is because Nahida. Because Nahida, that's why I'm getting to the artifacts first. So with the artifacts, if you really like Nahida and you want her to be on field, there's 2 4-pieces I would recommend. Deepwood, which you said you're going for, and then what is it? Emblem. What happened? All right. Okay, so you're looking at Deepwood or Emblem, or not Emblem, Deepwood or Gilded. Sorry about that. Right, so technically Gilded is stronger, but what the way you want to approach it is if she's on field, Emblem. If she's off field, Deepwood, right? And the build strategy is if she's off field, you want to throw all EM on her, and if you want crit, you only need 50% crit rate on average, right? So you would have not energy. You so don't need this. Trust me when I tell you, do not need this under any circumstances. But what you're going to do is you're going to do EM. Dendro is optional right here. You can have attack, but attack literally only not literally, but it really only affects her normals if you're going to have attack here. But I would recommend Dendro because she only hits Dendro. You can even do like a Bootsy Dendro piece. Oh, what's going on, Rose? No, I wasn't streaming because YouTube. Remember how? So you were here like a long time ago, right? When I used to be drunk on stream and ratchet and cussing and whatnot. They pulled one of those streams, and somebody called me the N word, and I responded accordingly. Well, not accordingly, because I cracked something back at them, because it was a racial argument, and they pulled that stream, and they were racist to me, so I tried to stab them back with words, and then they disciplined me. So I'm like, okay, well, yeah, because you can't fight fire with fire in those type of conversations. So YouTube technically is right on that one, but that's what happened. So I don't know if you guys noticed, but my videos, I used to have 1,000 videos, but they're like wiped. I just wiped everything because they hit me with a strike on my channel. So I'm like, let me just wipe everything and just get rid of it, like, because I'm not that guy anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be that guy. I never wanted to hide it. Like, yeah, this is who I used to be. This is who I am now. That's why I left it there. But if they gonna delete the channel over that, then it's like, yeah, no, I'll just get rid of it. Like, it's not that serious. You know what I mean? So yeah. So anyway, as far as the rest of it, right? Yeah, watch your profanity now, exactly. So here's what I personally recommend for what you're going to be playing your Nahida as. This is my personal recommendation. Is I would rock EM crit rate. Okay, and crit rate will allow you to be a little bit more laxed on your crit rate rolls. Oh, what's going on, Win? Okay, I'm gonna have to. Okay, hold on. We're gonna have to chill with the invites because I'm doing a review. So I'm doing good. I'm doing good. So EM crit rate is the recommendation that is the build recommendation that I would personally recommend. Your goal for Nahida in general is 600 plus EM, right? You can typically get this out of two EM timepieces, and then she has a passive that'll push you in the region of 600 EM, and then you should be able to get. You're gonna have to wait with all this news, man. You're gonna have me not doing the review, talking about you got shot. You should probably. Are you in a hospital? All right, we're gonna get to you. We're gonna get to you because you got adventures going on. We don't you go nowhere. No, y'all need to stop. I'm finna stop all this. I'm doing a review, y'all. Okay, hold on. Do, I want y'all to think, because I don't mind it, but you guys know that you're taking time away from the person I'm reviewing, right? I just want y'all to be aware of that. Y'all not interrupting me. Y'all interrupting the person's review. So you gotta apologize to them if they feel some type of way. You gotta apologize to them. I'm not affected by it. I'm just letting y'all know. All right. So anyway, so here we go. So okay, let's get back to it. So we got deep wood, and then we got gilded, right? And then yeah, so we got deep wood, and then we got gilded, right? What did I say? We got deep wood for off field, gilded for on field, meaning that she's the driver, right? So EM crit rate, I think is going to be the easiest build. You know what I mean, that you can approach, and this should allow you to not necessarily have to run. Yeah. Okay. And then yeah, it should be the easiest way to build her because you're going to need a specific amount of EM on your Nahida to be able to support her role off field. Plus, a lot of her damage is going to come from the EM stat, actually quite a bit more than the attack stat. No, that's not Miko. That's her partner. Oh yeah, I'll let y'all talk. Right. As far as the weapon, here's how it ties to the weapon. Let me show you this. So with Nahida, right now I only have a two piece of 80. Right? Mine is a healer. You guys know it's cringy. I get it, right? But for the sake of argument, I only have 80 coming from my two-piece set bonus, and I have a non-EM weapon, right? Now, I'm able to hit 626, but if you look at my substats, right, I got 40 coming from that, I got 19 coming from that, I got, I think, 40 coming from that, right? Oh, I think that was it, right? 19. Yeah, so I only got a little bit actually coming from the substats of the artifacts. And I was able to hit it, right? So what you're really looking for in your Nahida, right, is, and I'm going to have to give you this equation, okay? The equation is this, and I want you to write this down, or you could just go to her passive, and it's literally in her passive, right? But what you're looking at, basically, is you take her EM, you minus 200, so 426 in this case, and then you take that number and multiply that times 0.25 or 0.3, something like that. I can't remember. I think it's 0.25. Yeah, 0.25. 25%. Yeah. So 0.25, right? What that'll do is it'll spit a number at you. Whatever that number is. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm right on that. Nope, there it goes. 0.3. 0.03. I knew I was tripping. Yeah, 0.03. So you multiply it times 0.03, it'll spit a number. Whatever the number it spits out, that's how much crit rate is going to add to your Nahida, right? So if you want to land at, let's say, 60, then you might only need, like, if you got 1,000 EM, you only need, like, 36 EM or 36 crit rate, something like that. Does that make sense? So you don't. So my point is, if you put a lot of EM on your Nahida, you don't need a lot of crit rate. Right, the rest of it can go to crit damage. This is why I've run like pieces like this. Is why I have like this on her. You know what I mean? Or like high crit damage like pieces, because you don't need a lot of crit rate. You just need enough to get her to your goal of crit rate. And I found the best results running EM crit rate. Now, if I put a damage weapon on her, she hits as much most other people's Nahida with a damaged weapon, and that's without the set bonus. You know, and the majority of the work is coming from the EM, and the crit rate. Right now, as far as weapons, what I would recommend is that you can keep that weapon and it'll stat stick and it'll look pretty and it'll hit nice and all that jazz, right? But if you want, and if she's off field, you could use like a Wid Sith. You could use this one if you're struggling with EM. You could definitely use the Sacrificial Fragments. It's literally just an EM stat stick. You know what I mean? But you just want to make sure that her EM is at least at 600. Now, if she's going to be playing with Al-Haytham, and I'll wrap her up with this one. If you're going to be playing her with Al-Haytham, I'm going to heavily recommend that you choose a different weapon, because he is going to need to come from 0 to something. Right? Now, she can only give a maximum of 250 EM, but you need 1,000 EM to give him 250 EM. Right? So what you're probably looking at is 3 EM pieces or 2 EM pieces in a crit rate circlet with a Sacrificial Fragments, just to make sure that he has enough EM to do his job, because he will do more damage than she does, period. She's going to do more damage if she's at C2, but he's going to do more damage because he's out Haytham and he's on field. She has 2 R5 sack books. That's good. She don't even need the R5. She just needs the substat. Wait, what are we talking about? Chill, y'all. Get along. No, we talk about real stuff in the chat. They can talk about it. I mean, as long as it ain't like sex involved. As long as that's not involved, I don't care what y'all talk about. You know, keep the horny stuff on other people's streams. But no, if it's real life, like kids, I'm fine with kids knowing about it. But it's more so as long as they know, like, okay, here's how it got to that point, and now what do I do to stay away from that? How do I keep that from happening in my life? So I think that's fine. So far, any questions on Nahida? And then as far as your talents, while you're answering that question, as far as your talents, I don't have a problem with what you're doing with your talents. The meta states you only need your skill, and your burst is secondary to that, and you literally don't need her normals. But I know that. Are you talking about me don't be a therapist? Bro, I'm studying to be a therapist. Anyway, I don't know. He's probably not talking to me. So anyway, with normals, you can do the normals if you want to do the normals. That's totally up to you. Oh, that, yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. People can learn from it. I ain't tripping. Talk about what you talk about. I don't know. I was doing a review. All right. So any questions? I just checked Sumeru commissions, and since I set commissions to random, I don't have any. EM timepiece, EM goblet, EM weapon. If she's supporting Al Haytham. Damage weapon if she's on field. Build stays the same. Right? Dendro Goblet, optional. It just depends on like how much you want to invest in her. I can play Nahida to show you what I'm talking about. She wants to be able to switch out. Yeah, just rock EM. That's what I would recommend. Oh, type exclamation mark who? Any questions? Because I still got one more character to do, and we're gonna jump to the next one. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I'm gonna get you in a sec, Rose. And Kavai's on side you. Got you. Okay. The new region. Wait, there's a new region. Bro, I just got KUKI, bro. I'm tripping. All right, hold on. All right, so let's see. Okay, crit rate. Ha ha ha. Why am I looking at talents? Okay, so to my understanding, and I might need a little census from Kinkle on this or Burger. I don't know if Burger's here, but to my understanding, he's a general build. Like he's built like a regular, like you would build any other DPS, right? There's no EM scaling. You could scale HP if you like, but if you want him to be a DPS, it's just attack, element, crit balance, and that's it, right? All right, so let's see. That's gonna need a re-roll. That one I'm good with. That one I'm not sure how I feel yet because I need to see the rest. I need to see how he. Wow, Jesus Christ. Wait, what? Okay, I hope they see the difference between these two goblets. So maybe this should be on him. At least right now. You know what I mean? Just for now. You give this back to him. I understand though. My Ningguang has my craziest pieces. She has better pieces. For what it's worth, she has a better ratio than my Yai Miko. So I understand the goblet. Trust me. All right, so and then this is a crit damage circle with 8 crit rate. Okay, yeah, you're good. Okay, yeah. What's the ratio? 61, 176. Okay. So maybe adding something. Yeah, I would definitely re-roll that one. See, that's the thing. I need to see him before I know EM. I understand the EM, but that's if he's the trigger. And typically, Dendros aren't necessarily the trigger. Like Nahita's, she can trigger, but she's not the trigger really like that. Like you don't give Nahita EM so she can trigger blooms. You give her EM so she can do spread and share her EM, right? And same thing with Alhaitham. Like Alhaitham, you just give him EM because the game gave you EM scaling, or you want to do spread damage. So you typically don't need a lot of EM, right? So I think you should be okay. What's that? 354? Well, it's because you have EM scaling, right? What's coming from the artifacts? 226. Got it. Yeah. So you should be fine. I just want you to have more crit rate, which is just this piece. So see if you could do a dual stat reroll on this guy. The 9% attack is amazing and all that. And yay, stars and flyers and streamers and great high fives and backflips. But no, there's no, I'm got the best. No one's saying that with a piece like this. So we need to get this part replaced and then you should be all right. You should be all right because the rest of it looks fine to me. Say what? She said that she was surprised when she got that goblet as well. All went to crit rate. Yeah. Yeah, that goblet is something else. That goblet is super something else. But it looks fine to me. And then, now, to my understanding, Nahida and Kaval, they share the same, like, books and talents. But I wouldn't worry about that too much because if you look at it from a big picture standpoint, you're going to have to spend the resin twice anyway. So they can share books because you're going to have an overflow of books and talent materials anyway. So it's going to be like, oh man, I still got extra this one boss material. And no one can use it. Well, on a good note, you can take that extra boss material. Oh man, I got an extra 1 or an extra 6 for no reason. Okay, well that's 6 towards your Kava. You know what I mean? Or that's 2 towards your Nahida or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? And as far as talent books, same thing. Like you're gonna have extra talent books just kind of laying around from farming for a character, where those extras you can put towards the next character. That's why I'm proposing that it's actually a good thing when they share talent materials, because you're gonna have to spend the same amount of resin per character anyway. Right. So it's actually not a bad thing when they share talent materials or level up materials for that matter. You know what I mean? What's going on, Mixaplex? I did not. I really gave homie that name. Gotta go walk the dog, knock it out. Kavai and Hita share the same. Oh yeah, you just okay. Oh, it's the boss talent. Okay. But yeah, do you have any questions as far as your Kavai? What's going on, Jay? How you doing? Do you have any questions as far as Kavai? Because I don't think there's a problem with what I'm looking at until we get to like min-max territory and we got to start doing Kinkle things. Meaning that you will run the attack timepiece and you just have EM substats to supplement, but you still have to hit an EM target, and like now you got 3 substats and it gets kind of crazy. No, I saw it, Scoop. It's because physical sucks. Using Cryo Regis Vine. I hope some new characters using the Cryo Regis Vine come out. Yeah, I know, right? I don't want to hear drama. I just want to know that you're okay. I'm not a drama person. I hate drama. I actually make fun of people who watch reality television. I don't make fun of them, but I feel some type of way about it. I don't feel... there's only one person I'm cool with watching reality television. That's one of my good friends. Because it doesn't get to their head. But I hate yeah, I don't like drama. What happened? Oh, okay. She said switch to Goblet and her ratio is now 60-209. Oh no, I hate them, right? I don't know, some people like it. One person, it makes sense why they watch it. The one person that I be talking to. Yeah, I hate them. Yeah. But you didn't have any. But do you have any? You said, oh, yeah, I have another piano. Oh, you got another one? Please tell me you're recording at least. I just record the audio. I just want to hear. I just want to hear your piano skills. Yeah. So how are you semi-paralyzed from the waist down though? Like you good? I mean, clearly not good, but like. So you say semi. So is that? Are you gonna get better? Like I don't know. You know. I just want you to be okay. Yeah, you could join again. That's fine. Yeah, I'm holding like 3 conversations right now. That's why. It gets taking a long time to update. Yeah, it's like 46 gigabytes on PlayStation at least. Yeah, no worries. No worries. All right, so we will go to the next one. I'm talking to 3 people. I'm talking to Miss Fish Six, Rose, and then there was somebody who said, who was it? Mixoplex. They were saying it takes a long time for Genshin to update. You're so confused? Hey, it comes with practice. Yeah, and then Gabby said something about her recital. You can send the stuff you're playing for fun. Try to remember how to play Howl's Moving Castle. I just want to know if you clean on the piano. Because if you are, I got projects that you could be a part of. I could just send you the files, you play the piano, and then send them back. And Laura, technically, so 4. Oh, yeah, so 4, yeah. Oh, yeah, technically, yeah. Got it. Okay. Whoa. Yeah. That sounds... Yeah, that sounds interesting. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know why they would do that, but yeah, you get well soon. Just be careful. Whoa, I have not seen that name in a long time. Bruh. Okay, you know who you are. Oh yeah, hold on. Give me 1 sec, y'all. Shout out to you, who you are. You know who you are. I will be announcing that in-house. That is, you know what's up. I'm keeping my energy. That person who knows who I'm talking to, you know who I'm talking. They're not. Don't say anything in the chat. You know who you. I was just wanted to make sure you was cool. I'm not talking to anybody typing right now. I just wanted to make you know they're probably here. I just want to make sure that you're cool and everything's cool. I ain't heard from you in a while. Just make sure you're okay. You know what I mean? So stay swagged out. Right here. I'm hitting my chest. Hey, right here. You know what I mean? Big folks, things popping. I'm gonna catch up with you, okay? You know what's up. All right. So what's going on, Joey? Well, yeah, Rose. That's what happens. That's why people go get therapy. That's why I recommend therapy to everybody. It's so they don't get to that place. You know what I mean? I don't want people getting to that. But did I pull the next one? I feel like I pulled the next one, and I don't think I did. I don't think I did. Okay, hold on. By the way, does anyone here need resin while I'm pulling the next one? No, I'm not talking to my... Yes, yes. Okay, yes. Air quotes. I'm talking to myself. Yes, yes. Thank you. Oh, that is burger. Okay, I keep forgetting that's burger. What's happening, burger? You finally got a new one. Hey, that part... Hold on, let me pull the next one. Let me do this real quick.
玉麦桂花同载酒，只可惜故人何日再见呢？
Nas Daily and Darman are a good example. Yeah, you can't... What's going on, Eggs? How you doing? Do you know that I have no enemies? I don't... You know what? You probably have enemies, you just don't know they're your enemies. Like, I be feeling like that sometimes. But it's like, you just don't think about it. You just keep doing what you're doing. You know what I mean? And you should be alright. Well, I mean, they shot you, so they are clearly rubbish. Eggs! You want me to look at your Ayaka? Let's go. Woo! Let's do some jumping around so you're not just staring at a Zhongli. Alright. Can I do this real quick, Eggs? This is gonna bug me until I do it. Where you at? I know I was gonna do it at level 1, but I don't think I care about that abyss anymore. I don't. I'm just gonna 36 it whenever and whatever. All right, so where you at, Eggs? Where you at, Ayaka level 90? Making your boy proud, cuz. Hold on, Burgie. Hold on. Cause I'm doing reviews. All right, we got Kaguchi. Let's go. Cool. You think you want to pull Nilo? Ain't nothing wrong with her. She has an isolated team. That's why. All right, so let's see. Good. Oh, really good. Oh, really good. What? I saw your attack. That's really, really good. Okay. Well, let's see what's going on here. Hold on, I'm jumping into a review, so apologies if I, like... don't feel ignored in the chat. Shikasu, I see you. Fish Sticks, I see you. Rose, I see you. If there's anybody else, I'm going to be... Yeah. All right, so we got crit rate, crit damage. I like it. I don't like the defense roll. You're probably going to be investigating the reroll on this, but this is fine for now. This one is... Wow. I almost want to say keep that. It's because of the energy recharge roll. That one works. Who is... No, Rose. I said Rose. Jesus! Yeah. Yeah, that's a keeper. Got it. Okay. So, if you are going to do... Because we're always looking for improvements, right? So, what we're looking for at this point, I would start with making the flower more powerful. Not by way of an attack stat, because you got enough attack, right? You're literally 2,000. Okay, not literally, but... You ever feel like some weird, like, number Nazi or grammar Nazi is over your shoulder and you can't just speak generalized? Have y'all ever felt like that? So when I say 2,000, like, it's literally 2,000. Like, I'm not literally saying literally, bruh. Like, come on. I feel like that person's hovering. Like, I'm waiting for the Reddit dude to pop up. You know what I mean? But anyway, yeah, I'm one away from 2. Like, come on. Like, it's 2, like, oh, yeah, no, that's 2K. Like, yeah, that's 2K. So that's what I'm saying. Like, don't worry about the attack stat. You're fine. Because you only need to hit 2K. You can hit 2.2K. And then now it's like, oh, yeah. But those are like so over. Those Ayakas are relatively over invested. You know what I mean? So we want to just get you. We just want to move the. Because you have to move the needle slowly. Unless you just got all like perfect pieces. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So I would start by re-rolling this guy. See if you can maintain the 6, or maybe even get like one more roll. No, Laura's not. Laura's not Miko. No, Laura is somebody else. But they're speaking for their partner. I think Laura's like. Oh, is Laura Miko? Oh, that you have to ask them. I don't know who Laura is. All right, so we got 6 point. I think it is. Anyway, we got 6.6 crit rate. I would actually look into either rolling crit damage on this guy. I don't know if you necessarily need energy recharge on this guy because you got 20. Now, I've had cases where 5% gave me a 100% uptime on rotations and speed runs, right? So I'll give you an example. Like, so when I would do the emblem domain, trust when I tell you, there's a reason why I'm telling you this. So I would run the emblem domain with a precast on Bennett. What am I doing? Right here. Right, so this is my emblem team. Right. Not there. This, right? And what I would do, typically, is I'd have a mist splitter, right? Now I have 0 energy recharge. I had a circlet that gave me 5 energy recharge. I don't know where it's at. It's somewhere, or I had one. Literally 5 energy recharge. 5 energy recharge gave me a burst uptime enough to where I get my burst back after the emblem run. That's how impactful energy recharge is on them. Now, I'm not saying that don't have 20%, but what I am saying is that in a typical session of you hopping on Genshin and playing Ayaka, 20% should suffice, right? You may want more for like abyss runs and all that jazz, but the fact that you have 20, I think is fine. And I'm saying all that because I'm really trying to come up with a relatively strong strategy for your circlet. The only other stat that could make a difference outside of crit damage is going to be the attack stat. But in this priority, like, I would look at it from this priority. So crit rate is your priority number 1. Crit damage is your priority number 2, right? And then the attack stat would be priority number 3, and then energy recharge. I was trying to avoid attack, but I'm thinking about it now, and I'm like, no, you already got 20% energy recharge. I don't think you need more than that. Unless you're getting to, like, min-max territory. But at that point, now we have to start rebalancing your Ayaka, and now we're looking into pulling a 5-star weapon to justify the blah, 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 just to keep her damage at a certain threshold. Because I want your damage to stay at a certain threshold, because typically, in any Ayaka team, and you'll probably be feeling this, Eggs, you're going to be funneling energy to her from another cryo anyway. It just happens to be there. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, and this piece is fine. To me, it's fine. If you can get more, great. But that's why it's like pause on this. When I first pulled your artifacts, I'm like, hold on, that's a lot of energy recharge. Like, you might want to chill with this piece. If you get a stronger piece, just know that you really don't, like, I don't even use energy recharge on mine. And for what it's worth, my quote unquote free to play Ayaka runs a Favonia sword. I don't know if that makes a difference, but I speed run. I do my runs with this weapon. When I farm, if you ever pull my account and you see this on my Ayaka, I'm doing emblem or I'm doing a domain. I'm like doing VV or emblem, or I'm doing something like that. If you see this on her, I'm doing the abyss or helping somebody. Does that make sense? Now let me pull your talents real quick. So yeah, I'm doing yours like extra thorough. Like, I feel like I'm being too thorough on your Ayaka. Not too thorough, but hold on. I thought I saw a constellation. I was like, what? All right, so talents 525, love it. All right, so keep that same energy you got going. Put a heavy. I love the fact that you got her skill to 2, and you stopped. So that's an example of very strong resin efficiency, right? So yes, you want to put all your, and I'm sure you're noticing, you're doing a lot of damage with her normals and charge attacks, and you're doing a lot of damage on burst, clearly, right? So just maintain putting a hard focus on those 2, and then come back to the talents when you are satisfied with where her normals and her burst are, and you're like, okay, I do want something from her skill at this point. Okay, You know, you might be like 727, and then you're like, oh, okay, cool. Maybe I should do something with her skill. Sure, go for it. But make sure her normals and her burst are satisfactory before you even think about putting anything into her skill. You know, unless you have carries on your account, which you have carries on your account, but you know that's at your discretion. But you are doing it the correct way. And for what it's worth, your Ayaka is looking fantastic. It's literally just your flower. Your flower is the only one that bugs me. Too lazy to farm handguards? Join my world and farm. Do you need? Well, we can't do handguard. I can't do handguards right now. I could do resin with you, but I am pretty sure that somebody here would not mind farming handguards with you. And I have nothing but handguards in my world if you need them right now. 25% defense? No, not when you have the crit stat that you have. So for what it's worth, you're always going to have throwaway stats on your artifacts. It's not until you get to a competitive level is when those stats start to like bother you. Right, 25, I don't care about that because you have 7.8 crit rate. You can have 3,000% defense. I cannot care. Do you have crit rate? You're going, like I mean this, you're going to have throwaway stats on artifacts. Right, Zhongli, right? I would love to have a whole bunch of HP on HP percent on this flower. Don't got it. I would love like more HP percent on this. Don't got it. I would love more crit damage on this. Don't got it. That's actually a really good piece now I think about it. But that's not his piece. That's his piece. Right? Now that one worked out, but this one I would love HP percent instead of attack. You know what I mean? I would love HP percent instead of defense. Right? Now I've been farming Zhongli till like AR60. Same thing with her. She has nothing but throwaway stats. Flat attack, flat defense, HP, attack percent, sure. HP, elemental mastery. Attack percent, that's a pretty good one, I guess. And then that one has energy recharge. Literally the only reason she has it is because it has energy recharge and crit damage. This is actually Nahida circlet. But this is like a lot of characters you're going to build are going to have throwaway stats, no matter what character you build. Right, so flat attack, defense, flat attack, HP percent, defense. That one is super lucky. And the only, yeah, that just kind of happened. You're going to have throwaways. That's the point. Let me show you Yaimiko. I'm showing you all the ones that I'm just guessing. But my Yaimiko, her whole kit is throwaway stats. Defense, HP. HP, flat attack. HP, elemental mastery. Defense. Like her whole, everything on her is a throwaway stat. That's going to happen. So when you have 20-something defense, I don't care.
只可惜故人，何日再见?
I felt like I spent way too much time explaining that. So, anyway, any questions as far as your Ayaka? Any questions at all? any questions at all? So the point I'm getting at is don't let that bother you. Are you hitting your minimums where it matters? Is the point I'm getting at. If you're hitting your minimums where it matters, then you can go to step 2. Obviously, you're prioritizing. You know, if you got a Honda or you can get an LS Lexus. Yeah, okay, well, if somebody drops an LS Lexus in front of you, take that, obviously. But if all you got is a Honda, take the Honda. You know what I mean? Meaning that if you get a goblet and it has, well, that has attack percent. If you get a circlet and it has attack percent, energy recharge, and crit rate, obviously you take that one. You know what I mean? But if it has crit rate and attack percent, it still has to hit the minimum crit rate. But if it has crit rate and attack percent, you're good. As long as you're hitting your targets, right? If you land at 48.6%, but it gave you more attack percent, take it. Because you're probably going to end up with another circlet anyway on your quest of re-rolling this, right? So, yeah. All right, cool. So, no question. Do you need resin? If you need resin, I'm pretty sure somebody's here. Hopefully, the next if the well, I don't know. Let me just go. If there's no more questions, I'll go to the next one. I want to get through this queue so I can work on KUKI. I'm so juiced about this KUKI, cuz. I'm so tired of her being literally the cheat code to people's accounts and people writing it off like she's not a big deal, like she did not literally carry them through the. I ran into that and I wanted to say that so bad, but I had to like don't turn to the old you. You're gonna start fat mouthing. You're gonna be fat mouthing, and it's gonna come across as sneak dissing, and you're gonna. And I don't like sneak dissing. You know what I mean? Anyway, Burger, what's going on? Ayaka and a domain run. Got you. So Burger has this side project he's been working on. I don't know if you guys know about this, but I called it. And I was like, maybe I'm just projecting, maybe I'm just tripping, because I know Burger. And it's like, nah, I'm pretty. I thought about it after the stream. I'm like, nah, I'm pretty sure this is what he's doing. Right, so he is trying to make the 5300 Ayaka. But he's writing it off as I'm bored or whatever. And it's like, no, you're trying to hit 300. Like, I know you, bro. It's cool. You're not doing anything wrong by doing that. But if anybody could do it, it would be you. So, yeah. So that's the Ayaka he's working on. And for what it's worth, he is the closest. I'm pretty sure he would love to show you guys what that looks like, and I would like to know what it looks like. I mean, I know what it looks like, but I'm sure he'd like to know. Yeah, he's only a little bit away. Yeah, so he's gonna have some 30s in there, by the way. So he's got a 5.830, and then he's got a 735, and then he's got a 1013. I'm pretty sure that's what he's re-rolling. He's got a 1013. He's got an 1123 on the goblet. And then he's got 10 crit rate. What's funny is if he rolls crit rate on that, he can go a little bit more lax on his timepiece. And that, I think, is what's going to help him hit his goal. Because under any normal circumstance, like pulling a 1020 is not easy. 1020 is a really rare because it has to hit all crit to get a 1020. Right, so he's not going to get 10 and then 20 on this piece. But if he can get like 12, 13 on this piece, maybe even 14, he can rock a 720 on this one. You know what I mean? And that's what's going to help him cross over. Yeah, see, he just said it. Not just said it, but he said it as I was saying it. It just hit it because he said a cuss word. Language, man. Language, cuz. We streaming. You know what I mean? We get hood behind the scenes. By the way, same person, I'm the same person off stream. I just cuss a lot more. For anybody wondering, I refuse to cuss on stream. Because it's not a good example of, I don't think it's going to help anybody. Like, he cusses, I can cuss too. Like, nah, that's not the goal. It's just I've been talking like this for 30 years. So it's kind of hard to change your lingo. Especially when you're super duper I say the same things. It's just, I cuss. Don't be racist, Emma Effa. Like, kind of that energy. Anyway, and then join you. All right, let's go. Putting 3 more condensed into a new domain. Okay, let's go. You did 17. You're doing Blizzard? What domain? What? Oh, you're doing, okay, I've never done this domain. Yeah, let's go. You want me to rock these two, or? I don't think it matters. I'm with Burger. All right, yeah, I'm ready when you are. C6 incoming, and I can't wait. I can't wait. Can you start the domain? You wasting time, cuz. Wait, what? There is literally a whole new area. What is this? He shut their show. You know what's funny about Burger? He's a show off, but he doesn't want to come across as a show off, so he nerfs himself. I'm not that good. Oh, by the way, I beat everything, and I got a 5300 Ayaka. Like, all right, man. I love that boy. He's funny. All right, so you're doing. We'll do freeze. We'll do freeze, I guess. Or fridge or whatever. Mezzo Forte. Yeah, Burger. He's that guy. Say what? Oh, that? Yeah, I ain't tripping. Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Should I hit my? I'll hit my brother. You wonder when the Celia being in the store? What's up, life? Whoa, what is that? Sayori! That was all of not difficult. Well, it probably was, but we did freeze him and hit him with blooms. So to be fair. Okay. Yeah, somebody could change. Yeah, somebody could change your whatchamacallit. Post your channel link so that they have. Oh, post your channel link so that they can copy paste it. All right, cool. I'm a coming. I'm a coming. I'm on my way. We here, bro. Go, Yelan! Woo! Devil May Cry. Oh, Animo and Hydro. I get it. You know, Fontaine's coming out, right? Might as well. Anybody wants a fruit roll? Don't you start with the fruit roll-ups. Don't you start. Go get me a toothache. Hey, man. So we have this mystery person that does mystery things for the community of Dome of Precision, and they did just do they did a mystery thing a while ago. That's this mystery person I was talking to. So to you, I want to say thank you. I'm forever grateful. You know how that works. You know what I mean? You know what it is? I'm trying to keep my mouth shut. That's what it is. I'm trying to keep my mouth shut. All right. Ah. You know what? I haven't used this in what feels like a little while for some reason. No one needs to heal? Okay. No, it ain't Daimyo por Segundo. There's... Yeah, we've had somebody who's been... We have a, I mean, I call them an angel. But they just be... Bop, bop, bop. Like, when we get random... Like, so, for what feels like months, if not a year at this point. Oh, yeah, good question, Sayori. Yeah, they've just been plugging the community. You know what I mean? But yeah, my Easter went fine. I didn't really celebrate. I actually worked that day. But, I mean, it went fine. Actually, it went kind of weird. I was in a meeting yesterday, and it went a little strange, but that's okay. You know, it is what it is. You know, but for what it's worth, it was a good day. You know, it was a really good day. Alright, so let's give her all the things. So you hold that. You hold... Where's Lisa? You hold that. You hold that. You hold that. You hold that with 44. You hold that with 82. And now we have 851 on a level 20 KUKI Shinobu. Because we can. Yep. So now you guys are going to be able to visually see with your eyeballs. If someone's like, oh, I just used KUKI, then we could say, oh, okay, so did Sypha. He has a level 20 KUKI and was hitting God knows how big the blooms are type of thing. They're not going to be 20,000 because she's level 20. But imagine if she's level 90 on a Thunder and Fury set. Like, yeah. So, but that's not all she's good at, but that's kind of like all she's good at. As far as damage is concerned. Well, I hope everyone had a good weekend nonetheless. Oh, yeah, no, it was definitely a good weekend. No, it was good. Like it was nothing like bad. You know what I mean? No, I wasn't talking about Scoop. Scoop mega blessed us. Mega blessed us. But this person has thrown probably $1,000 at us already. Like so much. Like there's so much. It's probably more than that. Like there's so much there. It's like, but they want to remain anonymous, so I don't say who it is. No, but Scoop did the mega plug. Mega. That's the only reason we was able to give away all the welcomes. And all the prizes and all that. Like, all the prizes coming up in this contest coming up and all the welcomes, all that was Scoop. So, shout out to Scoop on that. Like, Scoop helped put that together. Like, he took it, all them finances. Because it's funny. Here's what's funny. The money that we were going to spend for prize money, when he threw, I don't know where he got I don't know if God told him what the number was. But the number he threw out there literally like, because you know I give half to the community and then half to the Dome Precision Fund for projects and things like that. That half of what he gave literally matched exactly what the prize money was. So I don't know. If he ain't a Christian, he a Christian in my eyes. So shout out to you, bro. Yeah, the domain contest. Yeah, there's a domain contest. You gotta have 4-star characters with not 4-star characters. You can bring any character. Constellations or certain constellations are restricted. You can it's 4-star weapons only, and you have to have a teammate. So it'd be like you and somebody else, and you know what I mean. Like it'd be like it's gonna be lit. It's gonna be super duper lit. Yeah, there's like what is it, like $140 to $160 in like prizes or something like that. There's gonna be first place, second place, third place. The prize is split between the 2 players per team, and then they do the thing, and then we stream it. One of the people on each team have to be able to stream to either YouTube or Discord, because we got to monitor it, right? It can't be, oh, I did it in such and such. Like, nah. You know, and then I understand there's lag issues and things across like platform and whatnot, but we will deal with that. Like we're gonna be but it's not for a while though. Like it's not for like another month or something. You know what I mean? So it's gonna be a minute. You know, because we got to do like stream testing and like cross-platform testing, and just to make sure everything is cool. So then when it goes down, there's not like any questions or, oh, this person cheated, or, oh, this is not allowed, I had a lag issue, and I want to get all that hashed out because I don't want to hear no crying and whatnot after. Not crying, but you know how it is. You know what I mean? So if I can alleviate any Karen-esque issues, I want to alleviate them now so that everybody can focus on having a good time rather than what went bad or what wasn't fair. And I want to make sure it's as absolutely fair as possible for everybody so we can focus on the good vibe of it. You know what I mean? Because really it's just so everybody can have a good vibe, everybody kind of can work together, build camaraderie with each other, and then there's some money given away. You know what I mean? Like, I want to make sure you guys are rewarded for your efforts. You know, okay, well, you know, I don't have the strongest this, that, and the third, so I can't enter because this person has C2 Yelan, or this person has like C3 Zhongli. Like, no, I can't play because I have a C3 Zhongli, right? Plus, I'm the one throwing it, so I'm not going to enter anyway. And then Kinko and Burger are not even allowed to enter because they're literally the theory crafters. So they can walk in with 3-star weapons and do better than half everybody here, if I'm being honest. So they can't enter, period. Plus, I don't know if anybody's seen Kinko's free-to-play Hu Tao. So you're not entering. Ever. Like, ever. And we just saw Burger with a 300 crit damage Ayaka. He can literally take those artifacts, put them on Rosaria, and crush. So it's like, yeah, let's just not do anything close to that. You know what I mean? We're not allowing those artifacts with those mines into this contest. You know what I mean? Like, nope. Y'all can host. You know what I mean? I would like them to be involved, but y'all gonna have to not be in the gameplay. So y'all can host. I'll kick you something for doing that, but like, nah, I don't want you swinging a weapon at all. Like, at all, bro. And me and leadership had to talk about it. And I brought y'all up. It was like, well, he's like, well, who is there anybody? I was like, you know what? There's these 2 guys that can't enter. And I thought about it, I was like, no, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way. They can walk like Burger, like what we just did, Burger could do that solo. With just his Yalan on a 4-star weapon and just his Kazuha on a 4-star weapon. He can do that. He could take his Yalan out, replace his Yalan with some other non-constellated 5-star character and do what we literally just did. My Ayaka played no role in what we just did. I was just there like this. So why did he... So before I move on to the next one, you guys might be wondering, well, why are you helping him? I'm not. He just wants somebody to play with. That's literally it. So he joined the queue. He wanted help with the domain, and I'm not going to exclude him. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Besides, who here has not joined knowing they can do the domain solo and joined anyway? Right, I'm not sure. If you want to join, you can join, man. It's open. You know, do what you want. I'm here for y'all anyway. I don't care. All right, so, you know what I mean? New name, I like it. Swag. M-City, what's cracking, Kyle? What's happening? I hope you don't feel like I just busted him out. But I ain't bust you out. You're a blessed man. And you're a great game player. And you're really good at math. And you're destined for great things. Mr. Burger. Right? And if I can do anything about it, I want you to be as successful as you, in my eyes, are destined to be, so you can find the happiness that you should have, and if you don't have it, that you will have. That is my commitment to you, bro. Like, straight up. Regardless, I don't care what it takes. Can you do my homework for? Yes, I will do your homework. You just need to know it, because you're going to have a test coming up. You know, but whatever, bro. Whatever's going to make you successful, I got you, bro. That's really to everybody here. All right, so next, I'm assuming we're done. Cypher. What happened, Newts? I just got something from Newts. Did they pull Nahida or something? What's happening, Newts? Gabby, what's cracking? Elite, there's a new design on Elite Bosses? Because if you have my channel, it's centered around WC. Oh, wait, WC? You're on series 5, book 5. Wow. So your channel covers the book you're writing, right? Because I don't know what WC is. But that's fine, yeah. But did you post a link? I didn't say I was talking. Yeah, post a link to the channel, and then, yeah. Whenever you get a chance, just post it, and then, you know, I have one of these guys see if they can update the command. Warrior Cats? Shoot, sound good. Alright, Gabby. I don't know if Gabby's here. Gabby, you here? Let me see if I assume her is here, and I could just join. I'm gonna infiltrate. For when? I hate them in fish? Okay. 58. Okay, you moving along. Alright, so Gabby, so you know, for you, I'll be doing account scrubs. Okay. Alright, so we got... Okay. God, your account hate... Jesus Christ. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Hey, that C6 on her is... That C6 is different. You'll see. You will see. Save up... I gotta put... Hold on. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do this for you real quick. Because there's a schedule when they hit the shop. And I want to see when Official's hitting the shop. If it's anytime soon. Where are you? It's under tools and resources. There it goes. So Official will be hitting the shop in July. And it's April, so April, June, July. So 2 months. So save up 34 of the, what is it, Stardust or Star Glitter? It's one of the two. Whatever the tab over. This one? Was it Stardust? So save up 34 Stardust. And then Official will land right here. And then that's where you're going to get your last constellation from. Because that C6 is worth it. Every time you hit a normal, Oz fires a... He does an additional shot. So just by hitting normals, you're doing additional Oz damage. Which is amazing. That's the C6, basically. And then... Okay, so let's start with I hate them. Okay, so I'm sure you already know with the talents, skill, burst, love what I'm looking at. Obviously, I'm gonna say, I'm always gonna recommend 9 on the most important talents. If it's 1 talent, 9. If it's 2 talents, 9. If it's 3 talents, all 9, right? In this case, it's 2 talents, so I do recommend particularly his skill. His skill would be like 9. You can rest at 8 on the burst, but I do recommend X 9 on his talents whenever you can. 8 you can chill, but the goal is 9, right? And then let's look at what's going on hither, because I feel like there is something. It's 54. There's something going on. Okay, so let's see. Oh, hold on. School, hold on. I got a school. Wait, you said something about school. Hold on, cuz. Y'all know how I get it. I'm sorry, Gabby. Give me 2 seconds. You got a letter of acceptance, cuz. Newt is going to college, cuz. Newt is going to college, cuz. I don't care what y'all ears feel like. Somebody got into college, and we're going to celebrate that, cuz. That's the energy. That's what I'm talking about. That is, yes, old man clappy hands. You hear old man hands. That, yes, let's go. Big round of applause. Thank you. F's, H's, money signs in the chat. I don't care what y'all do. Give it up. Give it up. You got to accept it. I'm going to talk to you in Discord after the stream. Matter of fact, hold on. You stay right there. You stay right there. You got your acceptance letter? Hold on. Stay right there. Give me 1 sec, Gabby. I'm so sorry. This is mad important because they've been fighting for this. Matter of fact, okay, I'm not gonna hold Gabby up. I'm gonna come back to you. I'm gonna come back to you, cuz. Newts, I'm coming back to you. All right, so I'm for sure. I'm gonna be on your neck. Watch. All right, so good. Thank you. So congratulations. All right, amazing piece for your I hate them. Amazing piece for your. Sorry about that, y'all. Amazing piece for your I hate them. All right, and then we got this piece. This piece is cool. Crit rate's a little low, but I'm not gonna worry about it. I feel like your crit rate missing is coming from somewhere else. And I'm not sure. Oh, you got 2 of them. This should be EM as the main stat. We'll get into that here in a minute. That's why. And it's all, I think it's like all your goblets are like that. Wait. Did my headset come out? Holy Jesus. I done knocked my headset out and I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. Yeah, is all your goblets? I feel like all your goblets are like this. Yeah, like all of them. That one's good. Okay, that one's really good. Okay. All right, so yeah, you're going to, well, let's look at this. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, so what I would recommend, your biggest outliers is your timepiece. It looks great, wrong character, but your timepiece and your goblet are your biggest outliers, believe it or not. The flower is fine because it's giving you a ton of EM with the crit damage and the crit and competent crit rate. This piece, I'm not sure I'm tripping on too much because I'd rather you have something in crit rate than nothing. This piece looks and feels great, but it is not EM, and especially at C0, you need EM right here. You can have attack, but having only 96 EM, oh, you got 176. Oh. I don't know. I'm still feeling some type of way. I would still do EM right here. And redistribute the crit damage somewhere else, right? For example, you got this piece with only 14. You could redistribute that piece to this as far as the crit damage is concerned. Especially on your circlet. Attack works on Al-Haytham, but you don't want to dip too deep in his attack stat. And being that you have an attack time piece with this attack substat, it could become troublesome for you in the future as far as the build is concerned, right? So with this one, I would recommend re-rolling it, but seeing about getting a little bit more crit damage on this piece. And then, maybe like 17 crit damage, 18 crit damage, 20 crit damage, 14 crit damage, right? But you're looking at stronger crit damage rolls here because we have to compensate for what you're going to lose here. Because I'm not sure you're going to get a dual stat EM piece. right? But if you get a dual stat EM piece, it might not hit 26% crit damage. So it's got to go somewhere, right? So and if it goes somewhere, you know, hold on, what'd you say? Yeah, that's just a regular circuit. No, I know. Yeah, all your circulars are like that. I remember. Like well, your crit damage, crit rate runs, I think are fine, but they're all like 15. Like you don't have a 20 anywhere. Yeah, they're all like 14 and whatnot. Yeah, see? I think even hers, right? Oh, that one's decent. Yeah, so that would be Al Hatham. You know what I mean? So, this is me personally, where I would start, if this was my Al Hatham, I would start on a circlet. I would start by trying to move crit damage from here to here, but I would start on the circlet, and at the same time, of course, you're fishing for the EM timepiece, but I wouldn't actually start using the EM timepiece until I knew I had the crit damage made up on the circlet. And then I would, because let's say, for example, you pull a EM timepiece, and it's a 10-14. Not even a 10-14. Let's say like a 7 crit rate, 14 crit damage. Well, you just lost 12 crit damage, right? If you lost 12 crit damage, well, we can get 12 crit damage here, but that's only, 20? You just need a 21 crit damage roll here. And now you have your EM main stat. You see what I'm saying? But we're just trying to redistribute it so we can replace the attack stat with EM, right? And then as far as your crit rate itself is concerned, you can make a lot of that up on the goblet. And for what it's worth, consistency is going to beat out the damage in your case, because there's going to be a lot of hits because here's the trap that, and this goes for a lot of people. It's weird when you're dealing with characters who hit a bunch of times, right? With 30 crit damage, that's good, yeah. Oh, and it's an emblem? Oh, you're straight then. Because that's, like, the hardest part for emblem characters is the circlet, generally speaking. Like, the goblets aren't even really the problem for emblem characters. But anyway, so, with your... I almost lost my train of thought. With your Al-Hatham... Plus there's noise in the background. With your Al-Hatham, with his goblet, like, I'm not sure I'm tripping too much on that's what I was getting to. So, the consistency piece, right? So, if you're in the 50s, right, I really want to kind of draw a curve. Like really bad. I really kind of need to just program it so I can show you guys. But basically with crit rate, what happens is when you start low, the initial crit rate that you get is not really that effective, right? And then it starts to become more effective around like the 30, the 40, 50 range. And then it peaks around 70, 80 crit rate, and then it becomes less effective like post 80. Really like post like 78 or 75 or something like it starts to become less effective. You know what I mean? Because it's like rolling dice, right? You could roll a bunch of dice, right? And what's the chances you're gonna hit a 7 out of a 10 when I'm giving a terrible example. Let's say you have a 10-sided die. You got a bunch of them in your hand. Because that's what I hate them is every time he hits his skill and you're doing things and hitting his burst. It's a bunch of dice rolls, right? Let's say for what it's worth, you got 30 dice rolls, right? Now, if you throw 30 dice and half of them hit 5 or whatever, or half of them hit, then great. Actually, let me back that up. Let me give you a better example because it just hit me. You got dominoes or you got 2-sided die. There's only two options. It's either it does or it doesn't, but you got 30 of them. You throw 30 of them, right? What's the chances? Dang, that's not even good. Let me shut up because I'm giving the worst example ever. I'm just going to stop, get your crit rate up. Long story short. Your goal is like 60 to 65. Long story short. And I don't mind you taking a hit on your crit damage. I was trying to give you an example, but every example that pops in my head is not working. Take a hit on your crit damage on this. Move it over to this guy. Make sure to switch this to EM. And then on the goblet, when you fish for a new goblet, don't worry about taking a hit on your crit damage. For what it's worth, I think about 200, 190 absolute minimum, but at least 65 should be your crit rate in this case. 60 to 65, right? So for every number you move up on crit rate, you should be able to come down like two-ish times crit damage. So you'll be doing like a CV rebalance, right? So what we're looking at, to put it a little bit more in perspective, what you're looking at is 55 here, but you're going to lose maybe 20 here. So you're going to gain 10 and lose 20. Optimally, we want to gain 10 and keep that, but gain 10, lose 20. Does that make sense? But we want to gain 10 here. And then at the same time, you need to switch this to EM. So that's going to be your homework on your Hatham. Yeah. Sorry, I super overcomplicated that with trying to give them weird examples before. I will not be doing that much this stream. For what it's worth. All right, cool. Any questions on Hatham? We talked about his talents. He is level 80. He's actually a character you do want to get to level 90. The weapon, you already know, 90, 90. He's EM based. That's why he needs to be 90. Otherwise, you just ascend him to 80 and call it a day, but you actually want to ascend him to 90 because of EM. His reactions are EM. His spread is EM based. And then artifacts, yeah. What's going on, Q? No questions? Perfect. Official. You are missing a whole timepiece. I'm assuming we're going for physical official. Ah. Okay. Ah. Okay. Ah. 90. 90. What's going on, Logan? What's cracking with you? Oz, put your foot in that skill. Put your foot in, I don't care how weak your electro is. Put your foot in that skill. The burst, I can care less about. Do not sleep on Oz, though. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's going to come to you. It's going to come to you. I can look at the rest of them, and then we can compensate, like, okay, let's say it's a 714, a 1014. We could just say that for the attack timepiece, right? Because you're missing, like, what, 200 attack, give or take? Yeah, like, give or take, like, 200 attack or whatever. So I think you'll be fine. For official, you got a ton of crit rate coming from somewhere. Oh. Wait, what? Wait, so are you doing this on purpose? If you're doing this on purpose, it's fine. I did this with my Zhongli. Like, are you? I guess what I'm asking is, are you using electro on purpose, or do you want it to be physical? I guess is what I'm asking. You're not wrong either way. I'm just wondering. Placeholder? Okay. So I'm assuming this is going to be physical at some point. Would that be accurate? Gotcha. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Circlet is fine. I already know who's getting the circlet that you want, and that's going to be her. Right? But if we can get that on Pale Flame, you can give... I don't see a problem giving this to official at all. You got 15 crit damage. I don't see a problem with it. Even though this is nice to have on Eula. This would be amazing if you had a... what's it called? What is that weapon called? The red horn? If you had a red horn, this would be a great circlet. But outside of that, right? So I would re-roll... Keep that for now. You have to keep that for now. Let's wait until you get the timepiece. I don't have a problem with you doing Pale Flame either, because it's based on, if I'm not mistaken, it's based on skill hits, because I run Pale Flame on him. It is when an elemental skill hits. Yeah, so it's based on skill hits. And Oz counts as skill damage. And he's going to be hitting a absolute ton. Like, there's going to be no reason why Pale Flame is not triggered at all times. It shouldn't be, at least. Right, so, yeah, so the 4-piece, you should be fine with that. So let's revisit your official. Let's come back to your official once you get the timepiece. You are looking at, you are effectively looking at a complete reroll, though. If you're going to be using official like that. Right, I would recommend a Pale Flame circlet. Personally, I have my personal recommendation. This is a great piece, but I would rather you be on set, because for all we know, you may have one of those goblets coming around the corner. And if you get that goblet, obviously we know it goes to Eula, but if you get another that goblet, I want to make sure that your official can support that. I'm going to use my counter example again. If I go to artifacts, goblets, and let's say I do Animo, because this would happen to my Animo goblets, right? It actually happened to quite a few goblets, right? I have this thing, but then I also have this thing, and then I also have this thing. So good, better, best. If you come across two good goblets, I don't want you not being able to use the goblet because they're offset. Because for what it's worth, these are the hardest pieces to get. Which is why I'm kind of making a heavy-handed recommendation on making your circlet on set. Because you're probably going to pull the circlet before you pull the goblet. On set, I mean. Right, so obviously you already know how it goes, you know. So, you know, you farm until you get what you need. But you are looking for a you know, you are looking for an attack timepiece, and I would actually re-roll all three of them. This one because it doesn't have crit rate. This one because the crit damage hit is like way too low. They did you so dirty on this. I also have a crit rate circlet for Pale Flame. Yeah, but it doesn't have crit damage on it, does it? It doesn't necessarily have to have crit damage, but I mean, no, it has to have crit damage, but I'm more concerned about it having crit damage than the attack percent stat right now. I decided to keep it to test it out. How did it work? I'm pretty sure it didn't work out like great right now because you're missing the timepiece. Or unless you're trying for the passive, I think the passive should beat that because you get 25% physical and 18% attack on top of that. So you get more attack and then you get 25 physical, which may or may not. I feel like you should be good on the 4-pit. You should be stronger, physical damage wise. You should be stronger with the 4-pit, with the circlet, with no crit damage on it. Not by much, but stronger nonetheless. But yeah, let's come back to official. As far as the talents, like I said, please do not ignore Oz. Okay. Yeah, I see your comment, Fish 6. Yeah, whatever you do, do not ignore official's skill. That should be at 11. If her normals are at 8, that should be at. I don't care what your build is. I got physical official. Great. Rank up Oz. I don't use it. You will. No, I won't. Oh, you will. It doesn't do damage. Oh, it does. It says 4,000. Oh, you're not counting how many 4,000s it's doing. Gotcha. You were shenhe at the time, and these pieces came along. Gotcha. Yeah, no, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, so that's why I'm like, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, let's just revisit official. And you're actually in kind of a good position. So, and it's because of your goal with your account. So focus on, you know, here's at least my line of thinking when I farm artifacts. Farm for a specific piece for your main, and then what you're doing is you're kind of, you know, double farming, right? Because what happens is the pieces that you can replace, right? Probably not that. Like, maybe not, because what's her crit rate? Oh, yeah, no. Right, so like this one, like, oh, I just got a piece that's got 7 crit rate and 19 crit damage. Okay, put that on Eula and then give that piece to her or something. Or her. You know, you just got to do the hand-me-down system. And then that's it. And then do you need to farm Pale Flame? Or Gilded? But, and you got his weapon? Do you need to farm his... Do you need to farm? I really kind of have 2 questions. Do you have any questions for Fischl? And then do you need to farm? If you need to farm, I might have to get, you know, get somebody with you, but yeah. I swear, before Genshin goes out of business, I will get your crit rate higher on your account. Hey, just soak it in, Newts. Soak it in. Why are you doing precision? I'm actually not done with precision. I am CS from done with precision. Here we go. Hey, what's going on? Kamehameha. Is Baizu? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with Baizu. People are saying that he's terrible, but it depends on how you use him. So he is a healer that can apply Dendro, and if you, as long as you keep him in that lane, he's amazing. The minute you try and do damage with him, he's basically like Gene. You can do it, but that's not what he's meant for. It's like Kokomi. Like she's not meant to out DPS Ayato because she's a healer. You know, so as long as you keep that in mind when you pull Baizo, he's fine. But we already know everybody is going to try and make him DPS. Look at all the damage I did. Yeah, no one cares because he's still weaker than C0 Nahida. So let's not even include him in damage comparisons. He's a healer who can do damage, not a damage dealer who can heal. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like a 5-star Yao. Yeah. Just popping in, can't say, no, you good. Thank you for stopping by. Don't forget to drop that like, though. We could use that like all day. We need that. We need all the likes. We need all the likes. I'm going to safely assume there are no questions. So I think Gabby is good. Gabby is a hustler. I feel like I know. You know what's funny? Gabby reminds me the way she talks in the chat and how she's like stays on focus. But then she doesn't, like, she only talks when it's like concerning her mainly. She reminds me of she's like one of my family. She's like my niece. Are you my niece? No, your name's Gabrielle. I don't have a niece named Gabrielle. She reminds me of my niece though. That's why I'm like, oh yeah, you're gonna be, because my niece is doing good in life. I'm like, okay, you whatever you're doing, you keep doing that. You have the attitude for it. You got the vibe for it. So anyway, I think we're on to the next one, right? I just want to make sure Gabby's good. Gabby, you good? They gotta be good. All right, so let's see. So next, Applejacks, what's popping with you, brother? This has to be Ayaka. This has to be Ayaka. It is not. It's gotta be Yo. It's gotta be Shenhe. It's gotta be Shenhe. What? Yep, it's Shenhe. Homa. Yep. Yep. Wait, what? Oh. Oh. Oh, you're doing Warframe things. I know what he's doing. All right. He's doing Warframe things. And I guarantee it's because of this piece right here. And that piece. Yeah, so I'll show you what he's doing. He's doing this. So because I have this, right, I'm going to use this piece. Right? And then the only way that's going to make sense is now if I run Rosaria. Right? Then it's to justify it. So if I use this, right, and then I use Rosaria, where's she at? Right? Well, now I got my physical damage, I got all this unnecessary amount of crit damage, and then I have Rosario. So now the fact that my crit rate is low is justified. And then I got double cryo. And then if I want to just make it even a bigger case, check Dea, thank God, because I was going to say you got to get that crit rate up, cuz. But to make the argument even more solid, I could do that. So now my Shenhe and all that, and you know. So is this what you're doing with your? Because I looked at your Shenhe. Is this what you're doing? You're doing this with Rosario, right? Please tell me you're gonna do something about that crit rate, bro. Please tell me you're doing. At least you're doing chunk, bro. You know I'm gonna be hard on you. You the homie, so I'm gonna be hard on you. I'm gonna be like, bro. I know you don't have to explain to me what you're doing, but why? I know exactly what he's doing. I know exactly what I just want to say this. He's doing Chongyun and Rosaria. And he gonna crack. He gonna kill it. Build garbage? No, that build garbage. No, but right now it's a Chongyun Rosaria build. And you're doing it because you chose a crit damage circlet. And you have this, and you have this, so why not, right? But you chose crit damage. And that's why this is low. Because Chongyun and Rosario exists, and there's your argument. Don't do that. It's going to put you, you're going to back yourself in the corner, cuz. You're going to back yourself. It happens all the time. All right, so, but it looks good, though. For what it's worth, looks great. Wow, what are we doing here? Ah, okay. Really? Got it. Okay. All right, so let's see. So hold on. Okay. So we are doing, so are we doing, well, I'll get into the comp here in a second. So we got, wow, that's actually really good. Not done yet? No, you're good. This is actually really good for Dea. Not so much the crit damage, obviously, but the fact that it has so much crit rate justifies having such a low roll on the crit damage. If that was like 10 crit rate, it'd be like, If it was like 11 crit rate, it'd be like, 12 is like, okay, now we're doing too much. But 15, it's like, oh, okay. All right, so now, wait, Snowy's here? Oh, what's happening, Snowy? What's cracking with you, bro? You better be doing, hey, your brother be talking crazy. You're not being crazy out in the world now, is you? Lost? You didn't talk to Snowy. Why? What's Snowy doing? Yeah, I ain't heard nothing crazy from him. This piece seems fine. I would re-roll that. Wait, what? Why? We'll get to that. Really? That's actually not bad. And then crit damage. How much crit rate? 33? Okay. And that's a good piece. Okay, so maybe the ones that I would re-roll. What's going on, David? What's going on, Mindy? Oh, crit rate's here? Oh, what's up, crit rate? All right, so what I am going to recommend is a re-roll on this one. Now, if it had EM, great. I know you want burst up time, and that's why you have the energy recharge. If you're going to run energy recharge, I see the attack stat too, right? But we still want to make sure you're catering strongly to your crit rate. Here's where, so early in the stream I said 60, 65, all that jazz, right? But there was a detail, right? I want to make sure that detail wasn't missed. The detail is, under the conditions you're running a crit rate weapon, the goal is 70, right? If you're not running a crit rate weapon, that's when, as a main DP, because I know you're running as a main DPS. In that condition, if she's not, wait, are you running as a main DPS? Yeah, she's gotta be main DPS. Yeah, so, but because you have this weapon, I want you to be at 70. The crit damage is fine, but clearly we want to be at 200. Yeah, but more importantly, we want you to be at 70. And then start replacing for, or you can hit 200 and start replacing. For where you're at, you're good. You know what I mean? I just want to test the 4-piece, and it's actually really good. No, it's really good, but it's not like you ain't gotta, bro, you ain't gotta captain me. It's good, but she's still Dea. It's not that she's bad. She's usable at least now, though. Because what this is doing is adding 50 elemental damage. Well, elemental skill and elemental burst damage, which is good. So she is going to be a lot stronger, and she has a 20% attack, or the 20% bonus, which technically only activates like superiorly at a constellation. But I know you're going to be slapping with her, you know, and this is why I'm not taking an issue with the energy recharge stat here, right? So you're playing a balancing act, right? Which I'm fine with, right? So you'll have, do you want her burst, which is where all her damage is coming from? Right? Or do you want the strength of the burst to be more on, you know, more of the focus? But I think you're changing that to ER. You're changing what to ER? Well, I mean, you have, what are you talking about? Well, okay. So what I'm saying is, I'm fine with you having energy recharge here. It's the same reason we run ER on Xing Cho. Like you run ER on Xing Cho because emblem, but you also run ER on Xing Cho because he needs energy. Like Xing Cho is useless without his burst. Now it's not that she's useless without her burst, but because she's a 5-star, she's useless without her burst. So I have to hold her to a 5-star standard. You know what I mean? No, you're definitely replacing the sands. I am not insinuating keep the sands. The main stat is what I'm talking about. Like this can be fine being energy recharge. No, you're definitely replacing this. You know what I mean? The 15% attack, fantastic, but crit rate, right? And then right here, we could re-roll this for attack percent because you need crit rate on this anyway. Like, I'd rather you still have your crit rate, crit damage per piece. Because what if, for whatever reason, you would like to run a Stone Thresher? Or you would like to run or whatever that, not a Stone Thresher. What if you want to run a Red Horn? Or you want to run a Wolf's Gravestone? Or you want to run something that does not have crit rate on it as a main stat? Weapon's great, but what if, for whatever reason, you don't want to use this weapon? Because some weapon gives you some unnecessary stat, or they come out with a new crit damage. I mean, we don't know. All I'm saying is, like, I'm trying to get you to the point because I know you like Dea, right? So that's why I'm giving you. That's why I'm talking to. Because this is the conversation I have with myself, right? Where it's like, do I want to ignore the fact that she does not have crit rate here? No, I want her to have crit rate there. I see the crit damage. That's great, but I still want crit rate on that piece. You know what I mean? I mean, I would want crit rate on the piece. It's just the character's more complete when you do that. Because using this as supplemental crit rate, this should be way higher. Way higher. This weapon by itself gives you more than an ascension stat of, who is it? Then, like, I don't know which one it is. I think her. Yeah, she gets 24 cumulative, right? 24 point something. I think it's like 24.4 is what she gets just from being Yelan. You have 33 coming from the weapon, right? So you should be able to have a higher crit rate and run crit damage, right? And I think that's only gonna come by way of this guy. But I would start with I would start with the feather because the feather is easier. Also, side note, this is more to the stream, not you, Applejacks, because I know you know. So I know you know what I'm about to say. Like, you already know this part. By the way, so don't play the compensatory game with your builds where, oh, okay, well, I'm going to be laxed on this part because this side over here is making up for it. Well, no, you don't want to do that. You don't want to say, okay, well, I'm just going to, you know, not clean this side of the room because this side is clean. I'm going to only wash this. I'm going to not wash my kneecaps because at least my armpits are washed. I'm going to only wipe. You see where I'm going? Like, so what I'm saying is don't ignore parts of the build because it's being made up by another part of the build. The part that's quote unquote make it up part of the build should be complete in itself. Right, now the 4-piece set bonus is good to go, but because the 4-piece set bonus is good, you actually want to add to the amazingness of the 4-piece set bonus. You don't want to use the set bonus so that you can relax on the stats, because now you're nerfing yourself, right? I already know you know this. I was talking to the stream. Like, because if y'all don't know, Applejacks had the most cracked Ningguang that I've seen, artifact-wise. Like, he had it, like, he has builds. Like, don't get it twisted. Like, I think this is free to play, right? Yeah, it's an Elegy. And then his Yoimiya, what is she, 7225? So it's not like he's slacking on his well, he's slacking on that one. But that's it, he just crit rate circling and he's godlike. You know what I mean? So he knows what he's doing. Right? So that would be my only thing. And then as far as the EM stat, now I'll leave you alone after this. As far as the EM stat, you don't necessarily need EM. It's nice having EM depending on the team you run. Like, for example, if you run Ayaka, then, yeah, I would probably put some EM on her because she's going to be melting off Ayaka. If you're doing Vaporize because her ticks on her skill are super slow, she's probably going to be the one that's going to be the trigger, meaning that she's going to need some EM. I see you have an Elegy. Once again, we don't necessarily want to lean on the Elegy to justify having no EM. We want to plug it in wherever we can. These domains hate you on this account? Yeah. Yeah. Well, they've been pushing the HP stats a lot. So they've been giving, like, they started giving everybody a lot of HP stats, expecting everybody to save their HP pieces. Ain't nobody saving HP in defense, though. I don't save HP in defense.
我有一些不错的参考
I
方法。
mean, I do because I know there's future updates, but I've thrown away. I threw. Does she hit? No. I threw away. I don't know how many HP pieces, but I still got like quite a few of them. Like dual stats. Like boop 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 boop. You know what I mean? So just keep them. Especially with.
同在一起
Yeah, especially, you know. Yeah, I don't keep it. Remember, y'all, I did it on stream. I threw away all my dual stat defense pieces. I threw away every single one because I was looking for a blizzard of this. And the one time I ran Husk, it gave me, where's it at? It gave me that. And that's the piece I was looking for. I just need it on Blizzard. I farmed 5 months looking for that piece on Blizzard. Never got it. The one time, first run that I run Husk, it gives me that. I deleted every defense piece on my account. Was like, I'm done. Like, I don't even care anymore. So now I don't even farm Blizzard anymore. Do you think EM is better than HP on attack or attack on Ayaka? It's only better. You said on Dea. It's only better on Dea on reaction. No, pull KUKI for Al-Haytham. It's just that KUKI is not stronger than Al-Haytham. But KUKI is really, really strong though. Yeah, I thought I saw the question as, yeah, does KUKI hit hard? Oh, does KUKI hit hard with Al-Haytham? Oh, I thought you said hit harder. I don't know why I read it that way. I'm sorry. No, definitely pull KUKI Shinobu. If you don't have KUKI Shinobu, pull KUKI Shinobu. But it's not KUKI that's strong. It's because of the mechanics that she has, she can exploit Hyper Bloom. That's what makes her strong. She is terrible. But the way she interacts in accordance to the way her kit works, you can slap a Hyper Bloom kit on her. Like the build you're going to give her, it synchronizes with Hyper Bloom so well that that's what makes her cracked. And then her burst just, I'm glad you said burst. Her burst strips like cryo shields. Like her burst is really good actually. Aggravate, she's good too. Yeah, you're right. Attack before C1 or does it matter? C1 what? Oh, you're talking about on what's her name? On Dea? Yeah, you run attack before C. At C1 you run HP. If you're talking about Dea.
港口有
Nice.
所以
Yeah, trust me, I'm not boo-booing on Dea anymore. Like I don't feel some type of way about Dea. Yeah, she's a good character though. I still hate her, but yeah, I hate Dea by the way. Yeah, I still hate Dea, but she's not bad. But yeah, no, yeah, you run attack before C1. If you get C1, then yeah, you can switch to HP. It's just because of the way her scaling is. That's what really makes the two-piece of this really strong, is her C1. But they're kind of banking on the idea, because she's a standard banner character now, so they're kind of banking on the idea that you're going to get a Dea. And if you still have questions, keep asking them. Keep asking questions. It's your turn. Keep asking questions. We could break down your whole Dea if you want to right now. I was going to use Al Habibi, Yalan, and KUKI for Hyper Bloom. Not sure of the fourth person. Maybe Albedo. You could do that. Well, it doesn't matter. KUKI is a make. Yes, that's. I literally pulled KUKI today
是一切财富
because of that team. But instead of Al-Haytham, I'll be running Nahida, and then I'll have Yalan on point. And then KUKI's just there being KUKI. Al-Habibi, Al-Haytham. Habibi is Arabic for my love directed towards a man, but it's not necessarily in an intimate way. It's more like my friend, my guy friend, my homie, my guy, my dog, my partner. No more questions? I have a question for you, Applejacks. When are you finna send me those stems? That's my question to you, sir. And then after I mix it, I want you to go to some dude's stream, I don't know, any producer stream, and I want you to play your song. after I mix it though. Sims 4. Say what now? No, stems. It's a music term. Stems is you like it when you record audio. Who's this? Shin was cracking with it. When you record audio, there's multiple tracks, right? So you'll have the sword sound, his vocal sound, the leg sound. All those are separate sounds. I need him to, because he made a song. The song slap. What he needs to do is send me each stem, is what they call what they call it. Each like layer to the song, and then I'm gonna mix the song for him. Or I would like to mix the song. If I don't do it, somebody needs to do it, but he needs to get that song mixed because it's slap. So, and I'm not finna sit here just with him having a great song and not having it finished. Like, nah, bro. If you send it to me, I'll mix it, and then there you go. Now you gotta finish the song, post that thing because it's slap. Need to figure out how to do it. There's usually something that says like save audio tracks as individual files or something like that, or you know, bounce to stems or bounce to multi-tracks or bounce to individual tracks, or it'll be that kind of language. I just don't know the DAW that you're using. I don't know the audio workstation that you're using. All right, so where's Shin? You started another one? Let me know, bro. Hold on, because I'm getting texts and all type of, I don't know what the heck is going on. Can I make it stationary using the... Yes. Streaming at the moment, but I will get started on it tonight for sure. Because that's probably what they're asking about. You're here? What's going on, Shin? I think Shin is Ayaka. Shin, I'm trying to remember what their name, what is it? It's Hutao Simp? I use Logic Pro. Am I missing something? But yeah, I like Logic Pro. But I like engineering more so than anything. You know, for what it's worth, Ableton is the better one. It's just I'm more comfortable in... Oh, the Oni and Oni? Okay. Or the one and Oni? Got it. I'm just so much more comfortable in Logic. But if you don't use DAWs and you're trying to find a good one to start with, I would say learn in Ableton. Learn Pro Tools, Ableton, or Logic because they're all similar. But if you have to choose one of the three as a new musician, I would say Ableton. Only because Ableton is more flexible and the features it has caters more towards this current style. You know what I mean? Studio One, I haven't tried Studio One. I heard Studio One is good though. Serato Studios is good too, but that one's more for like DJs and remixes and EDM, like EDM remixes and vinyl remixes and stuff. All right, and I'm looking at who? Because I don't see an Ayaka on here. Oh, Nilo, hold on. Wait, what are we doing? Okay. Yeah, you just got Nilo. Okay. All right, so Nilo is kind of an anomaly. Nilo and yeah, I knew Nilo was one of them. Okay, I'll get to how I hate them. All right, Nilo's an anomaly. She has 3 approaches: off field, on field, and then what team are you playing her on? Is she Vape or Bloom? We can say Hyper Bloom, but she is so not a Hyper Bloom character. It's just that an Electro happens to be there, but it's the exact same build. So if you say Hyper Bloom, you're not building her as a Hyper Bloom. But is she on field or off field? And then if she's off field, then you're building Bloom. If she's on field, are you doing Bloom or are you doing Vaporize? And then if you're doing Bloom, because of really kind of because of your constellations and your weapon choice, what team are you using? So take all those and then just let me know that one answer. You're doing Bloom, okay. You want to build it for on-field and off-field. Okay, the Bloom build is the on-field and off-field build. It's not until around C6, if I'm not mistaken, it's not until C6 is when you can make her on-field DPS. I mean, you can and you can't, but she double dips at C6. So with Nilo on a Bloom team, and you're gonna probably hate me for saying this, you only have what, like three sets, I think. You can before C. No, it's terrible. No, don't sugarcoat it. Free to play. It's terrible. it's it's it is terrible. All right, so but people do it, and people make it look good and all that. But when you see the effort that goes into making it work, whereas you can just hit her burst by herself and do the same thing, it's like, why are we even doing that? Unless you just have her crushing her ankles or something. But anyway, so with her, with Nilo, her on-field and off-field builds are basically the same, right? So what you're doing is you pick a set. I'm going to give you the sets in a minute, but the whole build is all HP. HP, just HP everywhere. Even with the key, it's just HP everywhere. That is her Bloom build. And you're going to do it on one of two sets. Well, technically three, but really one of two sets. So you're going to do it either on, where's it at? On this set, except a feather. Yeah, I got you. You're going to do it on this set, or you're going to do it on this set. She doesn't scale with EM. You can scale her with EM, but that's not how you get Nilo things. Now another one you could do is you could do a two-piece, because HP hits like a Mack truck on her. So you can do like two-piece tenacity, and that two-piece of that new set, you can do that too for the two-piece. That is Nilo. And then you just scale her talents as you wish. And I think if I remember, it's her skill that you scale. And you don't even got to touch her burst if I remember. Hold on, where are you at? Oh yeah, one and only. You might go two-piece. Well, you can multi-farm when you do the two-piece. No, that's not you. You can farm for multiple characters when you do two-piece. Like you can farm for Dea or Ito, or you can farm for like whoever's taking the damage for one character, and then you can farm for, Pale Flame or something for like, you know what I mean? Or a four-piece tenacity for like, you know what I mean? So if you did the two-piece, you could do that. But then you have I'll hate them here too. So maybe you might end up with a whole bunch of lackadaisical pieces, not lackadaisical, but you might end up with a whole bunch of HP pieces chilling on a whatchamacallit set, on a Deepwood set. Use Deepwood, boom. Because I'm gonna look at him. I don't know if you got to reroll pieces, but if you do, right? I see you got a two-piece here, right? You're probably needing some gilded pieces. You can probably go in there and grab a Deepwood set, right? So, and if you're getting the key, it doesn't matter if you get the key or not, right? That is Nilo. There's nothing else to her. Don't touch Toma, Bennett, and Kokomi. The rest you can move around. Me, Hu Mains, Hu Tao, and Ayaka on there, and Toma has the staff of Homa. And Bennett, why does Bennett have a? Ask her why Bennett has a mist splitter. I do have to. Oh, it's probably for the basic. She does not. We talk about it every stream. Fish sticks. She knows Bennett does. He is the last person who needs a mist splitter. I do have to re-roll, and I hate them. Yeah, so you can do that, and this is because her blooms. Like what you're doing is you're trying to create a scenario where you use Fab on Bennett. No, it's not DPS Bennett. It's because of base attack. But with the Deepwood set, all you're trying to do is you're trying to trigger that passive of the Deepwood set, and what it does is it shreds that enemy for 30% defense. Why did I go to her? It shreds that enemy for 30% defense or resistance. Well, I keep saying defense, but it shreds 30% dendro resistance. So you just go bink, 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 and then you got your dendro shred. Matter of fact, now I think about it, you might not want to do this unless you're fighting bosses, because it has to hit the enemy. And it only lasts for 8 seconds. And if I remember correctly, her skill, when it applies Hydro, it doesn't count as a hit. It has to produce a number to count. So maybe this might not be the approach. Yeah, I would probably do the two-piece. Either two-piece, or I would do that new set. So I don't know if you need that animal set from there, but But yeah, you can do gilded too, but I wouldn't give her gilded. I just two piece, two piece. That'd probably be the safest route. Yeah, see, it's for the base attack. As her characters get stronger on her account, she's gonna realize that that base attack ain't doing nothing. She probably needs it now, but in the future she's not gonna need that much base attack on. She's not gonna need mid split or base attack on her, on her Bennett. She probably needs it now, but like I said, she won't need it. She won't need it down the line. Any questions on Nilu? That's what I'm doing. I'm like, Jesus Christ, I was looking for that passive. There it goes. Yeah, that. So every blah 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 blah, dealt blah 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 blah, golden blah 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 blah, increased by the maximum blah 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 blah. Yeah. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, the cap. Oh no, that's C6. Never mind. I was thinking C6 things. Skyward Blade on Bennett is fine. The Skyward Blade is good on Ayaka too. Don't be free to play. You have a different account. You don't get it. I'm joking. No, free to play. No, it's the Skyward Blade is fine on Ayaka. I don't recommend it though. Yeah, Skyward is fine on Ayaka. It's not bad. It's just the Mist Splitter is stronger. It's so much stronger. It's super strong on Ayaka. But you can use a Skyward on Ayaka because of the ER. Whatever it is, she don't need a Mist Splitter on Bennett. That's all I'm concerned about, really. The Homo and Toma, I get that. Yeah, it's strong. It's not R5 Mist Splitter strong, but it's definitely, yeah, it's strong. So if you have an R1 Mist Splitter and then you have an R1 Skyward, it's not that it's crazy strong, it's your burst up time. Your burst up time is ridiculous. Like ridiculous with that thing. So what you're doing is you're getting about, I think it's like 1.5 to 2 times in practice the burst attempts. Like you won't have a burst for like 7 to 10 seconds on a Mist Splitter Ayaka. You have a 100% burst up time on Ayaka. That's what happens when you put the weapon. So it's really just for burst attack, and it keeps your damage respectable at least. You know what I mean? But it's a good. You can use it. I don't recommend it, but you can. A lot of people use it. A lot of people who, especially those who don't have Mist Splitters, like they'll probably end up using that weapon. It's like a 5-star Kageuchi. That's the best way I can explain it. Take the Kageuchi, R5, but make it a 5-star weapon. That's that weapon. Any questions on that Nilo? Because I did not see any questions on Nilo. I'm going to assume that Nilo's fine. Let's go ahead and jump to Cuz right here. Yeah, no, I know. All right, so Al-Habibi. Nice. Oh yeah, we'll get back to that. Hurricane season, that part. 222. Okay, I'm sure because we just talked about this with 2 other items. So skill burst, love the energy you got here. I always do recommend. It's more of a house. What do they call it? Housekeeping. It's like housekeeping. Just get it to 2. That's how. So you did your housekeeping, right? But let's get the skill and the burst. Let's start ranking those up with a priority on the skill. You can do them evenly. If he's a burst bot, obviously you just do the burst. I mean, do the skill too, but you could put more emphasis on the burst. But in normal practice, from the way everybody plays, I hate them to my understanding, what you're going to do is you're still going to put a heavy emphasis on the skill because you're going to do the skill, and it's going to do a lot of damage. There's nothing you can do about the damage. You can't not do damage with a skill if you're playing I hate them. You're going to hit a skill, do a thing, do a charge attack, and his skill is going to do a third of your burst damage. You can't help it. You're going to go bink, 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 and a third of your burst damage was done. Or you can hit your burst and do it all in one shot, but you can still go bink, 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 and now you have your whole burst damage that you just did on skill. And if you pulled out Hatham, you probably want to hit buttons with him. So that's why Tell me if I'm wrong, but that's why I'm making the recommendation to do his skill first. Otherwise, you wouldn't have put, because I doubt you pulled him as a burst spot. I just want to hit his burst and put him away. Nope. No, you don't. You want to hit buttons. So get it. So skill and then burst. And then let's look at these artifacts. I'm going to safely assume, tell me if I'm wrong. I'm going to assume you have some relatively powerful emblem pieces. And that's why those are there. So let's see. Okay. Yep. And the goblet, I'm pretty sure it's a good goblet, but these might not be the strongest, particularly in the crit rate department. Let's see. That's an attack circlet. And that one's actually good. Okay, so what is going on here? So that, yeah, you're stuck. Okay, all right, so I see what's going on. So you, wow, yeah, you're super stuck. What level is he? 70? All right, hold on. Oh, he scales with EM. Newts, by the way, you don't have to stay in the stream, but I need to get with you after the stream. Like, I ain't forgot. I'm still on your neck about that one. Out here getting acceptance letters to college. Oh, oh yeah, it's gonna be, we gonna turn up. I gotta work after the stream, but I wanna, yeah. Oh yeah, free to play. Newts got accepted into college. Got the acceptance letter today. Swag. Oh, bonus Dendro. I thought it was EM. Okay. Got it. Okay. Still here? Good. I can't get the gilded pieces for the life of me. Okay. I want to hit buttons, but I don't have them. Heck of fun. I'm just saying. All right, so for Al-Haytham, I am going to be recommending a 4-piece gilded. Like, these are fantastic pieces. We got to get rid of these guys, though. You feel me? Oh, we had a whole thing earlier. A whole thing. Oh, I'm putting their business out there. Oh, yeah, Newts. Oh, yeah, they got accepted into college. They had the acceptance letter. I don't know what college that is, but you out here getting letters? Oh, yeah. Nah, we going to talk about that. So we got to get... Okay. I get it. I do. I get it. I get it, but you want crit damage here. Here's what's happening. By running an attack main stat, you're only giving half of the damage to him, which is why you're probably going to be wanting to dig a little bit more into a different form of scaling on him. I get it. I would probably do this at least to start, right? But I'm going to highly recommend a crit circlet as your main stat, and then sub stat, or at least EM. Right, EM is a very powerful stat, especially if you're going for spread. Are you going for spread? Is he going to be playing with Nilo? Well, he can't. Yeah, he can play with Nilo. Are you playing him with Nilo? You're farming Gilded right now. Okay. Are you? So what's the team that you're going to be using him in? Yeah. Okay. Oh, side note, before I wrap her up, the minute you introduce a third element to whatever team she's on, you need EM on her. At least a little bit, just to give you a heads up. Or you would want a little EM on. The minute that the Raiden hits the team, she needs to have a little EM. Something. Just something to work with, just to give you a heads up. But if it's just Dendro and Hydro, you don't even need EM. If she's running with Dendro. Or Vaporize, now I think about it. Yeah, you want a little EM on her. Alright, so anyway. Him. So you said Al-Haytham, Nilo, Nahida, Yalan, or Bazu. Got it. Okay, so Okay, so you're gonna want EM on him, but only to buff him. Is really what it's gonna boil down to. So I would switch to, me personally, I would switch the circular to EM. You are going to be dipping into some accidental blooms coming from him, but still, like, I personally would switch this to EM. If you're not going to do crit damage. I would do crit damage and just try to bolster the crit rate, something crucial, right? That EM stat there is great, but it's not great when you're missing 150 EM, or in this case, you're missing 100 EM from the passive. Now, these are fantastic pieces. Wrong set. I will say this though, if you can somehow make up 100 EM somewhere, wherever, right? I have a piece like I have that KUKI piece. I'm gonna make a KUKI team real quick. I have that KUKI piece with 82 EM. If you get a piece like that, then I think you're fine. Oh yeah, and I still will be running Healer Nahida. For those who are wondering. Say what now? Alright, so yeah, if you come across like that with the stats, if anything it'll have to be on your circlet. Right? And those circlets do exist. They suck, but they do exist. Right? So if you know, instead of hitting energy recharge, it would have hit crit rate or something. Does that make sense? You know, so but if you can slide you a piece like that, there's your 4-piece bonus on that team. If I'm not mistaken, maybe I'm wrong. Let me see. Let me re-guild it one more time. So it gives you 80, which is fantastic, right? You got the 80, but then within 8 seconds of switching, attain the buffs, blah blah blah. Other party members, attack is increased by 18. So attack is increased by 14% for each party member whose elemental type is the same as the equipping character, and elemental mastery is increased by 50 for every party member with a different elemental type. So yes. So you're gonna, oh, so it's only 50. Oh, that sucks. I would still get that 50 though. Jesus Christ, that sucks. Is it 50 or 100? Because he's gonna have 2 hydros and they're different. Well, I don't know if it's 130. It'd be a 50 buff. 80 just comes with the set bonus. I wouldn't lump the set bonus in with the buff. The 4-piece set. So here's what I'm saying. Don't lump in the static with the conditional. Like if it's a conditional number, that's a buff. If it's a static number, it'll never change. That's just a part of your build. Right? But we want to make up what would be lost from the 4-piece set bonus. Right? Because at that point, you're just trading substats. So you can do whatever the EM he would have gotten from the 4-piece set bonus, or you could do the substat as 20 energy recharge, which is a lot. Both are really strong hits in substats. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know if I'm really tripping because you don't have 4 elements on your team. So it's not like the buff is massive that we're just making up the difference because you already have the 80. You know what I mean? We're just trying to find whatever that little difference is. And if I'm not mistaken, it's not that big of a difference. It's like 50 EM or something. So maybe when you re-roll the circlet, you got 47 there, yeah. But if we pull a crit damage circlet with crit rate and the EM, even better. Now you're good. Now we just got to address your crit rate. And you're stuck with this guy, so you're going to need this twice. That's what happens when you run super stupid strong goblets like this. This is why I hate. This is why I do not roll single stat artifacts ever. I will never roll a single stat artifact ever. Ever. Unless it's Kokomi who can't crit. You know what I mean? Like that's literally the only time. Like every character on my account, there's like characters who have hand-me-downs from back when I was AR55. But you will never see a not dual stat artifact on any character that I play. I'm saying that because I see this a lot. I want you guys to really get out there because you back yourselves in corners when you do this. I'm really trying to really get you guys out the habit of rolling because you end up with these super strong crit rolls and now you feel forced to run that piece. And it's like, don't do that though. Like. Because you still need a certain number of hits, regardless if it's on the goblet or on the timepiece or on the feather. But because you're missing 3 crit rate hits on this guy, 2 or 3 crit rate hits, you have to get 2 or 3 more crit rate hits on this, or 2 or 3 more crit rates here, or 2 or 3 more crit rate. You see what I'm saying? So we want to, so yeah, that's a, you know, trying to help you out. That's all. Just trying to help you out. Yeah, Bizo heals on burst, and he does heal when you pick up stuff in the open world. Yeah, mine Nahida heals on burst. Wait, what? I don't know what y'all talking about. I mean, if I get an Edo Goblet, I can change it, right? Chip, what do you mean? That goblet is fine. I'm talking about this goblet, because it has 27 crit damage, and it's a Dendro main stat. That's great, but to use that, you need more crit rate on one of these. If anything, it'll probably be the circlet. Or you could rock a crit rate circlet, but I don't even know if I want to push you in that direction, because now you're leaving a ton of damage on the table. You may be forced to, though, being that your crit rate is so low. His skill heals too? Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like his skill heals and his burst heals. Because you throw his skill, and it does damage, and then it comes back and heals you. Something like that. What's going on, John Lee? John Lee! Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, no, we want to bet. My whole thing is balance. Right? When you have pieces that are out of, trust me, I'm not out of this conversation either. I have a bunch of off balance pieces, right? But yeah, I'd rather you have balance pieces, right? Whether it's leaning towards crit rate or leaning towards crit damage, but as long as it's balanced, where it has the crit rate, the crit damage, and then, because my thing is, this is so much harder to balance than EM or attack or defense or H. Like this up here is easy. You can fart these numbers out on accident. These numbers are the hard ones, because what you need for these two to function is so high. Like it's super high. Typically on a given artifact is what I mean. You know what I mean? Like if you really want to push your I hate them, yeah, you need 27 crit damage, but you also need crit rate. So how do you do that? Okay, and I got all this EM for some reason. Well, yeah, you got a bunch of EM, but this is where his damage is coming from. It's coming from this, and it's coming from this, but this is a given, and this is definitely going to be a given at some point, because you're going to rock a timepiece. And it's this right here that's hard to get. So I want to make sure you're getting the hard part of the build. Yeah, nah, bro, I push crit. You know how I feel about crit rate. Yeah, crit damage always comes later. I'm gonna say this statement, and I'm probably gonna offend somebody. But if you're offended by this, then you're probably who I'm talking to, right? If you are now, some people aren't choosing, right? But if you're choosing, like you have the option, if you're choosing crit damage over crit rate, your builds are terrible. And that is why you can't do the Abyss, and that is why you're struggling in the game. It's because you're choosing crit damage over crit rate. If you're not choosing, and like in this case, like they didn't choose this, so it's like you're fine. But there are people who choose crit damage over crit rate. Have the option, but they choose crit damage. And for what it's worth, that is not the proper way to clear. If the issue is I can't clear content, but you're choosing crit damage, that's why you're not clearing content. There's a reason for choosing crit damage, but I just want to make sure that you're choosing something that lines up with what I just want to make sure what you desire and what you're doing match. That's my thing. So I can't clear content, choose crit rate. I can clear content and I just want to hit big numbers, choose crit damage. That's the difference. What I would so hope not to see is I can't clear content, but I'm choosing crit damage. And I'll go on ahead and say it on behalf of every single person in this chat who builds in 36 is the Abyss and does it either for a real high price tag or does it for free. Your builds suck because you don't build for crit rate. This is the showboat number. This is the one that clears content. And if you don't believe me, go ask any other builder, theory crafter. Like any, I don't care if it's 10-10 with the 50% crit rate what's her name? Okay, ask Tintin. He'll tell you. There's a ratio. So if you have 40 crit rate, 50 crit rate, you need X amount of crit damage to compensate. And that's usually like 250 to 300 depending on the character and the weapon. Like you need to, because you got to make up for the loss of crits. Right? So to cover all that, just make sure you got crit rate. That was not aimed at you, because I know you didn't choose that shit. I just wanted to, just in case there's anybody. Because we just lost some viewers, so they probably got offended by me saying that. But it needs to be said, though. Otherwise, it's never going to change, and then they might keep struggling with content. And I don't want them to struggle with content, but you got to get over an ego thing. You know, if it's an ego thing, I want to. Okay, well that's why you got to let the ego go if you want to beat the game. Part of the game is kind of like a life lesson. Like if you want to be successful, you got to let go of you got to let go of you to do what needs to be done, or you can do what you want to do because it's a video game. My thing is, if it's just a video game, I don't want to hear complaining about it. And I don't want to see the struggling, and it's so difficult because there is an easy fix to it. You're just choosing not to fix it. Does that make sense? So do what you do, but as long as you're aware why, you know that you can just go fix it now. So fix it, clear the content, and then go right back to one shot and everything if you feel like it. You know what I mean? But yeah, how can I make it better? Crit rate. That's how. All right. So anyway, any questions? By the way, Shin. No, because you had a third one. Jesus Christ. Sorry about that, Shin. Opened up a Pandora. You know how I feel about crit rate. Open up Pandora's box. Yalan! No! No! All right, so let's see. Ah, okay. That makes sense. I know what you're doing. I tested this one too. All right, so let me see. 2 Laylas, 2 cookies. I am actually jealous. 444. I am not gonna argue with you. I'm not gonna argue. I mean, I know her normals don't need to be 9. Mine are 9 because I like the character. So do as you wish. I'm sure, as you know, though, the burst is literally the only one that matters. Her skill is super secondary to her burst, but it's nice and it feels good to hit your skill and see a 20k or 30k or whatever k. It feels good, right? No, you're fine. You said, my bad, I don't have a goblet and a crit. No, you're fine. You're fine. So, no, I know Shin. I know you, cuz. Oh. Oh. What happened to your account? Oh, there it goes. Yeah. Like you typically, from usually when I look at your account, like I think your Ayaka, her crit rate is in the bag. Like if I remember, like your ratios on those characters are cool. These are just characters you have up right now, right? But anyway, so you got the weapon. First off, congrats on that. She is level 60. You do want to ascend her to 90 for the sake of crit rate. Make sure. He needs to be level 90. She needs to be level 92 because of HP scaling. So 90, 90. Ascended to 90, so 80/90. The other two need to be actually 90 out of 90. Anyway, let's get into her artifacts real quick. So, burst and skill. I just want to point that out because I don't think I finished up with that. This guy, great crit rate. We're going to look at the rest of it. Okay? Got it? Okay. What? Okay, so hold on. So what is that? 3.1? So minus 3, 44 plus 30, 44 for... Oh, so you're fine. Okay, so yeah, just pull this a crit rate circlet and you're fine. Do not roll into... Do not rank this. Please. Don't rank... You can, but don't rank this, please. Unless you have a healer who's going to use healing bonus who does not need crit rate. Like if you play healer Nahida, fantastic. But you still want a bunch of crit rate on the rest of the pieces. But please, please, please do not put another. Keep it, but don't just lock it but don't put nothing. Barbara Diona, this is like the worst piece to have on both of them. Because Barbara can't use crit damage or crit rate. And then Diona literally uses no crit stats. Okay, Abyss Diona and Abyss Barbara do not use crit stats at all. Like, at all. Huh? Oh no, Mr. Crit Rate. We coached a DPS Diona, and she does not need to be DPS at all. She needs no. Do not throw your efforts in DPS. Get an HP percent substat. That will serve your Diona 1,000 times more. Because whatever crit stats you're trying to put in Diona should be going to him. No, I think this was a Skyward Harp Diona that we were coaching. Oh, you're saying to proc pat? Oh, yeah. For crit, yeah, but that's not enough crit rate though. Like you could just get a healing bonus circlet without all that crit damage. I wouldn't run this piece. That crit damage number is going to be 2 and 2. You can, but not on emblem. Like I don't know. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. I'm pretty sure you got another healing bonus circlet. I am pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. No, I was talking about who was it? It was Pez. I was talking about Pez. Shout out to Pez. Love Pez. I miss Pez. So, where is it? Healing bonus? Wait, what? Okay. So, like that, you could do that. Right? But you don't need a bunch of crit stats on a healing bonus circlet. I keep it because I don't know if I'm ever need it in the future. But as it stands right now, there's no characters. I'm just saying don't use it. Unless it has crit rate and you want to pry for Favonius or something. But that's what Barbara needs. You need HP percent. Not crit. You could do EM, but crit. I just don't want you enticed into opening up that can of worms with crit. Because here's what's going to happen. If you dig into crit stats for Barbara, now you have to not only deal with her heals and the bonus and EM, now you have to balance a crit ratio. And that is a can of worms that is going to be the biggest waste of resin on your account. Not that it won't perform, but the amount of resin it's going to take to get there is going to be so unnecessary. You should have otherwise put all them thousands and thousands of resin trying to make a healer Barbara a DPS into making him a stronger DPS or raising her crit rate. That resin should have went to her, not DPS healer Barbara. Does that make that's why I'm saying it. You got Mona? That's good. There's people over here mad they got Mona. Unless you already had Mona. Oh, C1 Mona. Oh. Well, you get C2. If you get C2, you're going to love that. Any questions on your hold on, because I don't even think I talked about your line too much. So I want you to kind of low-key reroll that, but don't touch that until you get a crit, either crit rate or crit damage. Or you do a, no, it's not a healer Yalan. No, it's a placeholder. But let's wait until you get the goblet, and then we'll come back to that. You got to, some people like, you might like her. You might like her. My whole thing with Dea is don't spend money on her. Unless you just like the character. But don't get, that was my whole thing with Dea. Don't spend money on this character unless you like the character. Because the last thing I'm trying to be, and I lost, once again, I lost 2 homies over this. The last thing I want is to have a elongated conversation about her performance when the person is trying to lie to me about why they pulled the character. You didn't pull the character because she's good. Pull the character because she liked her. Just say that. You don't have to justify how broken she is with this or how good she is with this. I don't care about that. Because Yalan farts better numbers than her. The Raiden farts better numbers than her. I hate them farts better numbers than her. And these aren't even pyro. Let's not even talk about her. Like, I don't want to hear it. And I had those conversations, and they did not like what I had to say, and I lost 2 friends over it because they have a crush on a character. At least that's what I'm getting out of it. Because there's no reason why you should get that defensive over a fact of a character unless you have some type of emotional tie to the character. I hurt your feelings, and that's why you're upset, meaning that those feelings were tied to the character. So because I didn't like the character you had, it's like me not liking your girlfriend. I think your girlfriend's ugly. What you say about my girlfriend? That was the energy. And it's like, oh, okay, never mind. So because I talked about their girlfriend, they felt some type of way. So whatever. Anyway, at least it wasn't Kaching. Yeah, Kaching is eh. So anyway. All right. So anyway, questions about your Yalan. Let's wait for your goblet. Get yourself a crit rate circlet to start. Only focus on your ratio for now. I posted the 3.7 breakdown in Discord. Okay, I'll look at it. I'll look at it on break. 79 pity. I hope you get what you're looking for. It's probably Bizo and somebody else. But yeah, I'm assuming. So is it safe to assume there's no questions, Shin? God, I feel like I'm offending people even talking about Daya. Bro, I'm telling y'all, the Daya fandom is real, cuz it's super real. You can't say no. They feel personally attacked when you talk bad about Daya. They feel like you're talking about them, and it's like, bro, I'm not even talking about you. Are you a woman, cat, girl, cross dresser or something? Like, stop inserting your name. Stop replacing Daya with your name. It has nothing to do with you. Like, she sucks, not you. She doesn't. No, she definitely. Stop it. Stop it. Fish tastes like fish, not Cheetos, bro. Fish tastes like fish. Let fish be fish. Stop trying to tell me fish tastes like barbecue sauce. You have to add barbecue. Never mind. Let me shut up. Anyway, yeah, I went on a tangent. All right, so I'm assuming there's nothing with Shin. So let's go to the next one. Your fish tastes like pork. Yeah, that's what a Daya main said. You know the PS5 can run Xbox games, right? The PS5 can run Xbox. No, she's a great character. No, and this is the thing. They never let me say she was a great character. She's this, that, and the third, and I have to pull him back to earth. It's like, nah, like, let's keep it objective, bro. She's a good character. No, man, she's cool, but here's where she's lacking. No, but it's because, no, bro. Like, all right, man, she's trash. How about that? Let's start there. Since you want to say she's on the moon, she's terrible. Now how you feeling? And it's like, man, I got to pull. It's like, you know. But I can't even be objective with the character. How much space does Genshin take up? 46 gigs. All right, so next one was fish sticks. What's cracking, fish sticks? Fish sticks taste like fish sticks. That's what I'm saying. Do you know KUKI does the highest amount of DPS on Aggravate in the game? You see how I just said that and you cringed a little bit? That's what it sounds like when people say Day is good. Is that Burger's partner? Who is that? Is that Star? I feel like that's Star. No. It's two people behind the keyboard on fish sticks. There's Meek, and then there's who is it? It's Laura and somebody else. Unless I'm looking at the other account because there is no repeats. Or looking at the alt. Okay, y'all talking about food tastes like this, tastes like that. Probably around C4. On Burgeon, he's good at C0, but you want to use an ER timepiece for Toma. What was that account? Yeah, so Fish Sticks, what's going on? You sent the recording? Thank God. I need to see if you lit. Hey, Chinese name. You're not a Reddit person, right? My soy sauce tastes like eggs. How does soy sauce... Never mind. I'm going to let you figure that out. You bask in that statement. How many Oh, yeah, I already answered that. Talora Toma is worth building at C0. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can build them at C0. You just want to use it. If it's C0 with Burgeon, then you would run him with an energy recharge timepiece, and he's fine. Yeah, Shenhe's banner's over. Hey, you out here doing big things though, Hicks. Genshin Reddit anyway. No, I'm talking Reddit in general. There's a difference in so from my experience, what I keep running into is people who use Reddit as a whole are a little bit different from people in niche communities, and there's like a spectrum. So people who use Reddit as a whole, if Reddit is your Google, I don't know if I'm comfortable having a conversation with that person because all the interactions you're having are not with people around you. It's happening with people on the internet, and the humor that exists on Reddit, it's fine, but it's fine in doses, right? So if that's the only way you can communicate, I don't know if I want to talk to you. Like you're the weirdo. I would call you a weird. If we were at a party, I'd be making fun of you right now. I'd probably be roasting you right now. If you use Reddit as your Google, I would be cooking you, because the first thing out your mouth is gonna be something sexual. The second thing out your mouth is gonna be about some weird sexualized anime. The third thing about your mouth out your mouth is gonna be complaining about something that some opinion somebody had. I'm gonna be roasting you. I'm gonna be like, bro, you don't get out the house, huh? Like, when's the last time you been to Starbucks and had a conversation with the person on the other side of the counter? Never? Okay, how's work treating you? Oh, got it. I'll be cooking. Yeah, but no, there's different type of Reddit users. I'm talking about the person who uses Reddit as Google. That person is like, not all of them. There's just a tendency there. It's like there's a tendency. You feel me? All right. So once again, not all of them are just. I every interaction I have with that person, it always goes somewhere it's not supposed to. Anyway, I'm still waiting on. Okay, so Hutao, Ayaka, there we go. So Hutao and Ayaka, I want to know what to do with them, to do and help doing what I need to do for them. What's your account? I hope it's not the alt. If it's the alt, if it's the account I'm thinking of, I'm gonna have somebody else do it because there's no repeats in the whatchamacallit. But if it's a totally different person, which I'm assuming it is, then yeah. Do you know who you can't roast anymore? No, I could roast anybody. I just have to do it differently now. Okay, what? Jesus? Can't roast Jesus. You roast Jesus, your finger fall off. He'll hit you with the catch me outside. How about that? He'll hit you with that. Like, oh, that was funny, huh? Watch this. Now you got 2.5, you got 2.5-inch gauges in your eyelid to try to be cool and can't get a job now. You got tattoos on your face. You trying to be a SoundCloud rapper now because Jesus. You tried to roast Jesus. What are these weird big dust balls in the desert? Reddit users. Anyway, what's the account? Said the Jewish community. I mean, you can roast anybody. It's how you roast them. It's how you roast them and what's the intent behind the roast. Like if you're actually trying to do damage to somebody, that's not cool. But if it's like, I'll put it this way: the best way to roast is, can you say this joke in front of their parents? And if it's a joke you can say in front of their parents, then it's fine. If you can say this joke in front of Barack Obama, for example, you should be all right. If you can say this joke in front of JF Kennedy, you should be fine. If you could say this joke in front of your boss or your principal, you should be all right. Once again, it depends, but it has to be appropriate. Anyway, one pack of honey mustard. Oh Lord, I'm still waiting on a fish stick. Miko, and I'm fish sticks. You joined for that, Miko? This is sounding very fishy now. This is sounding very, very fishy. This is sounding fishy because we looked at this account. Now I have the account, but we looked at this account. Yeah, we can't do repeats. Best kind of fish? I don't know. Believe it or not, I don't like salmon. I'm like one of the few people on the planet that don't like salmon. I think there's like 10 of us who don't like salmon. There's probably more, but yeah, I don't like salmon. Yeah, I looked at this. I can't look at this account again. What's going on, Cabby? How you doing, brother? I can look at it during break. I know I'm spending more time explaining that I can't look at it than just looking at it, but if I look at it, then I have to take the no repeats off. I was gonna say tilapia is my favorite fish, but I know it's like fake fish, so I didn't. I just didn't say it. Yeah, so I have to look at it during break. Is that okay, Fish Sticks? What is that? Hutao and you said Ayaka? I know you waited, I know, but it's the same account. That's why. So I apologize for that. You share her alt? Say what? Yeah, so let me do it like this. Chat, y'all make the call. It's up to y'all. So Miko and this person shares an account. I don't have a problem looking at it. This is y'all call because we don't do repeats. So I'm looking at the same account. It's up to y'all though. I don't mind. I'll do it right now. I just want to make sure ain't nobody gonna be tripping. Made a new OC and I actually might finish coloring and rendering her because usually I never finish, but I have determined it. Okay. All right, keep it pushing. Fast check. Okay. Yeah, I was only yeah, I'm leaving it on because I don't have a problem doing it. I don't care. I mean, I don't think because Miko's not a liar, so it's like I doubt Miko's like lying. You know what I mean? So yeah, Miko's not a liar. Like I don't think she would lie. You know what I mean? So it's two different people. All right, so I'll do it real quick. Yeah, but now we're calling Miko a liar, and I don't want to do that either. Four, 5, 5. You gotta get that normal up. So Scoop, is Miko a liar? Is that what you're saying? Is she lying? Is she is it not two people? Why is she lying? Is she lying? Are you saying she lying? I'm just saying. You just mad about the honey mustard? Get out of here, bro. All right, let's go. All right, let's go. I love this man. All right. So let's see. So we got the Scarlet Sands. Okay. All right, hold on. So because you have this weapon, which it's 32, right? We're gonna get into it. So for a second. No, you're fine. So because it's 32%, your crit rate is fine, but we definitely should have more crit damage. Let's see. Terms of service. Yeah, we're not sharing accounts. We're sharing account numbers. So the UID is public. Oh, you talking about terms of service and share account? I don't know. That's on them. But I'm not finna. Ain't it against terms of service to have more than one account, technically? That would be the stupidest thing in terms of service. But yeah, it's against terms of service. But I think it's more against terms of service to have it on multiple devices. I think more so is what it is. You know what I mean? Anyway, hold on, let me get into this. All right, so we have that definitely needs a reroll. That attack percent is not going to work for you. It's definitely against it to sell your account. But I think it's across multiple devices. That's a good piece. I think it's across multiple devices. That's a great piece. You know, I'm not sure I'm against the 80, the troop set right now. I don't like. I like it. I like it, but I hate it. No, I think it's fine for them to use the same account if it's on the same device. I think it's when it's across multiple devices is when it's problematic. That would, yes, that is technically against terms of service, though. No, you're fine. So your Hutao, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's on the same device. So, I mean, I would assume it is. We know Miko. Come on now. All right. So anyway, I would re-roll this piece ASAP, and then this piece I think is fine. You know what it is? I'm taking issue with the fact that there's not a lot of crit rate across these pieces because I would like for you to run a crit damage circlet. But I think you'll still be able to use a crit damage circlet provided you get a crit rate substat on it, and you'll still be competent with your crit rate by the time you level this to 90. Because when you level this to 90, you still have 12 crit, well, technically 11.5. I think 12 actually. You still got a bunch of crit rate that you're going to get on the weapon. That's going to help compensate for whatever you would lose by switching to a crit rate, a crit damage circlet. That's a lot of crit damage, and it's amazing, but I mean, you get an extra 30 crit damage. Not to mention, she gets another 10 crit damage just from ascending her, if I'm not mistaken. Say what? Yeah, because then you just say it's for yeah. You technically can run a crit damage circlet without the weapon, but you gotta level her, and then you need specific stats. Depends on your crit rate goal, though. Right? Like there is, I'm gonna pull that account here in just a second, but this is for free to play. So for free to play, there's this one, right, where you can run this ratio. Right now, you can run a crit damage circlet, but at this point, you can ignore crit rate. Like, I don't need the crit rate. I'm rocking all the... Yes, you can, but you need an explosive amount of crit damage to justify the low crit rate. Otherwise, you're looking at something a little bit more closer to, like, Kinko, which is typically where you're running crit rate. But it depends, though. It depends. Especially at C6. C6, you don't even need a crit. You don't even need crit stats at C6. As far as this Hu Tao, with this right here, I would here's where I would start. Okay, level the character to 90. At least ascend her to 90. Right. As far as the weapon, if you're going to use this weapon, level the weapon all the way to 90 for the crit rate. Not so much for the base attack, but the crit rate. Next thing I would do is get her normals to 9 ASAP. And when I say ASAP, I mean don't touch any other talent because of where you're starting on your account. That normal needs to be 9. Very next thing would be her skill. Get her skill to 9. ASAP. Like ASAP, ASAP, ASAP. If you want to do her burst, great. But do those 3 first, right? And then after doing those 3, even with this ratio and provided with this amount of EM also, but with this ratio, she's going to really, really perform. If I remember correctly, this account has Xing Cho, right? And you're just going to run Xing Cho. This is Xing Cho build, real talk. I'm being completely straight. I'll play with you and show you. Xing Cho doesn't even need a set. He just needs energy recharge. Just give him a ton of energy recharge and a sack sword. Because our whole thing is we want her to do her job. And Xing Cho doing damage literally does not matter when she's on the field. It matters because we all want to feel good and brag. But it literally doesn't matter because she's going to do like 3 times whatever he's doing on charge attack anyway. You know what I mean? So whatever he did, she's doing 3 times that. Minimum. So you're doing 3 charge attacks. You're doing 3 times the damage of Xing Cho just from hitting her charge attack when he's on the team. So we don't care about him. We literally don't. He does what, 12k? On an average build, 12, 16k, to maybe even 20k. Her charge attack is 60k. No, it's literally an understatement. I don't know about 30 times, but it's up there though. So that's why I'm saying don't worry about it. Just put Xing Cho on the team and just give him all the energy recharge substats you can find because his damage literally does nothing when he's with her. And if he's doing something, it's just because they just want to feel like he's doing something. It's literally for conversation. I could talk about this. I need to do a podcast on this. Matter of fact, any Xing Cho that runs with her that has a build is literally there just because you want to feel like he's doing it. Kinko, I'm talking to you. And the reason I'm talking to you is because I do the exact same thing. You know he don't need none of that DPS when she's on the team because yours hits 140k charge attack. Is he doing anything close to that per hit? No. Just give her all the things, give him all the energy recharge, and let's just focus on getting her level up, the weapon up, and the talents up, right? Once those 3 are good, then we can revisit the artifacts and start doing some optimizations there. at this state, she's going to do 60k charge attacks. She should be easily doing 60k, but maybe more than that. Maybe like 80k. Like she'll be doing 80k charge attacks off of level 1 Xingqiu. Level 1 with no artifacts, with just all energy recharge. He's going to double her damage and then some because she has 325 EM. So I would start there. And then let's revisit this. And like I said, I'm not necessarily opposed to this if she's running with Xingqiu. He's C6, even better. He doesn't even need to. I think it's like C2 is where he needs to be, technically. And he don't even need to be there. You don't even need constellations on him. Just give him a billion energy recharge. But yeah, I think hers is at C6. I think this account's Xingqiu is at C6. So you'll be straight. They nerfed him in the trading card game. That is funny. C3, it doesn't matter. He can be C0. The point is, give him all energy recharge. Don't even worry about the damage he's doing. Yeah, Kinkle, but like I said, y'all want to see Kinkles? Because he finna be in here defending his Xingqiu. Like, no, he does 40. Let me show you his Xingqiu. He ain't even got him up. You see this Yelan? Take this Yelan, but give her like 140 crit damage, 140 like percent, 140 something percent crit damage with an attack circlet. He has the most unrealistic build. He has a build on his Xingqiu that's unrealistic. Like, well, mine, oh, that is yours though. That's like, well, my Bentley. Okay, well, you have a Bentley. Everybody else is driving Mustangs. Like, no Xingqiu is ever gonna do what your Xingqiu does. His Xingqiu, if I'm not mistaken, is getting close to how much damage his Yelan does. My Yelan does 3 times the damage of my Xingqiu. His Xingqiu is catching up to his Yelan. So for what it's worth, stop it. Not you, Kinkle, stop it. But if anybody's thinking, like, stop it. Like, just get out your head. You will never have his Xingqiu. That Xingqiu is unreal. It is so unreal. I don't even think he understands how unreal that Xingqiu is. To my point. Let me put it this way. And I need your next character, by the way, Fish 6. His Xingqiu has a better crit ratio than mine with an attack circlet. He has more crit rate and more crit damage than mine with an attack circlet. And he's got the ER. With like a sack sword or a fab sword or something. Bruh, don't even consider his Xingqiu in what I just said. He's got one of them Xingqius that, like, if you take what he says, like, well, his can do it. If you consider what his Xingqiu can do, you're living a lie. That is not what Xingqiu can do. That's what his Xingqiu can do. You have to see that Xingqiu to know why I'm talking this way. He is not doing, or maybe he is, I don't know. 138. I don't have 138, but he's got an attack circlet with the ER. Like, nah, bruh. So ignore him. And everything I just told you is fact. What he's doing, that's his Xingqiu. That's the guy who works for Google. You know what I mean? That's not the dude you know around the corner. That dude is like a CEO of a company that Google's contracted through him. Where's your account? That dude got it. Man, I ain't gonna let these people. No. All right, here we go. Any questions as far as this Hu Tao, though? Any questions at all? Attack circlet. No, here's the point I'm getting at. He's got a better ratio than my Xingqiu with ER. and he's running an attack circlet, meaning that he has 60 more CV than mine, and he's got more attack. Basically, he's got 60 more CV than mine. Long story short. And more attack. Unreal. It is an unreal Xingqiu. Ascension, normals, skill, talents, weapon. Do the weapon first. Yeah, so don't let him... The way he said it was like it's normal. I'm trying to make sure you understand it is not normal. His Xingqiu is not. The way he said it was like, oh, this is normal. Like, oh, no. No, we're not doing it. Not today, Kinkle. No, we're not going to act like that's normal, bro. Please don't do that. That is not, you do not. You just stop. If I'm going to stop you from doing it, I'm going to stop you there. Let me stop you. That is not normal. We are not going to act like that's what Xingqiu can do. That is not Xingqiu. That is a different character. I did just use CV as a metric, and I hate that. Anyway, are the artifacts okay? The artifacts are fine for now because your ratio is fine. Let me focus on this. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I said CV. Yeah, so anyway, yeah, I wouldn't worry about it because I'm more concerned about your ratio right now. Right. For what it's worth, I was hitting 40k vapes with 110 crit damage. Now I had a Homa, but I had 110 crit damage. And that was with like it was with an HP timepiece. It was with four-piece Crimson, but it was terrible. And her talents weren't ranked. Like she was bad. But by the time you level 90 her, she was level 90 though. Mine was level 90, right? So by the time you 90 her, 90 this, right? This is going to convert your ER to attack, which is fine, but you're using it more like a stat stick. By the time you're done with all that, and I had a crit rate circlet. By the time you're done with all that, you should be able to convert this into a crit damage circlet, which should effectively add 30 crit damage, and then your talents are going to be much higher. You should be way beyond 40k on Vaporize. Yeah, see, but what I just said is exactly why Kinko is not in the competition. Like, I'm not, you're not walking in with that. You're not walking in with that Xingqiu. You tripping. Oh, no, you not today. Thief in the night, Xingqiu. Nope. All right, cool. You're doing 25k? Yeah, that number is going to easily double just by going 90 on her and ranking her talents. Easily 90. Or easily 90. Easily double. It's going to easily double. Just 90 and then rank her talents up. Because you got to remember, EM scaling scales with character level. Right? So you're getting a raw 325 elemental mastery, but you're not getting 325 elemental mastery plus character level. Wrong order. So you do Ascension, then Weapon, then Talents. Because the Weapon's not going to take you that long. The Talents are going to take you forever. So, shortest amount of time, second shortest amount of time, most amount of time. Once you're done with those three, and because they're permanent, that's why I got you, because they're guaranteed moves in the right direction, and the time that they take is so small to finish. That's why I want you to do those, because your artifacts are in a good position. You're in a good space, stat-wise. You know what I mean? And 80 EM, for what it's worth, is not that far off, on Vaporize at least, from a 4-piece Crimson. I mean, it's pretty far off, but at least it's something. But we're going to revisit it. But you have enough. You have enough to slap something in the face. Because my goal is to at least get you to 60 to 70. Here's what I'm seeing. With these stats, you should be, on Vaporize, you should be somewhere between 60 and 70 per charge attack. All we got to do is take that 60, 70 per charge attack and start boosting this number up. The more we boost this number up, my goal for you is like 90. We're not looking at 150. 150, that's a Homa, and You might need a refinement. You might need refinements or something like there's something else going on. When you see 200k charge attacks, that's Kazuha. There's other things involved. But my goal is to get you to 60 first, 60k per charge attack. And if you're doing 25, 60k is around the corner. You just ascend a bunch of stuff, and then you may have to address an artifact. I doubt that though. Just do your talents, weapon, and all that, and then you should be maybe not 70, but at least like 60. Like 60, you should be somewhere in that pocket on vaporized. What I'm saying on vaporized, you should be somewhere around there, right? And then at that, then we address the artifacts, and that's where we start moving it from 60 to 70, or if you're hitting 70, then we move it from 70 to 80. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. But you should be around like 60. Yeah, I want them to do her and this and all that because this is fine. Like I can do the abyss with this. It'll be hard. It'd be terrible hard. A bunch of restarts and all that, but I could work with this. I would just for me personally, I would bring Kazuha or Sucrose or something. You know what I mean? I'd be like yeah. But, you work with what you got, right? But I want to see permanent gains. I don't want Resin being thrown out the window because when they start farming Crimson, if they're going for Crimson, if you start farming Crimson, about half of that resin, if not more, but more like maybe 75% of all the resin you're going to use in Crimson is going to go out the window. So you're not going to even see growth. Only 25% of your resin is actually going to be used. Or you're actually going to be getting something for 25% of your resin. So so for every 4 artifacts, 1 might have a stat, if that you need. Really, it's more like out of 10 artifacts, 1 will be used, but you'll get all this artifact XP. Between those 2 factors, there's a 25% effectiveness for running artifacts per given amount of resin. So resin efficiency speaking, you can kill stuff with this set and that ratio. We need you to level her and all that though. All right, once you level her, then while you're leveling her, you're going to be keeping an eye out for a crit damage circlet. Particularly a crit damage circlet. Obviously, you want crit rate on it. You can do troop. But what you want on that crit damage circlet, if you had to choose between 2 of them, crit rate and EM are going to be the substats you want. And if it was up to me, because of the weapon that you got, this would be the perfect circlet. As much as I hate this circlet, that's the one I would be like, yeah, you should probably use that. C6 Chile, I feel like that's a lie, but I kind of believe you, Bob Ross. Yeah. Any questions as far as that Hu Tao? I know this account. She did give this to her partner. Not this one. Oh, no, yeah, okay, no, I remember. No, you're right. No, be good? Okay. Wait, what happened to Ayaka? Wait, where's Fish? Oh, here it goes. Yeah, you did give this one. Okay, no, this is a different person. All right, so anyway. No, this is right. Yeah, this is a different person. All right, so, why, y'all see? No, it's not like, no, this is a different person. Yeah, she don't even play this account. Because she has all the characters she wants on the Miko account. She don't even play this account. All right, so, ooh, I like it. Whoa, but we got a missplitter. Oh, but you're not ascended yet. Got it. Okay. Yes, I believe she has Ayaka on 2 accounts. If she doesn't, it doesn't matter. All right, so we got a 2-piece. That's hold on now. Okay, we're gonna get into it. 4-4-4. That's fine. I mean, so just so you're aware, normals, burst, just do those, and then you can always come back to the skill. You can, if you want to, just do the skill if you want to do the skill. Oh, she has a missplitter on both. That's what it is. You're right. Yeah. So, but normal and burst, do those. You can do the skill if you want to. For performance-wise, you would do normal and burst. That's up to you. Yeah, she got it like super early. Like super, to my understanding, she got dumb early. So as far as Ayaka's very, 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 very. She's a stat-heavy character, super stat-heavy, right? She's not really like a min-maxy and all of that. She's just stat-heavy. It's like shovel, pick it up, put it over here, bow, go back in, pick it up, put it over. It's not like you're sitting down doing tech work with Ayaka. So With Ayaka, you level same thing. Level her to you don't have to level her to 90, right? But you want to ascend her to 90. The weapon you want to level to 90 for base attack and crit damage, but base attack mainly because you're already at 40 crit damage, right? But you get like an extra 80 or something attack. Like it's in the form of base attack, right? Which is huge. So what that means is that that green number is going to be benefiting from the level of this on top of like the artifacts that you have, the percentages and all that multiplies off of base attack. That's why you want the base attack. So level her, ascend her to 90. I recommend 90, but you can just ascend her to 90 if you want, and then level that to 90. And then for talents, we just talked about talents. As far as artifacts, this is going to be where your ratio is going to come into play, right? So if you're going two piece, you want 60 minimum right here, like minimum, right? I recommend 70, but 60 is what you really want right there. What I recommend personally is a 4-piece set, which I'm assuming you're going for, and maybe you're using these because they're just strong for now. Bro, I be hating these on-set goblets. Oh, the set's not blessing you. Got it. Okay. So you can use a two-piece if you want. Now, I'm gonna say it's cool for now to use two-piece because these three are good, really good, especially these two. Like that one's really good, and this one is I mean, obviously, look at it, right? Like they're really good pieces, right? So this one is you can use this one, right? And you're only technically like 4.5, not technically. You're only 5 away from 60. Obviously, we want 65, 70 on the crit rate. No, I understand. No, I'm giving you two directions you can go, right? So, and then right here, this one, if you just get some crit rate on the goblet, you're fine. And then I think the circlet's okay, but I would highly recommend you re-roll it for more crit damage, obviously. Right, so you would roll. The only substats that matter on Ayaka is it depends on the build. It depends on what you're going for, right? So as far as that energy recharge stat, and this is why I'm bringing it up, it's on the substats on your circlet, right? It's either going to be crit damage and then attack, and it's going to be crit damage and then how did that happen? Anyway, it's going to be crit damage and then attack and then energy recharge, right? Or it's going to be crit damage and then energy recharge and then attack. It just depends on how much of a burst or your burst up time. My personal recommendation, being the teams that she usually runs with, is going to be crit damage and then attack and then energy recharge. Would be my personal recommendation. But once again, it depends on the person. But those are the three substats you're looking for. The most important piece being the crit damage. So I personally would re-roll this for a stronger one, and you can do like Gladiator right here. You could do a two-piece Gladiator. It doesn't have to be Blizzard. I recommend Blizzard. It is stronger than the attack stat, much stronger in her case, like much stronger. But if that's what you got, you can use that, and it's mainly because of the goblet. The goblet is so, and I'm gonna just say it with my normal phrasing. It's a very, very sad goblet, right? Now, hopefully we can get an offset one, and for what it's worth, you only need a Shimenawa piece, right? So I don't know if there's somebody on your account who can use Shimenawa, right? But you can always just fish for like a crit rate. Yeah, I know y'all saw that. You can fish for like a crit rate circlet on Shimenawa, or you can fish for a new goblet on Shimenawa, right? Me personally, I would recommend the circlet being on Shimenawa only because of the drop rate of the goblets and keeping an eye out for a better goblet no matter who you're farming for. By the way, I'm not necessarily implying that you do Crimson on Shimenawa and Hu Tao, but it is an option. That 300% Hu Tao, that's a Shimenawa Hu Tao. So, yeah. And wait, there are a lot of Blizzard pieces on this account. Looks like the domain didn't. No, the domain hated her. She's the main Kea, and that domain hates her. Is that a O or a 0? That's a 0. Yeah, that's a 0. Anyway, yeah. Any questions on Ayaka as far as your strategy? By the way, if you do Blizzard, 30% for freeze. 50, I'm talking crit rate. 30% crit rate for freeze. 50% crit rate for every scenario. Ayaka. A lot of Blizzard circlets. Yeah, and like yeah, both her accounts. Neither one liked Blizzard. I don't know why Blizzard hates her. I have a theory that your account is a reflection. Your artifact selection is a reflection of what you play on your account and your spending habits. But I think it's geared towards like if you get really good. So I'll put it this way: if your spending habits are a result of getting good artifacts, you'll get good artifacts. If your spending habits are a result of getting bad artifacts, you'll get bad artifacts. Blizzard does hate everybody, but right now it's loving Burger, but I think it's loving Burger because he bought C6 Yalan and then he put all this money into whatchamacallit, Ayaka recently. Right? And based on looking at a snapshot of his account says all I care about are artifacts. That is literally the only thing I care about is being the strongest thing in the world. So I think with that, it's giving him good Blizzard pieces. Then again, it is just Burger. We have a phrase on this channel called Burger Artifacts. So you can crown Hu Tao. You can crown both, really. Like both are really good. Mine is triple crown. And Hu Tao's really good. It hates your free to play. Blizzard hates my account. Blizzard, but it's Blizzard. Can I look at Bennett? So for the sake of time, because Bennett is super simple, right? So for the sake of time, I will look real quick, but then I'm going to show you my Bennett. And I'm going to just kind of give you a Bennett build. And this is a universal, never will change. I don't care what the team is. It'll never change, right? Thank God. Okay. Actually, you probably already have the build. And a C2, you're fine. Rank up the burst. Level him to... You actually... You know, I hate to say it. You actually want to level him to 90 for the base attack. That leveling him to 90 keeps you from having to run a mid splitter, basically. If you level him to 90, you don't need a mid splitter. But level him to 90. Like not 80/90, actually level him. Level the weapon too. Just level the weapon all the way up. Level him to 90, you're fine. And then as far as, yep, energy recharge. Okay. Hold on. Yeah. And then what's this? HP. HP, that's fine. Yeah, so all you would do is just give him all energy recharge substats wherever you can. That's it. If you're even going to do it. Like, you technically only need 200 energy recharge. I have 1 billion energy recharge because I hate actually using Bennett. I don't even like Bennett to be on the field. I just want to pull him out, hit a button, put him away. Because I don't hate using Bennett. It's just I would prefer not to use Bennett. But, yeah. Unique teams and illegal luck. That sounds like a biased self-description. But it actually is so facts, though. He has the weirdest teams. And they work. And his luck is mad illegal. You have a hard time getting this burst? That's because your energy recharge. Might I suggest, here's what I would do. Okay? Burger made that? Of course he did. Because it's facts. I was like, it's so you. You know what? With that being said, that's what Burger thinks of you. You know what I mean? That's actually love right there. So what I would do is level him to 90. This is exactly what you do. Level him to 90. Don't even use this weapon. Use the Favonius sword. And then just keep the build you got. But give him Favonius and level him to 90. You're done. Well, of course, and the burst talent. That is literally it. That's literally it. It's not unless you get weird with the build, like you're getting weird about it, then yeah. Like me, I started hating using Bennett so much that I gave him 300 energy recharge because I tired of using them. Who can you put literally anybody else? Just give him I'm gonna show you. This is Bennett. I kid you not. This is the Bennett you want. Just make this Bennett and then just don't even worry about it. And if you don't get these pieces, don't trip. But you want this. Just do that with a Favonius sword, and that's it. Now, he has 121 coming from it. So this is what the artifacts look like. So he's got 13 energy recharge, 16 energy recharge, energy recharge main stat, so can't get the substat, 18 energy recharge, 21 energy recharge, right? So you just want energy recharge substats. If it gives you crit, great. Who cares? It's great, it's there. But it's the energy recharge you want. And then you just give him the weapon. And I kid you not, you just rank his burst up as high as you can get it. You don't have to crown it. You can leave it at 9, technically. But you just want this number to be stupid high with a Fab Sword, and that's Bennett. Yeah, she never used support characters on like any of her accounts. But she started to work. I said R. Shut up, man. What's up, Shadow? How you doing, brother? I said R. Yeah, any questions on Bennett? I can waste my burst and I'll get it back. Like I don't need, like that's how much energy recharge. I can just throw it away. I literally don't care about it. Just give him all the energy recharge. You don't even have to think about it. And it's still competent. Right? And for what it's worth, and then I'll move on to the next one. For what it's worth, if you want him to do more damage, then give him that other 5-star. Because you want because I want the numbers. Okay, cool. Give him that other 5-star weapon. What is it, the Skyward Sword or something? Give him that. But under no circumstances should you be building DPS on him and all that. All that DPS, that is literally just a nuke. Those are special case Bennetts. I actually need Bennett to do damage because my other characters aren't doing that fantastic Bennett. And he can do damage. It's not that he can't. It's just that Resin usually is better put into a better character. So I play Hu Tao, Ayaka, Bennett, Kokomi, or Zhongli. That's amazing. I don't know about the Kokomi part with Hu Tao. I would split those two into a different team. For what it's worth, you have a team similar to my main team, which I don't even play this main team anymore. But this was my team for like more than a year. Like this is actually the team. If I could choose a team, this would be the team I would use. So I understand, right? But optimally, you want like your main damage dealer, and then you would have the team kind of support that main damage dealer. And then if it's a back and forth scenario, then you would typically have like a back and forth scenario, kind of like that. Right? But whoever is there should be able to support your Ayaka and your Hu Tao, which in this case sounds like it's going to be Xingqiu, and then you would run Kokomi or something like that. So I don't know if Bennett needs to be. I wouldn't do it in the Abyss. I'll put it that way. No. You would have Kokomi there. It's just you would have to give up Zhongli. If you want to run those two, you'd have to give up Zhongli. It depends on your Zhongli. Okay, no worries. Yeah, but remember I was saying about Xingqiu and Hu Tao? So here's what I would do. So for your Xingqiu, I would split the teams, right? So if you want to play Hu Tao, because you can do a bunch of presets, right? So if you feel like playing Hu Tao, you do Hu Tao, or you basically just do this for Hu Tao. So you do that, but Xingqiu here. Boom, there's your Hu Tao team. Same team, just Hu Tao right here. You don't need Bennett, because Bennett, he does work though. But yeah, this is your Hu Tao team, right? And then, hold on, let me switch this back, because that's a different team. And then for your Ayaka team, you would do like this or something. And then Kokomi would be right here. Boom, there's your Ayaka team. Right, so you're really just switching these three if you want to have Zhongli here. Does that make sense? So this is your Ayaka team, and then this is your. Let me do this. This is your Hu Tao team. Obviously, D-Luke being Hu Tao would be my recommendation. You can even do Kokomi here if you insist, because he's a healer. It's not that he's a healer, but he can heal. Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm terrible at dodging. Well, depends. If it's 3 in the morning, I cannot dodge for nothing. Like the last abyss that I did, I must have restarted 50 times. I don't know why, but I could not dodge nothing. But yeah, so I've been I've been helping off of Bennett. Oh, healing off of Bennett. Yeah, I mean that's why he's there, which is why the HP stats are there. Yeah. But do you have any questions at all in regards to that? I did the thing! Oh, I did the thing! Oh, I did the thingy. So that's what it feels like. God dang, this ticks really fast. I want another constellation. On KUKI, not Nahida. But yeah, we'll skip that. Alright, so anyway, yeah. Any questions? No, you good, Scoop. You good? Alright, sounds good. Alright, for sure, for sure. Pleasure meeting you, by the way. I swear, when I saw the name, I really thought that you were that person for like a minute. Because of, you know, the whatever all that was, you know what I mean? But hey, for what it's worth, parents, they come first. You know what I mean? Like, don't ever put nothing before your parents. I don't recommend putting anything before your parents. You know what I'm talking about? So yeah, so there's that. All right, so next one. I think it's about time I had a cigarette. About time I had a cigarette. I'm about to go do weird kooky things. I want to see these weird kooky things. I have a piece on my Zhongli. He's all messed up. Hold on, let me fix him. Okay. God, I can't wait till R5 this dude. Who's it? Life? Life. You really gotta change your name. Your name scares me. It doesn't scare me. It's just every time I say it, I'm like, I feel like there's a like why is there like do you want a demon on you or something? Like do people want demons on them? Like who here has been around a demon? Like I feel like people who invite demons never been around demons. Because if you're around a demon, you would not like demons. They're demons. That's what it's a demon. You know what I mean? Anyway, Inca, that's why I say alive. I'm like, that's not your name. Like, you haven't met a demon. That's probably why your name is Death. And your name is Evil Mind. Yeah, you haven't met demons. You meet a demon, that would not, you'd be like, Jesus or Buddha or whoever. You would not be banging that. You'd be like, I don't like them. They tried to kill me 4 times today. Yeah, that's what they do. They don't like you. You like them. They don't respect you. You respect them. They don't care about you. That's why they're demons. You know, anyway. I like the build though. So we got 8, 9, 10, 61. That's actually a really good crit rate for having a catch. We got 161, 9, 10. This is a really good Shogun actually. It's a really high energy recharge, but you're fine. Let's see. So we have a really good flower. I can't see the chat by the way, so I'm gonna be bound because I'm on Inca. Hold on, let me close this. So we have, God dang, that feather is something else. It's a 6% crit rate, 27% crit damage. The timepiece is, it's good, but you're good, right? So the timepiece, I think I'm good with that one. It's 3 crit rate, 20 crit damage on an energy recharge timepiece though. The goblet is doable. It's 10% energy recharge, 9% crit rate, and 11% crit damage. I would want more crit damage, but your circlet has 30 crit damage on it, and it's a crit rate circlet, and it's on set. So I think from where you are, you're doing okay. If you were to change anything at all, ever, it would probably just be the goblet. You have 3 crit rate you can sacrifice, technically. Not that I want you to. Technically, you can though. So in the event you get a goblet that has more crit damage, maybe the same energy recharge, but your crit rate came down like 3. I think you're okay because you only need a 58% crit rate when you're running a catch. Right now, as it stands, you're primed technically for engulfing lightning.
只可惜故人，何日再见？
Not to be afraid of anyone other than God. Yeah, but I don't know if you. Well, it's up to you. Which is true. Yeah, I mean, don't be afraid of death. I mean, I don't know. Your name be. I'm not picking on your name, but your name being. No, I'm not afraid of death. It's just that when I see the word death, it's like, are you inviting that? Or is it a play on like a belief system or something like that? Like, you know what I mean? Because I'll say death, devil, Satan. Like I'll say, like I don't care about those guys. They can't do nothing to me because my religion, they die in the presence of what I believe in, and I'm never attacked by those guys. I don't feel attacked, right? No crackheads coming up knocking at my window and trying to steal stuff. I don't deal with evil spirits or evil people. You know what I mean? So I don't have to experience that, right? Because they're usually away. So when I see the name, I'm like, is it an invitation of that energy? Does that make sense? I don't know. That's all. But if it works for you, it works for you. But that's the vibe I get. That's just when you say it, you know you know exactly what I'm talking about. Let's not act like you don't know what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Like, are you inviting it or is it just a play on words? Anyway, and if you're inviting it, that's fine. So I think your build I think it looks fine. If you're going to replace anything, it would be the goblet, though. Only because there is an opportunity to get more crit damage, being you only have 11% crit damage. It is a great piece, though, because it has crit rate, crit damage, and a sufficient amount of energy recharge. That would be my feedback as far as your Shogun. You already crowned on the burst. You can crown the skill if you like, but I am not comfortable suggesting any I'm not comfortable suggesting a change on your Shogun. Unless you go attack Electro, but you would still need competent substats on that build. You know what I mean? It's not that it's necessarily that much better. You know what I mean? It's not that much worse either way. They have two different roles. The energy recharge attack approach has its reason for existing, and the attack Electro approach has its reason for being here. Oh, I could have let them in, but that's okay. Mika, if you're here, you can join. My bad. Because I'm on Inca. But yeah, any questions on the Shogun, though? My controller has drift, good sir. Because I guess I am hard on controllers or something. Yeah, just don't steal my peppers. Or my mint, especially my mint. Do not steal my mint. You steal my mint, I will kick you ASAP and ban you from the stream. Okay, I ain't that heavy-handed, but just please don't do that. Because that's weird. Hi! Mr. Need to be in the... Why don't you just come to the stream chat? Why aren't you just in the stream chat? Just come to the stream chat. Alright, now I ain't finna have a whole party in here. Unless it's Logan. Alright, so anyway. Should I switch attack goblet with electro damage bonus with 28% crit damage substats? Not if it affects your crit rate. Your crit rate is I don't want it. You don't want to affect your crit rate. I don't care how strong it is. I'm gonna show you something. There's a reason. I talk about this all the time. There's a reason my Shogun uses this piece. Right? Now, which one would you use? This or this? Practice what you preach. And I'm practicing what I preach. Oh, how I would love to use this piece and have some outrageous amount of crit damage with a catch and be close to 70% crit rate. That would be absolutely fantastic. But you know what? I use an engulfing lightning, and I don't care who, because I have to play my account, and I like this. I get my crits on burst. I go shing, bam, and I get, and sometimes they miss, but I get my crits. Like they're good. I would choose ACC to the rest. You said ACC. What's ACC?
在这世间行走，身份多一点才便利。
我居然沦落到如此闲散的地步，可笑。
Say what? Oh, you got Nahida, Logan? I will use according to the rest of the arts that I have. No, the point I'm making is because your question was, should you run a different goblet that has 17% more crit damage, right? Now, that sounds good, but you're at 61% crit rate, and you're going to remove 9.7 crit rate. Now, in a circumstance, like when would you do that? You know when you would do that? I'll tell you when you would do that. You would do that when, hey, friend, person who is looking at the content I make on stream and stuff, I am going to do a nuke and I want subscribers. So I am going to nerf everything on my account and I want to hit the biggest number I possibly can. So I am going to give all the attack and all the things and all the crit damage and all the whatever, and now I'm going to go and try and do a nuke. That's when you do that, right? But unless you're doing a nuke because you want to show people how strong you are, right? If you still want to like, okay, I need to do content, then you still need crit rate. Because you don't win from one hit unless you're C6, R5 with this, that, and the third, right? Yeah, oh, crit damage circlet. That's what that's what it was. You still need a crit damage circlet, right? So unless you're C6, R5, blah, 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 and all that jazz, you're not one-shotting nothing in this game like that. You have to kill it through multiple hits. But the reason we have to approach it that way, because you're not even C3, right? So because you're not C3, right, you don't have a C2 Kazuha with a Freedom Sworn, all that kind of jazz, you still want to maintain your crit rate. All right. Otherwise, you know, like I was saying, you're looking at crit damage. You're looking at a crit damage ratio, like a nuke setup, where your crit rate doesn't matter anymore. You're just doing all the big numbers, whatever's the biggest number, and you're gonna sit there and try to nuke all day. Nuke, 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 nuke. I need all the nuke. I need nuke, 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 nuke. That's when you run that. That's when you run the goblet that you're talking about. But 17 crit damage is not worth being under your crit rate for. Now, if you lost maybe like 3 crit rate, 4 crit rate, maybe 5, okay, sure. But losing 10 crit rate for 17 crit damage when you're at 161 crit damage, no. Now, if you were at 180 crit damage, no, my bad. If you were at like 60, if you were at like 70 crit rate, sure. But you're not at 70 crit rate. You see what I mean? Can't nuke because they die too fast? Well, yeah, but that's why you're doing this though. The only reason you would do this, right, because this is the most inefficient ratio ever, right? This is so inefficient. You're never going to see the light of day at this crit. And when you do, you're literally banking on the same amount of luck that you're doing when you're pulling for a character. You know how everybody sweats that they see a 5-star and it's like, could it be? And then you lose 50-50? Except in this case, you're losing 50-50 on your crits. You know what I mean? So don't lose 50-50 on your crits. You see what I mean? And the way you're reading crit is that percentage is additive on top of whatever damage you're doing, basically, right? So let's say we got this Yalan right here, right? 212. So if let's say I shoot for 10,000, right? Non-crit. Let's say a non-crit is 1,000. My actual crit is going to be 2,112 added on top of the 1,000. So if I don't crit, I'm doing 1/3 of the damage I'm supposed to do when I don't crit. Now, in this case, on your Shogun, you're going to, like, if you have 161%, because your damage is 100%, right? And your crit damage is just the damage that's adding on top of it. That's why every character starts with 50%, right? So if you crit, it's going to add 50% of what you did on top of that hit, right? So you're not losing 61% damage when you don't crit. You're losing the damage that you would have done plus an additional 61.9% damage when you don't crit. You're losing your normal damage and an additional 169. So it's even more important that we keep you in the crit territory. Or you can use it and see what happens. Let's just do that. You can use it and see what happens. And if it works, great. I'll just leave it there. wants to run resin with you. I'm not doing resin right now. She looks good. Leave her how she is. But just if you're gonna reroll, you would just reroll more crit damage on your goblet. That's really all it boils down to. But she looks good. Yeah, it's literally just a goblet. That's all. That's all I was saying. You would want to reroll that for more crit damage. You wouldn't replace it with more crit damage. You would just reroll that for more crit damage. But you still need the main stat, the substats, and you still need the crit rate. Now, if you had an electro goblet with crit rate, great. Like if you had this. Okay. Anyway, I'll just say it. If you had I got 20. What'd you say? 28. You got 28% crit damage, and it has 6 crit rate. Use it. I'd rather take a 3% hit than a 10% hit on your crit rate, just to move a crit damage number up. Like the crit damage is not that important based on where you're at. It's not making that much of a difference. We want to take what damage you're doing and make that consistent. No, it works. I use electro. Like this, so this Shogun is a Bennett. You run this Shogun with Bennett. This is a Bennett Shogun. So you would run, well, technically attack is stronger anyway, but you would rock energy recharge and electro if you use Bennett. And then you would rock attack if you don't use Bennett. So this is like a nuke. This is like a nuke scenario. You don't even need energy recharge, but the goblet, you want electro if you're nuking. Electro is stronger than attack. It's just, it's different though. It depends on the weapon you use, and are you using the catch or are you using this? And then that's going to determine your timepiece, and then based on your timepiece, then you got to determine, you know, how much energy recharge are you running? Are you a 300% energy recharge, or are you 260? And then based on that energy recharge, that's going to determine the goblet you're going to use. But it's, whoa, that is the wrong goblet. That is the wrong circlet. That's, okay, there's all type of not right now. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. There we go. What I think about Zhao? Yeah, I just want to know if you had, questions about your Shogun. Because I got your Zhao right here. He's got a black cliff. But any questions about your Shogun? Yeah, it's not by much. Like, it's not that much stronger. It's really the timepiece that determines it. But the whole thing is, it's like, because if you run a bunch of attack on the Shogun, you're going to enter diminishing returns. So you just want to feed that stat somewhere else. Because he's going to give you a ton of attack anyway. Okay, sounds good. All right, so we got Zhao. We got an 8, 5, 6. I actually like what you're doing. So if you're gonna do talents, I would do his burst at 8 first, and then his normals at 9. I don't know how you're gonna. I don't know, you know, but that, I mean, that's what I would personally do. Whether it's performance based or not, I don't know. That's what I would do. I don't know if you're moving to 9 is, I guess, why I'm saying that. If you're going to 9, I would do his normals to 9 and then go to his burst. But, you know, for what it's worth, yeah. 9 on the normals, doesn't matter on the skill, personal opinion. And then the burst, eventually I would get that to 9. Now, for what it's worth, they say don't crown his burst because the increase is so minute. But that would be totally up to you. For what it's worth, I triple crown my Zhongli. So take that as you wish. But I did it because I like Zhongli. So if you just like Zhao and you want to crown his burst, or you want to crown his, you want to crown his burst, hey, do it. You know what I mean? But optimally, you would not crown his burst. So let's see. So we have a... You know what's funny? His ratio is actually correct. But... Oh. You're using a crit rate circlet. That's what it is. Your goblet's fine. Your feather is amazing. It's your flower and your time. See, here's a problem. Your flower and your timepiece are keeping you from getting an additional 30 crit damage. The problem with those two is that you would need the same amount of crit damage on those pieces and 10 crit rate per piece. So to keep your crit rate and rock a crit damage circlet, you would need 10 crit rate. You would need one, basically like the hardest pieces to get. You would need crit rate, crit damage on all the pieces, but you would need 10 crit rate on every piece and 20 crit damage on every piece for it to be worth it from a resin point of view. Now, I don't think I'm going to make any particular recommendations to your Zhao as it stands right now. With the exception of if you get a Jade Spear. Oh, nah, well, if you get a Jade Spear, let me ask you this. Are you ever going to go for a Jade Spear? Yeah, just double crown him, yeah. Just don't crown his burst, basically. Bro, the ER timepiece is not even situationally stronger. Matter of fact, let's just say this. They're equal. The ER and the attack timepiece, they're the same. Like that's what I just started saying. They're just the same. Wanderer, Farzan, Bennett, Zhang. Oh, maybe with the catch is what you're talking about. Maybe with the catch. Yeah, and go for lightning. They're not even. Yeah. I use which is funny because you would think ER would be stronger with the lightning. I use Wanderer. So Wanderer, Farzan, Bennett, Zhongli. That's not. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. I like wishing on characters than on the weapon banner. Yeah, that's fine. So, no, I know what you're saying because you're not gonna wish on the Jade Spear. Okay. Okay. I'm not comfortable with you touching his artifacts right now. I'm not. I don't see a reason to go to that domain on at least amongst the 8 characters I'm looking at. Because for those who can't see his account, he's got 20 crit damage on a flower. He's got 25 crit damage on an attack timepiece. All this is on the Vermilion set. He's got 25 crit damage on a crit rate circlet on the Vermilion set. Right? So, yeah, and his crit rate is 72% crit rate, but he's got a black cliff. Right? So, woohoo! But if we want to move him to crit damage, which will up his crit damage by 30%, give or take, he's going to have to make up the 31.1% crit rate coming from the main stat. So we're going to have to add 10 to the flower, and we're going to have to add 10 to the timepiece, and we're going to have to pray that 10 hits on the circlet. And that's not an easy. Those aren't easy pieces to get. I'm not even gonna propose that, bro. You know, just stay where you're at. You're fine. Just stay where you're at right now. Stay there. It would be such a waste of resin. I'm not even gonna recommend it. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Did you want me to look at anybody else, or is it just those two? I thought you said a third character. Was it just those two, or no? You like the Wanderer more than Zhao? Clearly. I'm looking at him. Clearly. What do I think about Nilo? Your Nilo or Nilo as a whole? Because if you're talking your Nilo, she looks fine. No, I haven't. I've been working, cuz. I've been putting in that work. The way I play Dea, oh yeah. But yeah, no, I've been having to work a lot, so I haven't even had time. And in the time I have had, I've been playing I played Black Desert. I told y'all I played Black Desert. But I know, well, let me shut up. Because, yeah, I would have done the new area. But didn't that update just come out yesterday? What should I do with Resin when I have everyone I like well built and already good artifacts? You start working on support characters. It came out today? Yeah, nah, I'm not doing that new area at all. What is player 2 doing? What is Mika doing? This kid is mad bored. If I see a quest start, I'm gonna kick him. I don't know what happens when you go over there, but if he goes over there and I get a pop-up on my screen like something is starting, I gotta kick him. Because I don't want to start, because I can't start it now. I'm doing reviews. I'm about to interrupt my whole stream. 100% is not hard. Nice. Alright, so by the wall, I don't think it's gonna do anything. They should be able to go out there. Just don't don't get anything. Like, I'm not gonna go out there today, but just don't go out there and like get anything. You know what I mean? Or whatever. Yeah, not a problem. Did you have any other questions on your account? But by the way, your account looks good. Like, it's actually really good. Are you in our Discord? I feel like you should be in our Discord. You're done? Okay. I feel like you should be in our Discord. I'm looking at your account and I don't see a lot of 5-star weapons. And I'm like, do you have I don't think you don't get weapons, do you? Do this. You don't have to join. You can if you want to. But join the Discord. If you ever have questions out of the stream, then you should be able to hit me up. You're free to play? Yeah, that's the Discord is mainly for. Really, the Discord is just to make sure that you're keep putting life before the video game, right? But aside from that, I try to put a little bit more of an emphasis on free to plays because they're free to play. Like me and people who spend are typically going to put a lot more effort into understanding the game. So that's where the knowledge gap typically is between a free-to-play and a spender, is you're not going to spend something and not understand what you just spent your money on. Whereas free-to-play, it could go either way. It's either you have to be really good because you're free-to-play, or you're just a casual. So you don't really understand. You kind of just play for fun type of thing. You know what I mean? So from the free-to-play side of things, yeah, I try to make sure to support the free-to-plays as much as possible. It's really the knowledge of it. I try to support the knowledge of it more so than everything. Yeah, and Burger changes his name every 5 minutes. One day he's Chinese something. Next day he's a carrot. Next day he's purple. Next day he's something like that. You know what I mean? I did want to take a break, but I know Scoop, he's itching to show something. I feel like the only reason he's in the queue right now is to show me something. Like, he been wanting me to get through the queue so bad, like the whole for 2 hours. He's been like, dude, just get through. Like, come on, I'm next. I'm still here. And I'm like, okay, I'm pretty sure he wants to show me something. So I'll do Scoop and then we'll take a break. Yeah. All right. So let's see. So we should be good. Yeah, it's probably I know it's Nilo. I know it's Nilo, and I'm gonna pull this Nilo, and I don't know what it's gonna be. I don't know what it's gonna look like. I know what it's gonna look like, but I know. I want to see it though. I do want to see it. Probably like 15, 20 minutes, something like that. Okay. Yep. Here we go. Hey, free to play, you here? Hey, free to play. He trying to play catch up to you, bro. I don't know. Let's see. Free to play he got refinements on you, but let's see where you at. There it goes. Wait, she's not in the whatchamacallit? Oh, yes, she is. There she goes. All right, here we go.
惯了沙漠，但我还是希望他们在某天能够告别风沙，在某处绿洲更愉快的生活。
Okay, well, we started somewhere. All right, so we got that. 58. He did it. He did. And she got EM too, huh? He skipped the EM.
你为佣兵的工作原则
Yep.
很简单。
Yep.
谁出的钱多，就给谁办事。
Yep. All right, so for hold on. So for what it's worth, let me explain what y'all are looking at. Am I making no? It's just there's not that those type of accounts aren't in an abundance. So having someone to be able to like even talk to and relate to is kind of rare. There's like unless it's like a small circle. Like it's free to play in Bob Ross. Who else is it? Well, Scoop. Now, you know what I'm talking about? Like it's like there's a literally like a Reddit and like a Discord just for that. Whereas the whole internet is like free to play in Dolphin. You know what I mean? So it's like plus it's a different game. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not necessarily like that. All right, so let me see. But there is oops, that's not what I'm looking for. It is I'm looking for the maximum. Yep, 30. Yep. So the way it works, and I believe I did the math that one, you know, the streams ago, is you only need 48,000 HP to cap out the constellation, the C6 constellation. So he is not far beyond the he's not far beyond the HP, but he's definitely past the 48,000 by 10,000 HP. So he's definitely he's getting 30 crit rate from that passive or from that constellation, and whatever that damage is, he's getting the maximum amount of that. What is it, like 80 or something like that? So he's definitely there, and that's why I was clapping. And he didn't go out on no weak energy either. He was like, well, it's just, you know, it's all right. Like, he's good. All right, so let's see. We ain't never going to stop, though. Let's see if there's any opportunities for rerolls. Say what? Wait, hold on. I had a chat pop. You said what? Your message? Wait, what happened? Yeah, 85, 238. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. All right, so let me see. So let's see. So we may be able to chop this down just a little bit. Well, to introduce more crit damage. If that. Well, actually, yeah. Let me treat this like for real. I like the crit rate, but let's see if we can rebalance it into crit damage. That's what, at least the direction I would go, is to rebalance that into crit damage. And then that, you're not doing anything with that one. You're not, yeah, there's nothing you can do about that. That one's good. Knowing your account, because I know his account. Knowing your account, you could probably, I'm pretty sure you're going for a reroll on that, especially with the HP stat. That's a super common stat. If you get it, perfect, right? What's your circlet look like? Crit damage, gotcha. Yeah. You could probably get rid of some dead stats. If anything, the circlet would be a good opportunity too, right? You could do the crit rate substat and an HP percent substat, right? And usually, I mean, you already know, you come to the stream all the time. Everybody here comes to the stream typically all the time. And on the circlet, that's where you typically want that third substat to, you know, because you have a choice, right? What's the two most important stats I want? Crit rate, crit damage, crit rate, crit damage, crit rate, crit damage, crit rate, crit damage. Well, you have, well, crit rate, crit damage. Well, you could pick a second substat here. What's that second substat? HP percent, right? So let's go ahead and slide in some HP percent. You should be straight, right? On the circlet at least. This is Bloom. It's probably a hybrid, if anything, because you can actually do vaporize with this ratio. It's probably the ratio. Is that what you're going for? Did you do the ratio for vaporize and then the bloom is bloom? Did most of the flat color and I'm done for the day. I sent it. Okay, for sure. Hold on. I'm going to send you a message. Where you at, Gabby? Actually, I'll just say it. So anyway, you should go to printful.com, make an account, and start putting that stuff on. And start putting that stuff on clothes. This one, I'll get to that in a sec. So anyway, Scoop, are you going for like a hybrid? Were you going for a hybrid? How do I build Nilo? Do I focus on HP? Well, it depends. But HP is typically what you're going to go for. But just be mindful. If you're going to go for HP, you go all HP. And things change at C6. C6 is when you need a ratio. Or when you can support a ratio. The ratio doesn't matter outside of C6. It does, but it doesn't. Like, you have more leeway at C6 to really start bolstering, like, crit damage and her HP. Like, what you would need in crit rate, you can move that to HP. Right? But you still need to maintain your crit damage stats and all, all that kind of jazz. Okay, I got you. Yeah, man, congratulations. I don't know if you want me to. Let me put it this way. He worked really hard to get this character where it's at. I'll put it that way. This was not an easy banner for him. But he did it. And he crowned the birth. Hey, shout out to you, bro. Shout out to you. Is there anything else? Dude, you know what's crazy about Scoop? His reviews are always super quick because there's nothing to really... There's really not too much of... Unless it's like he gives like a weird build. Now we need to have a discussion around it. Yeah, you can use it where you want. You know what I mean? You can do vape. Now, for what it's worth, if you're going to do vape, you might be looking into a different set. But you can do vaporize. At C6, because you can support a ratio now. You can support her ratio the whole time. It's just that you can bolster her ratio much more, like much harder. You better not have you R5'd her weapon, huh? You had to, because you got an R5 key. Oh, it's R3. Oh, you got it! Man. Alright, man. Alright. We're gonna have to start giving you some mega busted pieces. You know what? So I think if anyone can, I'm being real, there's only 3 people, maybe 4, that I think might be able to do this build. But you need this weapon to do it. Kinko knows exactly where I'm going with this. Right? It's the EM Dendro EM. Or even the EM. Right? But it's EM Dendro EM. And the substats that you need are so unrealistic for that Nilo to work. But that is the strongest Nilo build that I found. Like the strong, like you, I haven't found a stronger build. It's just that it's unreasonable because you need this piece, but you need 11 crit rate, and then you need Nahida. Why I'm doing it again, Kinkle? But yeah, you need this piece, but 20 crit damage. You need this piece, but 10 crit rate, or 11 crit rate. You need this piece with 2 more crit rate and more crit damage. You don't need more crit damage, but you need 11 crit rate per piece and a minimum of 20 crit damage per piece. That's what makes the build like unachievable. But that Nahida is the strongest Nahida. And if you rock EM, and you have her weapon, you only need like 46 crit rate on her, meaning that this only needs to be 41%. Provided this hits 1,000. Like, it's crazy. That build is so it's not astronomically strong, but it is kind of, yeah, bro. Like, and if anybody could do it, it's either you, Burger, Free to Play, or Kinkle, or IHOP. IHOP is so weird. This dude,
在这世间行走，
if you can't do it, he'll probably do it.
需要我帮你捏造一些吗？
Or not. But you know what I'm saying? Like, if anybody can, he'll probably end up doing it. This IHOP dude. He has unnecessary artifacts. He's the guy who gets the good artifacts when he shouldn't. He's like a good person, but you never see the good in him. But the universe tells you how good he is. Like, nah, he's a good guy. You see it in his karma. Nah, he's a terrible person. He plays too much. He cracks boo-boo jokes. I'm talking about Jack. This is Jack. You know what I mean? He's cringe. Blah, blah. Nah, he's a good guy. If he wasn't a good guy, the universe wouldn't bless him like this. He's a good guy. He's a really good guy. He gets pulled. I get DMs from him. He's always getting artifacts, and he gets these random 5-star weapons out of nowhere. I got this in a 5 pull. Like, oh, okay. He's a good guy, and he's really cool. His friends are weird. He's fine. His friends are some weirdos. You know what I mean? So maybe 5 of y'all could do it. So Kinkle, Burger, free to play, IHOP, or you, Scoop. You got 3 floating dreams before I got the 2 keys. Of course you did. Yeah, Jack. Yeah, Jack has luck like you. You just never see it. He has artifacts like you and Kinkle. But he don't farm nowhere near as much as y'all. So if he did, he would have accounts like y'all too. I have more than half an EM circlet worth of substats on a crit circlet. More than half an EM. No, you need a billion EM on the Nihida I'm talking about. Not a billion. But so here's what you need. You need 46% crit rate. You need 1,000 EM. And you need a Dendro Goblet. In order to do that set with 1,000 EM, like first off, getting what is it? You need, if I remember, you need like 9 crit rate. It's like 9. Yeah, I'm talking about Jack. Yeah, you need like 9 crit rate per piece. But then, in order for it to be justified, see, because the whole idea is you want to be able to share 250 EM with yourself, right? If you share 250 EM with yourself, her spreads are going to be so ridiculous that, if I remember correctly, her spreads and whatever passive, I forgot what it was, but long story short, you should be able to hit like 110, 120k like spreads off her crit, like Nahida, like easy. Like that's that C2. Like C2, you should be able to do that. If you're C6, I mean, you're pushing 170, 200k spreads or something. It's supposed to be something like the build is so strong. No one can do it though, because the substats are. No one has those substats like together because you need the crit rate. People have like 30 crit rate and a billion crit damage, but no one. Yeah, we're going on break. Yeah, people have like a billion crit damage, but no crit rate. People have all the crit rate, but no crit damage. People have all the crit rate and crit damage, but they have it on crit rate. They have it like on like an EM crit. They have it on EM Dendro crit rate or EM Dendro crit damage. But to do 2 sources of EM and still have the ratio that's needed, like no one's doing that. And on an EM substat on set, like ain't nobody doing that. And then if you want to run a Dendro Goblet and still do that, you still got to make up the EM and still maintain your crit ratio. So you need 3 stats on your flower and your feather. It's such an unreal build. But whoever has it is the strongest Nahida. There is no stronger. I can't find a stronger unless somebody knows of a stronger Nahida. I don't know a stronger Nahida though. But it's very similar to you know those non-crit, you know, like those non-crit circlet characters or builds that people have. Like for example, Kinko's Xing Cho, right? So with Kinko's Xing Cho, how he has an attack circlet, it's kind of like that. You know what I mean? It's kind of like the Zhongli that I got, right? But with where is it? But like with the HP circlet. But in this case, I need 20 crit damage. It's like that. Right, but just less crit rate. It's like, imagine this Nahida, but this is not crit rate, it's EM. Like triple EM, it's all EM. And you don't even rock crit rate here. And the reason you don't rock crit rate is because provided your crit rate stats are all sufficient, you should be able to rock 187 EM here. Because you want more EM. Your EM is the priority stat. Because you don't because of how much EM you don't need as much crit rate. So you should be able to shave off 12 crit rate from this stat right here, provided you have 1,000 EM. So 46, 1,000, God knows how much crit damage, and that's pre-burst, like because she doesn't benefit from it off field. But it's a stupid strong Nahida. Stupid strong. Don't have her weapon, but you need her weapon to do it. Because her weapon has the highest EM stat. Like, you need that stat. Like, you might get close. Like, you can hit 1,000 with a sack. You can hit 1,000 with a sack book. But you really want to do it with her weapon. It keeps you from having to roll another 40 EM on an artifact. Or for that matter, you can sacrifice 40 EM. No, that goblet wouldn't work. Because in order to hit 114 EM, you're not going to have any crit on that thing. You're going to have 7 crit damage and 3 crit rate. And you need to have 9 crit rate per piece. It's something like this. It's either 9 or 8 or whatever. It's something like that. Whatever equals, what is it? What did I say? 46? Whatever equals 41. So I think it's 7 crit rate. Whatever that number is. 7. 7.5, 7.3, 7.8, it's whatever. Just at the end of the day, this number under artifacts needs to be 41 because this number needs to be 46. But in order for this to be 46, this needs to be 1,000. Now this can be 46. Because this at 1,000, if I'm remembering everything, this at 1,000 should make this 70 if you have 46 crit rate. So now you have a 70% crit rate with 1,000 EM and God knows how much crit damage. But then you're getting a full 80% bonus damage on top of whatever crit damage you got. On top of 1,000 EM. So you do 1,000 EM and then you substat your ratio on set. But that's what makes it difficult. Especially if you want to run a Dendro Goblet. If you want to run a Dendro Goblet, you need to have her weapon. That's where the back and forth kind of playing thing goes. But it's very important you hit 1,000 EM. Very important. And it's super easy to do that if you have her weapon. And that's why I'm saying, like, that build is really hard to do because you still need like at least 14 crit damage. But you don't want to just do 14 crit damage. You actually do want like 20 crit damage per piece plus whatever the crit rate you need on average per piece is. Like, there's no way I can ever not run crit rate with that piece or that piece. There's no way. I would never be able to use. I'm not even close to that build. Yeah. All right, so I am going to plug this iPad in and go have a much desired cigarette. Don't smoke, kids. And we should be officially on break. Because I saw someone type break. There's our Nightbot. Boop. Replace that pin, cuz. Jesus Christ, nice having you back. I'm like, man. Because I done forgot the whatchamacallit the last stream. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I got to put the queue up. The little notice. Overall, Nilu feels less restricted. She is not out DPSing anyone, but I like the damage outside of Bloom. No, I mean, that's what makes... No, she's going to perform outside of Bloom, though. That's the beauty of the C6 itself, though, is you can hybrid her and still kind of bolster her damage. So now she's the 5-star she was supposed to be at C6, which is super sad to say, but, you know, your Blooms are going to be outrageous, though. At C6, like, your Blooms are going to be stupid. What are they called? Bloom cores? Those things should be ridiculous. Especially if you start rocking nothing but HP. Like, screw the crit stats. Just rock all HP stats. Look at those Blooms. I ain't gonna lie, I'd be low-key scared of them things. Alright, so check this out. We on break, right? Bountiful cores, that's what they call it. Thank you. You said admit, say what? When people C6 Nilo to be vape DPS, aren't they just turning Nilo into Ayato? Yeah, she's still a mid Ayato. The reason they C6, see, first off, it's like this. Like, it is what it is, but if you like the character, you know, do what you want with the character, right? But they're okay with that. You see what I'm saying? As long as she's performing to their liking, I don't personally see a problem with it. Where I would see a problem with that, who's that? Logan that said that, right? Where I would see a problem with it is if you start trying to make a case that she's stronger. And now we're in a debate now about it. That's where I see a problem. So now we're ignoring the facts, right? But for what it is, she can perform on vape C6. Like, she's fine on vape, but yeah, she's not a vape character like that. It's just they like Nilo and they want her to do something outside of Bloom. That's what vape is. That's what vape Nilo. That's the feedback that I get. That's what Leon said. I think that's what Free to Play was running into. It's like a lot of people, they want to be able to use her outside of her team. And the only way she really functions outside of that team really is like vaporized. Because other than that, she's just like a glorified Barbara outside of her team. Not a glorified Barbara, but, well, yeah, she's basically a glorified Barbara who can't heal outside of her team. You know what I mean? Not that that makes her bad or whatever, but that's why I'm not pulling her. She's not flexible. Because Yolanda is literally the only Hydro I really care about on my account. Like, I like Kokomi, I like Barbara. You guys know how I feel about them, but I'm not just walking around like, oh yeah, I'm finna just do all the Kokomi things. Like, nah, it's not that serious to me. Yeah, it's called being delusional. Yeah. But if you like the character, bro, who am I to sit here and talk about somebody C6 in the character when I'm C6 in Zhongli? You see what I'm saying? But here's what I am. See, this is the only reason I'm thinking this is the case is because they know as much as I know that he's not out DPSing Albedo. Albedo at C0. He's not out DPSing Albedo at C0. Now I can make the argument. Well, do you know with the Homa and with the Pale Flame set and blah blah blah, and then I triple crowned him, and then you know with the Homa I get the HP and this and all that jazz. No, bro. Cut all that and just admit that he sucks with DPS. It's that simple. But that's not going to stop me from C6ing him because I like Zhongli. If that's the energy, I'm your best friend. It's not until you start saying, but my Zhongli can do all the blah, 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 and that's where I'm like, shut up. Let's just stop right there. Let's just stop because I don't do that. We're not doing delusions now. You do whatever you want to your account. Don't be living in a lie though. I'm friends with real people. I like reality. Reality is an amazing place. I'd like to stay there. Practice what you preach. Practice what you preach. And I'm preaching right now. All right. So anyway, we're gonna go farm for KUKI, whether you guys like it or not. I'm sorry. Yes, bring that data. All right. Who is KUKI's boss? And we're on break. Go ahead and get your coffees and things. Pulling her for content. Pull her for content. I don't care what y'all do with Nilo. Nilo's a great character. Look. Nilo is a great character. She's stuck in a box though at C0, right? She's in a box and it's hard to get her out of that box. Right. So when it comes to Nilo, in her box, she's like the best to ever do it. In her box. It's outside of her box is where typically you'll find an issue. You know what I mean? But in that box, she's amazing. And then when you do vaporize, she's kind of like imagine if Heizo was Hydro. Bars. Imagine if Heizo was Hydro. That's Nilo. Or Vape Nilo. Hey, you know what they need? Straight up? What they really, really need, tell me I'm lying. What they need is a character who can infuse catalyst users. What if I want a Pyro Ningguang? They need to do that ASAP, bruh. Imagine, or not even that. They need a character that can infuse Animo with any element. So you can run a Pyro Hyzo and still swirl. That would be amazing. Wait, are we doing... I'll get Miko. Or Ningguang, I guess. I don't know. I really want to play... Who would I solo this with? With one character? Probably Ning. I'll do Ning. Hey, I don't care what anybody say, bro. Y'all gotta try healing the heater, bro. Y'all gonna hate, man, y'all know what y'all missing. Healing the heater is kind of fun. She really is. She really is, bro. Especially if you don't have it, especially with, like, before Bizo. What is wrong with my... Oh, I'll use all my stamina. Yeah, bye, Feikum. Oh my god, I'm doing all of no damage. Oh, there's 4 people here. Maybe I should have got Miko. And I don't have health. I don't have a 30 on. Yay! No! I'm playing on an iPad, so bear with my terrible gameplay right now. Please. Bye, Joe. Bro, you gonna hit the ground? There we go. Thank you, Ayaka. Bro, that hitbox on that screen is something else. Go, Ayaka! I need all that. I like how Mika is nowhere to be found. Yeah, if I... Oh, I thought the screen popped up and it didn't. Bro, what is wrong? No, that's right. Alright, that's fine. Oh, I don't got Zhongli. Yay! KUKI, here we come. I thought it would be more like Zhou. Oh, Zhongli can understand. Wait, what? Doing healing the heater. Don't you steal my build. You better credit me on that. You better, hey, if you please, Kinkle, please. Just hey man. This dude been running this since day one. Just do that. Be like, hey man. This dude been running this since day one. She's terrible, but it works. What am I doing? Oh, here we go. Zhongli, I can understand how do you turn Bizo into Bizo? Wait, what? Just Amber, not the food. For sure, I'll credit. Hey, look, man. I've been preaching Nahida. Like, healing. Not preaching it, but like, nah, healing Nahida is... Yeah, nah, that's where it's at. Healing Nahida is where it's at. Y'all should try... Y'all really should try healing Nahida. Like, she's dope. Like, she really is dope. And that's gonna be a thing. Just wait till you see my Nahida. Okay. I just needed me a cigarette, and then I'm about to go in and start a pot of coffee. Once I start that pot of coffee, let me get you Miko. I want to get you a line. Let me get you a line. Because we got Miss Lady Ma'am here. What talents are up today? Because I just need the brown one. No, that's okay. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Hey, what gets you the talent books from the transmutation machine? Does anybody know? If I could ever get Nahida, then yes, sir. You will get Nahida, especially after what you just said earlier today. No, it's not random. No, so certain items get you certain resources. Like if I put like for example, I'm not gonna do it, but if you pick like the blue rocks or whatever, where they at? Yeah, if you do these, you get mining ore out of it. It's not random. I'm not gonna waste 7 days to prove a point. There's literally a sheet that there's a sheet online. I don't have it on me, but it gets you research. Why do you think I do the same resource every time? If you don't believe me, just somebody in randomly in the chat who has one available, go throw some ore in there and see what it gives you. You think it's slime? Is it slime?
像这样悠闲安稳的时光，如果再多一点就好了。
Yeah, I get my weapon materials. If I remember, I think this is like weapon materials I think it's weapon materials and books, but some of them overlap. So you'll have some that gives you ore, some that gives you more, some that gives you weapon materials, some that gives you weapon materials and books, some that gives you books. You know what I mean? And some that gives you boss crystals or whatever, the little crystals or whatever. I can't remember which one is. I can't remember which one it is. But one of them gives you. But I need book. I feel like it's this one because it looks like a book. But I can't remember. I can't remember which one it is though. Because I always do weapon materials, which is why this is low. But one of these two does something like that, but I literally can't remember. I mean, I'm finna go inside and look for it here in a second. Just finished my cigarette. Don't smoke, kids. Because she doesn't need to be. Who you talking about, C6? I see this is slime. Yeah, I haven't put an item in it yet. Whoever's shooting at it. What's the name of the talent book, my good sir? It is, well, Inazuma Talents. But it is, I'm pulling it up right now. It's whatever KUKI's talent is. I just want to see if I can get that skill to 2 today. Where's KUKI at? I'll tell you right now. It is not on this screen. It is the teaching of elegance. She doesn't need to be C6. Yeah, the fan one. Yeah, it needs to be elegance. Oh, I'm at the computer right now. What's that item called? It is. I should do her teapot set. I probably should. You can get talent books from there? Parametric, transformer. Hey, we about to learn something today. Genshin, mats. Fuel type. Here we go. So, if I want, where is it at? So if I want no, that's character ascension, weapon ascension, talent books. So if I want talent books, then I could do any of these. So I can do the scroll, I guess, because it does give you random talent books. So I'll do this. Boop. Wait a minute. Did you burn? Okay. Y'all saw that? I'm helping. Just not yet. I feel you though. But watch this. Just chill. Just chill. Just relax. Don't touch nothing. Just chill. Stop, 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 stop. Efficiency is key. Bop. It's random though, huh? And there we are. I'm gonna make a coffee. Sit on that, cuz. Okay, I'm just talking mess. But yeah, I'll be right back.
班级冒险团出发！
刀剑爆焰，
哎呀，
震天撼地，臂力千仞，
在周围找找看吧，说不定有宝藏呢。
震天撼地，迷坚不摧。
好久没有和别人一起冒险了，我们走吧。班级冒险团出发！哎呀。 在周围找找看吧，说不定有宝藏呢。
Almost back, y'all. Almost back. Hang in there. Just hang in there. I'll be right back.
等，是哪里来的？ 班级冒险团出发！哎呀！等，是哪里来的？ 好久没有和别人一起冒险了，我们走吧。
Back in the place to be. I see we got 18 people here. How y'all doing? All 18 people. I hope y'all having a great time so far. Let's go ahead and see what we can do about this KUKI. When did the break start? Speaking of which, I probably should have set a timer. So I'll do like maybe 2 more runs and then we'll jump back in queue. Does that work? Last person to be asking for dead info. No, dead is fine. Or what was was there a question? Should I keep EM or try attack? I would try attack right now. You can do EM, but you're only doing EM on reaction, but you need somebody who can supply enough of the elements application to do that. You know, does that you know what I mean? What am I trying to do? Oh, hold on. All right. Oh, god dang, I'm slow. Jesus Christ. like, what am I doing? All right. That's what I wanted. Yay. Yalan. Let's go fight the thing. Where's Mika? I ain't gonna lie, I feel like they're out here stealing resources. They're probably out here taking whatever new resource they need for something. All right, so anyway. Oh, I was talking about Candace, KUKI, Nahida. Oh, Candace, KUKI, Nahida. Them three can compare to Bennett, Xiangling, Zicho. Well, yeah, it's because of KUKI and Nahida. As far as using... Oh, I know what you're saying. Yeah, as far as using the fourth character as damage, I'm not getting that started. Yeah, you can just slot any... Yeah, just those three. Well, yeah, it's because of Dendro. Dendro and Hyperbloom. No, I agree. I agree. It's a really, really, really powerful setup. Like, which is why I'm excited to have KUKI. You know what I mean? Like, she's such a cheat code with Dendro. It's scary. But the thing is, the options are so open. Because right now, Xiangling is the only of her kind. You know what I mean? So it makes it a little difficult to replace Xiangling. You know, plus that team is not as dependent on like stats and whatnot. Like, it's just a really good team. Where's it at? Did I get it? There we go. Ayaka Hyperbloom. Well, I mean, I gotta get KUKI Shinobu ready. You know what I mean? She ain't even ready yet. I really want to do the Abyss, like with a super low level KUKI Shinobu. I really do. There we go. Yay! Please give me 3. Yay! Okay. Yeah, I just want to do KUKI things. You know what I mean? If KUKI is cool, hold on, let me, how do you do it? Follow? Yeah, because I'm finna be working on her. So, yeah, I just want to do KUKI things. I kind of want to keep her low. Because I do want to do an Abyss run where she's super, nah, I don't care. I really don't care. I really don't care. Like, I really don't. I've been waiting on KUKI for so long. I see my Mora, by the way. I'm not tripping on it. Ooh, got another one. I'll take that. Let's see if we get something. Are we getting a thing? Okay, that's not a thing. Yeah, her normal multipliers are dumb high. Yeah, that's fine. Yay! Ooh, I got Stardust. Hold on, okay. Is the best thing to have... What? Oh, thank you. Wait, hold on. I'm getting crush vibes. Don't do that. but no, thank you. I'll take it as a compliment. I do take it as a compliment. We are gonna get these, and then these could just because we need to, I guess. And then what we get? 3 of them? 5? Okay. I haven't seen a 5-star from this banner in what feels like months. Watch this be KUKI Shinobu. Okay, that hurt even more. Let's see. You said what? What happened, Newts? I just remembered I won't be available after the stream. No, that's cool. It's a school night. Thank you for leaving for school. When you stop streaming, it's 12 a.m. I'll be sound asleep. No, it's good. You're good. You're good. You're fine. You're fine. Don't stay up for. I'm gonna reconvene with you at some point. There we go. And then that works, I guess. Sure, we got a slingshot. What's the name could use it? Yalan. When you say waste, are you saying using... Wait, what? Who wants me to waste my 6 wishes on the standard? Nobody wants you to waste anything on the standard, ever. You just use what they give you for the standard, but you do as you wish. No. That's what's up. You're good, Newts. You are perfectly fine. Oh no. Like I wish I knew people like you. Oh, nice. My yay. Oh yeah. No, you just gotta just stay positive. That's all. Just try to stay positive. Be cool. All that good jazz. You know what I mean? You're stressing. Why are you stressing? No reason to stress. At least not around here. Kick it, chill, enjoy that, enjoy the luxury of being around good folk. You know, some people don't have that. You know what I mean? Not throwing any jabs at. I keep using Tectone as a punching bag, and it's not a punching bag, but he's got a terrible community. You know, but it's like you could be around that. You know what I mean? I'm assuming it's back. That is it. Yeah. You can't draw. Yeah, don't do that. Or unless you want to, but yeah, just yeah. Save that for when you get older. I don't have my coffee yet. It's still brewing. Yeah, we're almost done. I was only gonna do 2 more runs after this. You did not accidentally find 2 teleport waypoints because they're on the map. Mika is funny. Mika joined my world when I was not streaming one day. I was like, oh my god! And it's like, yeah, I let you in because I know you. And it's like, oh, I didn't expect you to. Yeah, I know you. You're good. Like, I'm not. It's not like I don't want you in my world. You know, a lot of times if I'm busy, like if I'm doing something, you know, then you ended up getting day or 2 losing to 50-50. That is crazy. Daya is such a conversation starter. I will give that to Daya. She definitely starts a lot of conversations. I think I want to use an ER time up. Y'all like how I clipped that in there, huh? Yeah, how I snuck that little normal in there. I'll take that. Yay! Yay! Oh, I got 3. Yay! By the way, DWP, did you see what I said earlier? I got Nahida on my ARC. Congratulations! Huge congratulations. Y'all already know the home city. Inazuma, cuz. Yeah, huge congratulations. For anybody that pulled Hida, you will love Nahida. Yeah, I keep getting 3. I need that. Hey, I need them good vibes this way. You know what I mean? Now, like I'm drawing female bodies to practice. Oh, and when it comes to drawing that, but not that. I got you. Use. So, all right. So there's a couple approaches. My mom used to be in art school, and she was telling me about it. You can use, and don't please chat if you have thoughts when I say what I'm saying. There might be work needs to be done. You know what I'm talking about? But yeah, what you're gonna do is you're gonna use like naked women as like a reference, and then clothed women as a reference. But you want to have a reference to draw from, right? And what you're looking for is mentally you need to be able to visualize that body part to be able to draw it. You know, with or without or with tight clothes or whatever. And the reason you would do the naked one is in the event that they have tight clothes, and you would do the clothed one in the event they have clothes on. But you need a reference, right? Now it could be real people. Typically you do real people. So you would not prawn, but you would go, you know, online and you would like do anatomy or something. You would search anatomy and then boom. But you would try to actually draw that. You know what I mean? And then you would look for, you see what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. But that should get your, because you have to see it to draw it. And it's not perverse or nothing like that. It's, you have to see what you're trying to draw in order to be able to draw it. You know what I mean? Yeah, especially for poses. Yeah. And they could get weird, but I think they only get weird because of the landscape of, it's really like the internet. Like, if you take yourself off the internet when you're drawing, it's not gross. It's when you go onto the internet and that's all everybody's talking about and paying attention to, right? So, you know, just look at it from more of an artistic standpoint, and it's, you know, which I'm sure you are, you know what I mean? But you use references would be my recommendation. Like we do that in music. We call them reference tracks. You can Google reference track music, and you're doing that, but in art. If it's clean, yeah, go for it. If it's clean, cool. Let me go check on my coffee. Make sure this is good. I got 1 run, and then we're gonna jump back in queue. Okay. How's everybody doing, by the way? Everybody good? We all straight? Matter of fact, what is the queue looking like? Because it's who's next up? John Lee. They're very active in Genshin chat. Well, it's probably like M, like where they can't type on YouTube and be in the chat at the same time type of thing. It's probably something like that. Logan, and then Kiko, and then Johnny, and then Jack. Okay, cool. All right, cool. All right, for sure. All right, John, I'll be with you in what, like 3-4 minutes, something like that. I'm just gonna grab my coffee. We're gonna knock this last run out, and then I'm gonna pull you, okay? All right. I'll be right back.
需要我帮你捏造一些吗？ 线人来信了，看来又出现了新的变数。
All right, last one, and then we back in the queue. This should be really, really quick. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, they done got started already. I like that. He said meta characters. Oh, you should play Barber then. You know what it is? Oh, because we talk about meta on this channel. We don't. It's not that we promote meta, but we talk about the concept of meta. And what I would do is, I'm not saying pull Nahida. What I'm saying is, don't necessarily look at it from a meta standpoint. It's just that the character's so good, they happen to be meta. Because meta really is just a reflection of how good the character is. It's not that the character's meta because they're meta. They're meta because they're good. That's why they're meta. And really what meta is just the most... First off, meta changes all the time. Right, so... And you don't have to use the meta, but just be more mindful. Just be mindful that the meta changes all the time. So when Fontaine comes out, for all we know, it's kind of like KUKI Shinobu, right? Like KUKI Shinobu was terrible when she first came out, and then Dendro hit, and now KUKI's meta. So were you using KUKI before? Right, and that's something you know, just to consider, right? So basing on decision based on if it's meta or not always was kind of weird to me. What I would recommend is avoiding people who push meta onto you, because it's not the meta that's bad, it's the people who enforce meta like that is what's bad. Telling you you're trash because you don't use meta is why people don't use meta. Otherwise they would use meta because they want to beat the thing and they can't beat the thing, so they use the meta character to beat the thing. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. You were using her when she first came out. Now she's meta. You probably had a toxic conversation with somebody about meta. Now you don't use KUKI because I hate meta. So it's like shooting yourself in the foot because somebody else who was toxic. Because meta is like a car. Like the car doesn't hurt anybody, but the drunk driver is the person who kills people using the car. You know what I mean? So, you know, use who you want, but don't not pull a character because of meta. Not pull a character because you don't like the character, not necessarily the meta. And then for what it's worth, just don't talk about meta with people. That's what I do. I only talk about performance on accounts with like a handful of people. And then sometimes if it starts to go too far, I just stop talking about performance. Like, did you know? And then, okay, I'm not talking about this anymore because I know where this is going to go. Because you will run into, because I do this sometimes, you will run into the I'm right person. And a lot of times you just need to not talk to that person. Like, just stop the conversation. Because you're here to have fun, like everybody else. You know what I mean? With the exception of Dea. Yeah, I hate this character. But I don't even talk about meta when it comes to Dea. You know what I mean? But pull Dea. I love Dea. I don't like the conversations around Dea. So I'm with you on that. You know what I mean? So anyway, welcome to the stream, by the way. John Lee. Yeah, it's the people. Most of the stuff on my account is on my account. I got my coffee. Most of the stuff on my account is on my. Wait, did somebody pull John Lee or something? Because John was next, right? John was not next. Logan was next. I'm sorry about that. Repin, I got you. Thank you. Actually, thank you. But yeah, most of the stuff on my account is for people. I pulled KUKI. The original reason why I pulled KUKI was because of people. Because I just wanted to get all the facts out the way so that I can stop having KUKI conversations. That's why KUKI's on my account. That's like why half the character. That's why I have a missplitter. The only reason I have this is because I wanted to stop having a conversation about Ayaka damage. So I pulled it. If I didn't pull it, I was going to spin to pull it. I just wasn't finna tell y'all. But yeah, I was getting this missplitter. So I have it, and what's the first thing I said, y'all? I said, finally, I got the missplitter, so now we can stop having these stupid damage conversations about Ayaka. So now I have a missplitter. And we don't talk much about damage anymore. So. No, I got it because I was super lucky. That is facts. Where is Logan at? I know he's here, but what is he? Oh, he's typing in here. I'm going to assume I'm looking at Ayaka. Nahida. That's who we're looking at. Oh my God. All right. What's happening, Wonder? Wait, can you check my drawing on the community tab or just... You said a little warning. If it's bad, I got to delete it. But yeah, I'll look at it. Just look at it real quick. I don't see it. Beta breakdown. What the heck? Content creators, events, news, memes. The community. You talking about the public spot? I don't see it. Okay, I gotta get to Logan, but I don't see the picture. All right, so what am I looking at, Logan? Because I can only assume it's Nahida. Is that right? Okay, take it easy, brother. Oh, community tab on YouTube? Oh, on your channel? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, that's not. Oh, you need to do a outward curve starting from the top. I would delete that though, or you could leave it there. No, I would take that off. I'll take that down because it's naked, right? But yeah, you want to do a curve. So curve it like it's like going down and then out and then horizontal, but you want to curve it outward. Yours is curving like inward, kind of. Does that make sense? It's like go down and then sideways, kind of curve. Like you want to do that, and then you should be all right. Does that make sense? Yeah, just do that. It doesn't have to be steep either. Just do that kind of curvature before you curve back the other way, and then you should see that. Like if you look at the Yalan, you know, you see how it like curves out. Like look at her shoulder, her arm. Right? You see how it curves out and then back in? You just want to introduce that little curve outward and then curve back in. Like if you look at her shirt line, and then it curves out and then curves back in. You want to do that. No, not the stomach area, on the top part. On the boob is what I'm saying. Like I could do any lady with boobs. Like you see how it like curves out? It curves out and then back in. That's how you do that. Oh, God, I'm hoping there are no sickos in this stream. But you get the point I'm getting at. Yeah. So let's stop looking at boobs. All right. So anyway, Logan, who am I looking at, bro? Jesus Christ. All right. So Logan, it's on you. I'm saying pull Nahida. She's amazing. Nahida's lit. Yeah, I mean, I recommend pulling Nahida. I was just saying don't not pull Nahida because, you know. Okay, he has to be showing off Nahida. Let's just go here. All right, so he's clearly making a healer. Read your Q message. Jesus Christ, I'm slow. Tainari, Kaching, and Nahida. See, I knew Nahida was in there. And Tainari and Kaching. Okay, gotcha. We got a 4-piece. Fair enough. We have 3 of these. By the way, you know Nahida does not need HP stats for her to be a healer because it's not based on her HP. It's based on the person she's healing's HP. So, all right, cool. Okay, so let's see. Okay. Okay, I'm just trying to gauge where you're going. Okay, so healing bonus. Right, healing bonus is kind of a tricky one too. Right, now you're going to have one source of EM, meaning you're going to need a healthy amount of crit rate. Like a really healthy amount of crit rate. The reason why I'm saying that is because you have a Dendro Goblet, meaning that you want to do damage, which I want to do damage too. Right, now if you want to do damage and you're not using the crit rate circlet, then that build that I was saying earlier, that you're going to need like that crit rate across all your pieces. Right, now we could do a math problem and kind of like figure out what your EM like would need to be and all that jazz. Let me see. It's whatever this number is minus this number is what her starting EM is, and then we figure. Oh, I'll just do it all for you right now. So 626 minus 432. That gets my base. So she'll have 195. So 195. Plus 187, one source of EM, is 382 minus 200 is, 382 minus 100 again. So I put you at 182 times 0.03 gets you 5.46 crit rate. How much crit rate do you want? I got a Blizzard Strayer Sands. Holy Jesus. Well, ooh. How much? Ooh. What's your crit rate, though? That's a killer piece, but what's your crit rate, though? To me, for new players, KUKI was a life. No, she is. I think it's easy for people to be focused far ahead of where they're currently at. That's a given, bro. Why do you think everybody rock crit damage? Everybody walking around with Yalan, like a lot, not Yalans per se, because I think all the Yalan videos beat it out of everybody. But there are so many Yalans when she first came out that's walking around with this ratio. They got 5 billion crit damage and like no crit rate. And it's like, you might want to do that at least. Like just do that. Like just do that. Like you can show off later. Just do that. And KUKI, you don't need a ratio. KUKI, you just a bunch of EM and call it a day. So probably 60, ideally 70 with healing bonus. No, it's reasonable. The reason I'm asking because I'm about to tell you how much crit rate you need to land with, right? So with no additional sources of EM outside your timepiece, by the time she hits level 90, your EM with just the one source of EM, you'll have 5.46 crit rate that you have that much playroom, right? Meaning that if you want a 60% crit rate, then you need it needs to be 54.54. If you want a 70% crit rate, it needs to be 64.54, basically. You know what I mean? So where you're at, Senor Logan, right? This needs to be 50. No, you're gonna have there's no way to have 250 EM on the Hida. Unless you literally don't have any EM sources on her. She comes with 195 EM. Like the reason yours is low is because she's level 40. When you hit 90, so when you hit 90, it's going to be whatever this is. You're going to be like you're going to be 400. You'll be 403 EM. When you just at level 90, you'll be 403 EM. Yeah, you have more than what she comes with. She comes with like with just one EM source. She has like 3. It's 3 and some change. It's like the high 300s. Right, you're gonna be like 403. Right. So what I'm saying is, either way you go, this number doesn't have to be 60 to hit 60. This number doesn't have to be 70 to hit 70. But if your goal is that, right? So if let's say you're in at 403, let's say you keep the same artifacts and it doesn't hit EM at all, anywhere, right? How much crit rate do you need across your artifacts to have what crit rate you want? So if you want 60, right? If you have 403, then this equation is based on 203. Because it's for anything over 200, then it applies the equation, right? So 203 times 0.03 is going to give you 6.09 crit rate, right? So if you want 60, then you need 54 crit rate, right? Now, 54 crit rate, the reason why this is important is it's going to give you an average. So if we do 54 crit rate and you're rocking a healing bonus circlet, which means it's not going to be a crit rate circlet, right? Then we need to divvy up the 54 amongst the rest of the artifacts, which should be, what is that, 9 crit rate? So you'll need 9 crit rate per piece in order to rock a healing bonus circlet and be at a 60% crit rate. So if you get 9 crit rate here, right, and then what is that, level 4? You get 9 crit rate here. You got basically 9 there, right? That's got to be a reroll, unfortunately, right? And then you have 9.7 there. Hopefully it hits crit damage, really, right? And then yeah, hopefully it hits 9 crit rate on that. You'll have enough crit rate to support reliable crit rate. So you'll have enough crit rate to hit 60, based on how much EM you will have once she's level 90 and you level up the timepiece and all that jazz. Yeah. Make sense? Does that make sense? It doesn't mean ignore crit damage. You still need a bunch of crit damage. It's just because of the circlet. Oh, and by the way, the circlet being healing bonus, it changes it a good amount. It doesn't really change it as much as you think, though. Like, you might want to just run. This is why I run crit rate. Like, healing bonus, because I had a healing bonus. I think I got rid of it. No, it's right there. Like, healing bonus is nice, but you might as well just rock crit rate. Yeah, I mean, it. Oh, you said, yeah. But yeah, no, it helps, but it's not that much. It's not that crazy. Like, I put a 4-piece maiden on her just to see what the heals are like, and they're okay. But for whatever reason on her, it didn't make that big of a difference. I don't know exactly why. It made a difference, but it didn't make that big of a difference. Maybe it's because of the team I play. and her ridiculous iframe. Because she starts healing the minute you hit the burst. As soon as you hit the burst, you get like 1 or 2 ticks. Like you go bop, and then it ticks. And then if you let her chill for a sec, you can just dash and you'll get another tick. So I'll let her chill for a sec, usually post burst. But there is a window where you could get hit, so you can only sit there for like a second. If you're doing healer Nahida. But yeah, the set bonus is fine. Healing bonus is fine. I actually kind of low-key recommend healing bonus in this scenario, but you're going to be balancing that out. The first place I would start, by the way, for artifacts is that guy. Yeah, they heal more. It's just, I haven't been able to figure out exactly what. Maybe it's because of the way this weapon heals. Because it heals, but I think because it's based on 6% of their HP. It's something in the way that it's calculating. That it's not, like, it makes a difference. But it's in, okay, the best way I can explain, I mean, I could show you, but you'll see exactly what I mean when you start using her. Like, having healing bonus on feels good, but in practice, it's not really doing much. It's not doing as much as you think it's doing. Like, it's healing, but for whatever reason, her heals are, maybe it's because she can heal every 12 seconds. Like every 12 seconds, you just, bow, here's a team heal. It's a team heal every 12 seconds. So for what it's worth, I don't really be needing healing bonus. I have 15% healing bonus, and it works fine. But I mean, all I'm saying is if you want to use healing bonus, you're fine. But more importantly, clearly you're going for damage. So, for what it's worth, if you're going for damage, just make sure you balance her crit rate is really kind of what I'm getting at. Make sure you have a sufficient amount of crit rate across all your pieces, given the amount of EM that you're going to have, based on the fact that you have that goblet. If you had EM, like 2 sources of EM, that number could come down even further. But not right now, because you're rocking Dendro. And that makes sense to rock Dendro. It does. Right? But with rocking Dendro, it just means you need to have more crit rate. And for what it's worth, you don't need a ton of crit rate. You just need to make sure you have enough crit rate. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, trust me, everything I'm looking at is fine. Just reroll this for crit rate, crit damage. Make sure that this number right here is like 50, and then you should be all right. And you will have a healer Nahida that is amazing. That is healer Nahida in a nutshell. And what's nice about quote-unquote healer Nahida, your healer Nahida, is that you can actually just slot the weapon out anytime you want to make her a DPS, because that is the DPS build. Well, and the circlet. You have to switch the circlet out too. Right, but based on what I'm looking at, you should be able to switch the circlet out with either EM or crit damage. Right, you would go EM. You would do an EM circlet if you're buffing your team and going for spread damage and all other jazz. And, if it's a team-wide, I want my team to be crazy strong, EM circlet. If you want her to be crazy strong, crit damage circlet. Either way you look at it, as long as you got a minimum 10%, 10% on the circlet, and crit rate, it doesn't matter. Right, and as far as talents, yeah, you can triple crown her if you want to. The meat and potatoes of her is her skill. You do not even need to touch her burst if she's a healer. Her burst is literally there just to buff her skill. And that's pretty much Nahida. It's just buffs her skill, right? Yeah, it just buffs her skill. Yeah, so yeah. Any questions on that Nahida? I commend you on this, by the way. Same with Kinko's gonna do a video on it. I'm currently trying to build, what is this party thing? Wait, that's a thing. Y'all can hit Y'all can hit faces? What is this? Why am I seeing faces? Happy faces, 100s? What is that? Hold on, cuz. Leon said at 100% needed to level the burst. I mean, for context, if you want to do damage, yeah.
不知道干什么的话，
To be a healer, you don't. I guess let me explain kind of why I'm saying what I'm saying. You need to level her burst because that's where her buffs are coming from, and her buffs are powerful, right? So level her burst because they matter as far as buffing this. So if you want this to do a lot of damage, this is what's going to make this do a lot of damage. But if as far as the healing aspect, this has nothing to do with her healing. This only has something to do with transferring EM and buffing that. That is literally all her burst does. It gives your team, it gives whoever's on the field a bunch of EM based on her EM, and it buffs this. That's all her burst
果
does.
然要亲眼去看，才能感受到世界的美。
So yes, level it for the damage. I just want to make sure you're aware of that. That's why I was saying that's why I said as a healer you don't even got to worry about the burst. Like if you want, you can go jump off this cliff, take damage, right? I will take every artifact off my Nahida. So there's no scaling at all, right? Just to show you how much this weapon heals by itself. And just to show you that like this has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with healing. That was my point. So don't level it thinking your heals will get stronger. I guess is what I'm trying to say. Level it because it buffs your skill. It doesn't even buff your normals. It buffs your skill. I guess you could say technically it buffs your normals, but not really. Like it buffs your skill. Actually, it doesn't even buff your normals. It buffs your normals on spread, but it buffs your EM. Yeah. Oh, I don't know if Healer Nahida is gonna help with the. With Fridge, she might. With Fridge, you might have to do a 4-piece, maiden. Maybe you might. On a Bloom team, cause she's not Healer Nahida ain't meant for that. Like Healer Nahida is supplemental. Like if I did like that, like look at my KUKI, right? I don't know how much HP she got. How much HP she got? 15,000, right? So, and Dendro as a whole, Dendro is really, once you understand Dendro, it's really easy. So I have 10,000, so I got 5,000 HP. This is her heals,
与你分享。
or mine at least. So, tick 1,000, tick 1,000, tick, and that's it, right? Now that is with a 2-piece healing bonus. Now it's not a lot. But the fact that you can do it every 13 seconds, 13 and a half. The fact that you can do it every 13 and a half seconds, and she will have a burst every rotation if you're playing Nahida. The fact that she has such a short burst window, it's like constantly healing for 1,000 over and over and over and over and over. No, your heals are going to exceed mine because I only have a 15% healing bonus effectiveness. You're going to have 30-something% healing bonus effectiveness. 35. You'll have an additional 20% on top over mine. Plus mine is level 90. Which shouldn't matter, but I don't know, maybe it's your healing bonus circlet? I have no idea. Yours around 500? Yeah, just level your healing bonus circlet. Yeah, now I think about it, just level. Well, it could be because it's based on the character's HP too, right? So I'm healing KUKI with 15,000 HP. You might have a character with less HP that is healing. So if you heal somebody with like 8,000 HP, because it's based on who is healing. Like my Zhongli heals for 4K off Nahida. My Yelan heals for like 2 or 3K off Nahida. So if I pull Yelan out, I mean, I'm not going to give the example right now because I don't want to take up too much time, but it's based on, because that's how the weapon works. It's based on the, I thought it was based on her HP. It's not. And I learned this when I was doing healer Mona, right? So I gave Mona a bunch of HP. It didn't do anything. And I'm like, wait a minute. So then I took some hits with Zhongli, took some hits with Mona, I popped it, Mona healed one amount, Zhongli healed a totally different amount. And this was when I was running a 54,000 HP Zhongli versus a 20,000 character. His was significantly more than the 20,000 character because it's based on that person's HP. You see what I'm saying? So just be mindful of that. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's the weapon is doing it. Nahida's not doing anything. The weapon and any healing bonus activity you have in your build is doing all the healing. Nahida's not doing anything. She's more of this. Nahida is more like the conduit that's allowing the weapon to heal. You know what I mean? And because her burst window is the shortest out of all the Catalyst characters, she's a good fit for that. Plus, you never even have to use her. You just pop a skill and then put her away. And then if you need to heal, you pull her out, heal, put her away. You know, so she's really good. From a gameplay perspective, healer Nahida is a thing. To me, she's a thing. I ain't gonna lie, Kinkle. I be wanting nobody but y'all to use her. I don't even want people to know about healer Nahida. Like, you gotta come to DWP to know about healer Nahida. You know what I mean? This is like my little. It's like the one thing I got pride in, healer Nahida. Because no one uses it. What about the other two? Absolutely. All right, so I'm assuming there's no more questions about Nahida. All right, so let's see. So Tainari, let's do Kaching first. So Kaching is very straightforward. Depending on her level, I see the weapon. Hold on, level 80. Okay. Yeah, I use healer Nahida. I don't talk about it. I only bring up healer Nahida because I know you guys are gonna see it, but I don't even promote it like that. I promote it, but I'll be like trying to keep it under wraps because the minute people start using her, it's about to be everybody named Mama is finished. Some dude gonna get 1 billion. It's just gonna, and I'm gonna be and it's just like okay, and then all of us like it's me and like another dude, we gonna get left in the dust. Like like y'all. Like, oh, okay. It's like a hipster thing, I guess. You know, but people should know about her, but I don't want people to get a misconception about healer Nahida, which is why another reason I keep it under wraps. 80/80. So you want to ascend her to 90, by the way. Level the weapon to 90 if you're going to use this weapon. And then, yeah, there's only like 2 of us in the community that use healer Nahida. That's actually not a bad set for her. 544. You know, I'm not opposed to this. The weird thing about Kaching is, okay, so Kaching, similar to Ayaka, but a little more emphasis on her skill because you're going to be using your skill more. She's more active in her skill. You just got her? No, that's fine. That's fine. Right? I could tell. So you got 5, 4, 4. It should be 5, 4, 5. I'm sure you already know. And then she has a passive that is going to, this is what's going to do. Okay. Her passive only matters based on how you play. And how you play is going to determine your Kaching build. So this is a non-burst oriented Kaching where you forget to hit her burst type of build. If you remember to hit her build and you actually have a rotation with Kaching, which is not easy, by the way, it's not easy, you can get away with a 55% crit rate. This is what I call a comfy Kaching. And if anything, it's proper. But the actual Kaching, yeah, she always has her burst. Who's hitting her burst like that, though? I mean, I am, but when I see Kaching players, they hit her burst, but it's like it's a weird rotation, though, because it's about maintaining her electro uptime. It's not hard to explain, but it's kind of hard to explain. You know what I mean? It's like, because you need to do skill burst skill so you can take advantage of the fact that she has that additional 15% crit rate in electro. So you do skill, hit your burst to get the crit buff, then you do skill again to start the timer on your electro conversion. You do your things with Kaching, and then by the time you're done with that conversion, provided all things worked out well, you should have another burst up. Or you should at least. Yeah, skill burst skill is the thing on Kaching. It's the same thing with Al-Haytham. Al-Haytham has like 2 variations though. With Al-Haytham, it's burst skill charge, and then you got skill plunge You got skill, plunge, charge, burst, skill. It's like I hate them's got like a million combos now I think about it. But yeah, with Kaching, it's skill, burst, skill. Right? So you throw it out just to have it ready. You hit your burst, da 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 da, and then you hit your skill again, and now you're in conversion mode. But the timer starts post burst, so you can take advantage of all the crit rate that you now have. Right? And then also, it should prep you to be able to collect more particles before your burst timer is up. Because if I'm not mistaken, and you might have to get with a Kaching main after this. So 12 seconds and 7 seconds. Yeah. So you should be able to hit your skill in any normal rotation. If I'm not mistaken, you should be able to get 2 skills. Not be able to, but you want to get 2 skills off before you hit your next burst. Or you want to be able to do this before you hit your next burst. Yeah. But for what it is, do not hit your burst until you hit your skill 1 time. But here's the trick though, and this is where it gets tricky. Kaching's players are typically used to this teleporting them to the target, right? So you'll hit your skill and then immediately hit your burst, but you're way over here. So you just bursted way over here. So you got to get used to playing really close to the enemy. Like you got to get used to hitting your skill here right next to him and then hitting your burst if you're going to do a skill burst skill play style. Right? Everything I'm saying right now only matters if you want to run more crit damage. This right here is fine, but you have to change your playstyle if you're going to run a lower crit rate, because she gets 15% crit rate post burst, meaning that you don't need all this right here, but you have to ensure you have a burst uptime, and you got to take advantage of the fact that you're in electro and all that extra jazz. So what that looks like is 55 crit rate and 220 crit damage. In your case, it looks more like 55 crit rate, 240 crit damage. I didn't pass you. Make sense? With that being said, I'm gonna seriously yep, right there. Yeah, so just replace the timepiece. And then this is crit damage, right? Yeah. So yeah, just replace the timepiece. The artifacts are good because of the weapon you're using. Now, I'm going to leave you with this on your Kaching, okay? In the event you are not running this weapon, because I use this weapon too. In the event you do not run this weapon, but you want to use some non-crit let me stop picking that. You want to use a non-crit rate weapon, you're going to have to make sure that your crit rate is at least 55. Especially if you want to run a crit damage circlet, meaning that you're going to need more than 3 there, more than 3 there, more than 3. You see what I'm saying? Like you'll actually need like 50 crit rate right here in just substats, or substats and a crit rate circlet. But that's kind of the point I'm getting at. In the event, for whatever reason, you give her let's say you get a second miss splitter, or you get or you want to try the lion's roar, which is significantly stronger if you could balance the ratio, or you want to use a lion's roar. Right, you just, for whatever reason, don't want to use this weapon, then at that point, yeah, 55 crit rate, and that's why I'm bringing up the 55 crit rate. And it's because of this right here. And there's a 4-second downtime on skill burst skill. So 8 seconds, and she has a 12-second cooldown. But if you cancel her skill, if you do a burst cancel with her skill, you should be able to, with the second part of her skill, you should be able to take advantage of the majority of the 8 seconds and still have your burst uptime. Because you need to have a burst uptime. You need a burst uptime playing without this weapon. And the build is different. Yeah. So what I would do is, the way you play Kaching, get used to playing close to enemies. Right? Only when you're in the event where you're trying to get to the enemy, so you're using Kaching more like a bot, like a teleport bot, because she doesn't have her burst or something, right? Other than that, get up to the enemy, skill versus skill. Bop, bop, bop. Do your thing, and then, you know, rotate, you know, do all the other, you know what I'm talking about? But yeah, the artifacts look fine. Switch out the timepiece. Any questions? And then we talked about talents already. And we talked about our level. We talked about the weapon. Yeah. Yeah, everything looks fine. Just this. Yeah, everything is fine. Yeah, you just need a new timepiece. Yeah, 4-piece glad is fine. Her burst is strong, but you're not hitting her burst for the burst. You're hitting her burst for the crit buff. In this case, you're hitting it because it's a burst. Right? That if you're doing that skill burst skill thing, right? So that's you like if you're running 55 crit rate, then that doesn't matter. But the set bonus is fine. Because you're going to be doing a ton of charge attacks anyway. Like that's going to be your ka-ching. Yep, that's going to be your ka-ching. Yeah, it's literally it's just a timepiece. If ka-ching, look at the square she's standing on. If I could do this and not go backwards, I would love this character. But because she goes back so far, this character is terrible. Off just that one thing. Yeah. Alright, Tainari, let's go to him. So we have level 90. Not opposed to it, actually. Yeah, her burst is... Yeah, that's an aggravate. But he needs EM for that. He doesn't even got EM, does he? Yeah, 23? Yeah. Yeah, aggravate, so that's a totally different... You still need crit rate. The build is still the same, but aggravate, you need a different build. Like, you do, like, 2-piece troop, or you could do, like, gilded, or thunder and fury. You need, like, thunder and fury. Like, it's a different ka-ching. Doesn't like timepieces? I think they've just been doing that in Genshin as of late. Or maybe it's been the whole time, but, you know, I like the set. Okay. Using aggravate. Are you doing aggravate? Are you using quicken on ka-ching? Or him? Who are you talking about? Because if it's for her, she needs more EM. And I don't know if I'm comfortable with you leaning on her for EM for her. Because she's going to need more EM than 400. If she's giving her that. Yeah, if you're playing her aggravate, you need more EM. And at that point, you want to go Thunder and Fury. Yeah, so you would actually want to switch to Thunder and Fury. That'll make her at least universal. This is a good set, but if you're going to use this set, I mean, maybe you can get away with an EM timepiece. Right? But you're looking at like $150 EM to like 300-ish. Either that or when you hit her burst, like she needs to have at least like 600 or like 600 EM. 700 EM. Because you have to give her enough to matter. Like, hold on. So I have 600, right? On my Nahida. Tell me how much EM you have after I do this. I don't have a burst. Okay. Yeah, you can do gilded. You can do, yeah. I was saying, was it Thunder and Fury? So you're not restricted to only Dendro-related reactions. But you could do gilded, it's fine. But you need a set bonus that's going to give you some kind of EM-based benefit if you're doing aggravate. Yeah, you need like 150 EM though. Yeah, 2-piece attack plus it. Yeah. I think he's talking about with an EM timepiece. Nah, Miko, you was doing too. That's fine. Any questions on? Oh no, I think we're good on Kaching. Yeah, nah. Yeah, dude. Yeah, you need a different set for aggravate. For him, so I just want to make sure you understand that this weapon does not buff his charge shots. The EM works, but it doesn't buff his charge shots. It makes his burst really strong though. You got 115 EM? Yeah. Your goal should be like $150, like minimum. Like I don't know if I'd go under 115. I don't recommend going under $150. Like $150 EM on her is like you're in copium territory, unless you have like unnecessarily strong artifacts and the set bonus. Like if you're on Thunder and Fury with 115 EM, great. Otherwise, you're looking at a gilded set with like 200 plus EM. Or these are going to be stupid. Like these numbers aren't going to make sense. Like 240 right here. The prototype? No, I was just making you aware of the mechanics of the weapon. Right? So I was saying that because I didn't know, because I'm looking at this and you're buffing his charge shot, right? This is going to buff his burst and it provides EM, which is fantastic, right? But between these two, which are having you bet. Okay, everybody wants to join. Okay, so between these two, is there a purpose behind balancing between the charge shot and the burst, or are you trying to isolate one, or you know what I mean? Which is fine. I'm just trying to get on I'm just making you aware of this one. Like this does not, but it's all this is doing for his shot is giving 165 EM. Which is good. But it's not like prototype good, for example. Or any other weapon good. Not any other weapon, but I would use that weapon. Personally, I just want to make sure that what you're doing is on purpose. Yeah, go for it. Wait, KUKI doesn't need it, does she? No, she doesn't need it. Yeah, take it. All right, Jordan. Oh, gotcha. I'm just guessing at this point. No, you're fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I just want to make sure you're aware. Right? So typically you would do like a crit balance weapon, right? Or you would do like a main stat, like shot weapon. Like for example, the stringless is really good on burst, but there's that, whatever that craftable weapon is, that makes him a little bit, to my understanding, it's supposed to be a little bit better on charge shot. Yeah, I got like 1,000,000 Naku weeds. Let me see. Where's that thing at? You know what I'm talking about. This thing. Alright, so attack, but then obtain teaching, blah, 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 blah. When releasing elemental skills and burst increase in mastery by 60, and then you R5 it, right? It's actually teaching is effective. It would deal 100% of attack and thereby enemy teachings for. Ooh, nah, just stay with the stringless, cuz. Yeah, no. Yeah, just stick with the stringless. Make him a burst bot, and then rely on your passive of the 4-piece set. Yeah, I like what you're doing. I think you're fine. Let's see what his ratio is, though. Ooh, like it. Respectable. EM is 336. I'm assuming this is going to be spread. And then we got 1019. Being that if you're only playing him with Nahida, I don't know if that energy recharge stat is necessary. Meaning that you can start investigating a reroll on that guy. Now I understand. Kinko said this. To my understanding, the attack and EM stat kind of are half and half. Something in my gut tells me you still want an EM stat here. It could be, I don't know which one. At the end of the day, I want that crit rate roll addressed. Like we can move some of that crit damage. Okay, we can move some of that crit damage. Where's it at? We can move some of that crit damage from this over to this, right? And I don't think it's too much to ask for you to come down maybe 2 crit rate, for you to go up 4 crit rate on this one, right? But we get a little bit of increase on that one. For where it's at, though, it's fine. And then for this guy, you know, we could do about Dendro Goblins. At least you got both the stats. And Energy Recharge is a good stat. And then your Circlet, I think it's fine. Oh, I see the crit damage. All right, so that 33%, I am not sure I care about this piece right here. No, you're right, Kinkle. Yeah, because he has. I keep forgetting he had the stringless. Yeah, so with this guy, I don't know if I care for this piece. I'm not sure if I'm crazy about this piece, particularly on Tainari. The EM stat could be great, but I kind of want more. I do want more crit damage on this guy. Pez, why you keep changing your name, cuz? What's happening with you, and how have you been? I hope all is well. Good to see you. We were talking about you earlier, actually. All right, so we were talking about your DPS Diona. All right. In a good way. It wasn't trashing it. It was just that, oh, we know what her ceiling is. We kind of have an idea on what her ceiling is. So anyway, so, yeah. If I was to reroll a piece, it would be, I would investigate this one, right? And to be honest with you, I'm being completely honest with you. If it had no EM, but it had more crit damage, I would actually use the one with more crit damage, only because it's a harder stat to balance. And then with this one, I would investigate maybe looking into a little bit more crit damage on this guy, but I would only take the crit damage with a maximum decrease in the crit rate of like 3, right? And then this guy right here, definitely want more crit rate, with only under the circumstances that you get more crit damage, right? Now, in this case, and I'm kind of going with what Kinko was saying, is that EM stat here and the EM stat here. With that being said, I don't know if I'm tripping too hard on either one of those, to be completely honest, because you have 165 here. Now, I want you to be at 336 with all my heart, but I'm not sure I care too much about all that not all that EM, right? I'd rather you be walking around with like 200 and like 140 with like a 70 crit rate or something crazy. Like, I'd rather you be walking around with that. You know what I mean? For what it's worth. You know, so, and then the attack stat, I'm not really crazy about the attack stat. Like, on Tainari, I don't know if I'm tripping on the attack stat on Tainari. And then for talents, 968. I think you're fine. I would stop on a skill until you get the burst to 9. And then once the burst is to 9, then go back to a skill, if you wish to. I think that's it. That's what I would do. Yeah, that would be the approach I would take. I would actually sacrifice those EM stats. It could be worse, but I would start there, only because that's a harder stat to get. And then over the course of re-rolling this or re-rolling this, okay, it'll give me EM there. I don't know if having 58 EM matters on this piece because your crit rate is low. And then I don't know if it matters on this one because your crit damage is low. You can make up both of those just on like this piece. And let alone, you might get the piece with EM here. But you could shave off that 33 on the circlet, put that here on a reroll, and you got better substats. Like, it doesn't have to be on this piece or this piece. It'll come in a different form, right? But you're looking at getting it in a different form on a, you know. I just want to make sure your ratio is in the pocket. And with your ratio should come EM. It shouldn't be let's fish for EM and then make sure our crit damage is in the pocket and our crit rate. Like, nope, fix your ratio and then let the EM come to you. That makes it even more apparent. Matter of fact, now think about it. That might even justify not even running EM on your substats, period. You might want to do pure, because if he's playing with Nahida, you might just be looking at playing like a pure crit rate, crit damage. Tainari. Jesus, I need a cigarette. This is what happens when you get cigarette cravings. Your brain goes crazy. But yeah, if he's playing with Nahida, that and this do not matter. In the event you only play those two, if you're only playing him with her, he does not need those EM substats. Those would serve him so much better in the form of crit damage. She doesn't need a lot more. It's because he doesn't need a whole lot. Like by the time she's leveled up, she'll be at 400. And yeah, she's gonna transfer a little bit of EM to him, but I think you should be fine. Like I don't think she needs 1,000. But maybe switching out that Dendro Goblet for an EM Goblet. Or even like switching one of these for a little bit more EM on these pieces. Something like that. Like, so you would reroll this for your... well, you already have the stats, it's just not leveled. So let's hope this hits your crit rate 3 times, but it hits EM the other times. Right? And then for this guy, you might not even need the crit damage roll at that point. You would actually want to go for EM. Because the EM is gonna drop into your bonus damage pot. So the way you look at EM on the heater, and I'm bringing this up because we're trying to figure out how to make her support him, right? So when you're looking at EM on her, you have 2 options as far as damage scaling, right? And one is solo, the other one is dependent on doing a reaction. So her spread, so EM is very similar, like an EM stat in the number of hits is very similar to the same number of hits you would get if it was crit damage. It's just that crit damage is crit damage. And then EM is spread damage and bonus damage. So you take your spread damage and bonus damage, put those together, and you should have a result that's relatively similar to what the crit damage roll would have did. On reaction on the heater, though, right? Now, because you're going to have Electro there all the time, I think, personally, it's fine, for the sake of balance, to just not even worry about the damage stat, because she's going to have to support him. And she's only going to be doing spread damage anyway. And if I'm not mistaken, there is literally no ICD on her skill. So whenever her skill hits, it hits spread every time. The little tick that it does, you played her already, right? You go, it puts a little thing on him. That, every time that goes pop, that is its own application of Dendro. Meaning every time that goes off is spread damage. You got an EM Goblet? Yeah, if you got an EM Goblet, just use that. So you got 2 sources of EM. With this weapon, you should be around 600 EM. That should be enough to give him enough EM to get started. It's going to give him like 100 EM, basically. You hit her burst, he gets 100. Actually, he might get a little more than that. Yeah, you should be fine. I mean, there's still re-rolls you need to do, regardless of the fact, right? She's on 2-piece. Yeah, that needs a re-roll. And that one's fine for the most part. This one does need you want this one re-rolled though. This one, she's being carried by that EM stat. That EM stat, it's not doing a huge amount, but it's doing something. All right, but yeah. I would switch this Goblet out for EM. For the sake of the whole team. Switch the Goblet out for EM. Make sure, because she's a healer and you want her, I'm assuming you want her to do some kind of damage, make sure your crit rate is in the pocket on all your artifacts. And then for him, when you do your rerolls, don't even care about EM. Because you're getting it from this. Only care about EM on him if you switch weapons. Would you give him her old Goblet? I think so. Let me see. Depends on how strong or weak his is. I would try it, yeah. She had 2% less crit damage, but she had more crit. She had like 6% more crit rate. I would. Yeah, I mean, me personally, I would. Because you're going to re-roll these other pieces anyway. Like, that's coming off. And this is definitely coming off at some point. Yeah, that's fine. But this one's going to get switched. You're going to get more crit damage on this guy in the future. Right? And then in the event that this one gets more crit rate, then sure, we can switch this off. And then hopefully we get you a better Goblet. Or a better Circlet. But I literally do not care about them EM rolls. With her. And this, I do not care about these EM substats at all. We could buff his EM by buffing her EM. And besides, he needs crit damage. If he didn't need crit damage but needed EM, people would have a whole bunch of EM on him. Like, with EM on him, and this is to my understanding, substat, because you literally, so let's say you pull him out the team, and you don't have this weapon, 698 for Nahida. You could do 698. You don't even got to do 6 on Nahida, believe it or not. It could be X98. You're only giving her, you're only buffing her, you're only scaling up her normals because you want to hit her normals. You would scale her normals as you want them scaled, not that you need, because you don't need her normals. Like half the time, I don't even use her normals. Like when I'm in the Abyss, I don't even use her. And when I do use her normals, I only use her normals to trigger reactions. Like I only use it to make blooms. You know what I mean? Or get Dendro. I use it to apply Dendro. Like more Dendro, because they don't do damage anyway. At level 9, they only do like 2,000. But then again, I'm not using the Dendro Goblet. Lastly, that help that she gets in crit rate. Lastly, that help that she gets in crit rate only applies to her skill. It does not apply to her normals. So if you want to use her normals, you need an actual crit ratio, not a supplementary crit ratio. Meaning you need 60 or 70 crit rate. You actually need 60, 70 crit rate if you're going to be out there just hitting her normals and banking on doing a bunch of damage with her normals, because her normals don't benefit from that passive. Bro, I need everybody here to promise me y'all never gonna smoke. It is the stupidest habit ever. Like your brain becomes dumb when you don't smoke. Lose focus. It's terrible. All right, cool. Any questions? Keep asking questions if you have questions. Yes, I did just hit a cigarette and tell y'all not to smoke. For anybody new here, who might be new here. And if you have questions, keep asking. You know what I really want you to do? What I really want you to do is put her on, if you're doing a spread specific team, I kind of want her on a 4-piece Gilded. I want her on a 4-piece Deepwood. I want him on a 4-piece Gilded. Stringless is fine, but I kind of low-key want him on a 4-piece Gilded so you can completely ignore EM. And then just give him like a different bow or something. You can give him an Amos for all you want. But, or if you're not going to do that, then maybe give him like, I don't know, keep him on troop or something. I don't know. Maybe, okay, give him troop. Keep him on the string list, because I don't know if you have any other options. Any, like, bonus damage weapons, like, what's that weapon? The Aqua? I don't know if you got an Aqua laying around for, like, no reason, which would be a weird weapon to have laying around. For her, she can stay a healer. She's only there to proc this and heal, and then be an EM bot. 2 EM, healing bonus, that's this the circle is up to you. Her, she would just be on Gilded with an attack timepiece, and then that's it. And then you would just rock her the way you would rock her. Whatever ratio you got is fine. That's what I would do. And I forgot who the last one was. Who'd you say? Fischl? Fischl would have a Gilded set too, either Gilded or Tenacity. I would try Gilded first though. In a Hyper Bloom team, she would be triple EM. It just depends on what you're trying to do with that Nahida though. So if you're trying to buff the Hyper Bloom, oh no, it doesn't work on high. That's not how it works. You would do EM, Dendro, and then crit rate. or EM Dendro crit damage for a Hyper Bloom Nahida. Triple EM is if you want to buff whoever your Hyper Bloomer is, but your Hyper Bloomer, like your Electro, is on the field. If your Electro is on the field, triple EM. If your Electro is off the field, then just one source of EM is fine. Yeah, because whoever's triggering the Hyper Blooms, they're not going to benefit from her EM buff. It's only the person who's on the field who's going to benefit from the EM buff. But if anything, just make sure she's on the right set bonus and has at least one source of EM. Like, literally, you're just buffing her when you do that. You just want to make sure she's strong. Because you can run level 1 Nahida. I could take every artifact off and run Hyper Bloom right now. Because my Yelan is on the field when I do Hyper Bloom. Either Yelan or Zhongli or, like, KUKI is not going to be on the field. But if I'm doing, like, Shogun Hyper Bloom or Shogun Quick Bloom or something, then at that point, you know, the double EM or the double. That's why I like the double EM. I try to hit 600 EM just so it's like a nice balance. I don't have to keep rebuilding Nahida for every situation. Yeah, the Gilda domain is the emblem domain of Sumeru. Yeah, or of Dendro. Yeah. Updated goblet? Yeah. I'm assuming on this guy? Yeah. Yeah, that in my opinion, that's better. You lost 2 crit rate and you gained 6, or you lost 2 crit damage and gained 6 crit rate. That's way better. Yeah, she don't even like need this right now because she's not, you know, she's not leveled yet. And this is fine because you supplemented it with EM. So yeah, you're fine. Oh, on the heater? Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. As a healer, yeah. As a healer, she's not there necessarily to do a bunch of damage. She's there to apply Dendro. Right? This is why I was a little leery on the circlet choice. Like you will see when you start using Healer Nahida. That 1,000 seems like it's not a lot. It really does seem like it's not that much. But that 1,000 is it's different because it's different per character. And for what it's worth, most 5-star characters have 20,000 HP. Not 15,000. So they're not healing for 4,500 total or 33,000 total. They're healing for like 4,500 total every 12. So every 12 seconds you heal for 4,500 HP, which isn't that bad. You'll see. You have to player and then use the healing bonus circlet as needed. And if you feel like you need it, keep it. Right? Now, if it gets to the point, and I'll leave you with this. If it gets to the point, for whatever reason, your Nahida just is not doing enough damage, might I suggest a 2-piece maiden. Now, that's going to drastically nerf your Dendro damage output. But I'm just saying, you could try it, and if you like it, cool. If you don't like it, don't use it. But it allows you to run DPS artifacts on your Nahida. If she doesn't have enough EM, that makes sense. Well, because you're getting it from bonus damage anyway. Like you're adding to that bonus damage pot. Isn't that bonus damage number tends to be really high, and then you compound that with the EM rating itself. It makes sense. It makes sense to me. Does spamming emojis pay? I have no idea. Probably. Oh yeah, it is Steve for the thumbnail. Bam! Any questions, Logan? I'm assuming there's no questions. He's just left the queue. Next up is John Lee, right? Yeah, probably not. Yeah, he just left the queue. Steve! That part, I didn't even said it once in this stream. Yoimiya and Bennett on the free-to-play account, right? Same thing, right? It's just an artifact because she's triple crown, right? Yeah. Did your goblet change? No, you had that one. What changed? Is it your EM? No, it can't be the EM. I feel like your crit rate is higher. No, your ratio is higher. What changed? Behold the power of Steve. Yeah, what changed, bro? It's got to be the crit damage. Hold on. Was it the goblet? No, I've seen this goblet. That's an insane goblet. I'll say that's an insane goblet. For anybody wondering, y'all need to go to church. This is what happens when you go to church. Go to church. You'll get artifacts like this. Mind you, this is his whole account. Well, most of his account. Oh, wrong one. Like, your account is crazy. Both of your accounts are crazy. Go to church, y'all. All right, so let's see. I had to go and pray after getting that goblet. That part. Like, Lord, I hope I did. I hope I'm doing good, man. I'll say it for you. Yeah, y'all, go to church. That's how you get stuff like this. All right, so anyway, yeah, no, that's crazy. Because I was going to say your ratio went up. Take note, by the way, y'all. So, you need EM substats? No, you don't. Not with pieces like that. Need EM substats? No, you don't. Not with pieces like that. So, yeah. If you did, he'd use them because he has them and he's not using them. So, yeah, no, use crit rate, crit damage. I tell y'all every time. Crit rate, crit damage. Like, he's got it on the circlet, you good. He's got it on that, he's good. He's got it on that, he's good. Nope. Nope. Like, it don't matter. Them two. EM, I don't care. Crit damage. It's looking amazing. No, she's looking good. Now we got to get, who is it, Garvs? We got to have you and Garvs do a DPS test together. Like, both of y'all would just take Xing Cho and then shoot with her and see who's higher. Because that dude's Yoimiya is something else, but he ain't got no EM. His EM is dumb low, but his ratio is insane. But I think on reaction, yours are stronger. I mean, his is stronger solo, obviously, but I don't know who's long run stronger. I would not do an EM Sans. Not right now. You can, but I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Unless you're never going to play with anybody on this account, I would not do an EM Sans. Or you can. You do what you want. You know what you're doing. No EM Sans? Oh, I want EM. Oh, no EM on the Sans. Oh, you want EM on the Sans? Oh, well, yeah, obviously you want EM everywhere. Like EM here, EM there, attack. This should be EM attack percent. And then this should be EM and I guess flat attack? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, optimally, we would want that, but shoot, take what you can get, bro. That's it. I showed my Yaimiko today. Every artifact has 2 dead stats on it. You know what I mean? No, it's looking good. That's looking good. And then Bennett. I know you don't have questions about Yoimiya, so I ain't even finna ask. Unless I will ask you. Matter of fact, do you have any questions? Because there's literally no questions to ask. I have questions, if anything. Yeah, yeah, I have questions. Yeah. So okay, so we got the Aquila Favonia. I know your energy recharge is ridiculous. Yeah. Okay. And then we have. This is the. Yep.
我来陪你一起想
Yep.
吧。
Okay. Okay. Good. And then healing bone. Okay. Good. Yeah, you're good. You know, I hate your energy recharge and the fact that you don't have a Favonia sword, but it's fine. But if you guys are going to do that, this is the Bennett that I would recommend doing. It's a C5, right? Yeah. Thank God he's not C6. Yeah, I would highly recommend that. If you're running this, do that. Like, just please do that. New circlet and a flower. Well, yeah, it's got 20 ER and 16 ER. I know you're going for a higher ER roll on the flower. I mean, you don't have to, but I mean, might as well. At this point, what is it, 20? Yeah, 18, 20, 20. Yeah, I mean, might as well. I mean, you don't need it, but might as well. I mean, at this point, you might as well. If anybody could do it, it's like we've been saying this about Burger a lot. If anybody could do it, you could do it. Don't waste your resin. I wouldn't be surprised though. I'll say that much. Might as well get that extra 2%. Call it, because what are you at? One. I almost feel like you could hit 260. Do you need to? No. Especially on the team, because she's feeding them particles. Like, it's almost to the point, like, because of her and how much EM you have on your substats, like, you can technically run EM here because of her. It's really kind of because of her. Like, you don't need this on it. Anytime, like, for what it's worth, people in the stream, if you run him with a pyro, you don't necessarily need. If your main DPS dealer is a pyro character, you don't necessarily need ER on him. I'm still gonna tell you run ER though.
果然要亲眼去
I'm
看
not gonna ever tell you never. I'm gonna tell you need that, but realistically speaking, you don't necessarily need it though. Like the ER stat here, 200 technically is fine when your main I'm only saying this because the main DPS is Yoimiya. But if you play her with Bennett, energy recharge. Plus his heals are so astronomical. 1 HP stat is enough for him to be able to heal a team. Mine has 1 HP stat. But I get somebody call me a tryhard when I play, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I'm nothing close to what a tryhard is. Like, y'all haven't seen tryhard gameplay, have y'all? Like, there are some gamers. I haven't spent a single resin in noblesse, thank God. Only strong box. I'm not touching. Yeah. That's the best way to do it, man. That is the best way. Yeah. I'm a huge fan of strongbox now. Even though I hate not. But then again, I don't have artifacts that need upgrading. If I had a bunch of artifacts that needed to get upgraded, then yeah. But I have like none that need to get upgraded. Like I can plug in, like I'm pretty sure you're in the same boat. Like you get a character and you can almost plug and play like a set on them. You know what I mean? So it's like I got KUKI and she already has everything. I just got to level her and all that. Level her and her skill. As far as your bit, I feel like there was a third. Oh, it was on a different account. Yeah, no, Bennett, he looks fine. I know you don't have questions as far as he's concerned either. Just please, whatever you do, just if you can promise me this, don't build a DPS Bennett. Because if you do, I'm never gonna hear the end of that farm. That farm is gonna be cancer to your. It's gonna be cancer. Who am I looking at? Yolan? Did you say Yolan? Oh, Raiden? Oh Lord. Yep. Well, I know where this is going. Well, you want to see something crit rate? I've seen this Raiden. Watch this. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Bruh, a clean. It's not just 100. It's a clean 100. Yeah, exactly. And it's point zero. You feel me? No wasted potential. No, none. Exactly. And it's on emblem. And he's right there. He's missing energy. He's missing 11 energy recharge. But with this, I don't know if we can trip that hard. And he's at 19. And he's at what? 2,000 attack. I'm kind of mad you didn't triple crown her at this point. Like, you might as well. With that, you might as well.
身份多一点才便利。需要我帮你捏造一些吗？
Oh, thank God. I was just like, man, you pull, man, don't blow money on this account. Not for that. She already strong enough. This is the one character I tell people, like, don't pull constellations on. I don't think I've ever instructed somebody ever to pull constellations for. I don't think I've ever told anybody you need to pull constellations for the Shogun. She's so strong, you don't actually need to pull. You really don't need to pull constellations for this character. Pulling constellations for this character is a flex. The minute you go C2, you're flexing because she doesn't need it. It's not even flexing so much. It's just that it's so unnecessary. It's so unnecessary on the Shogun. No, you use her. No, you should pull C2 Nahida. You should not pull. You don't have. This is the one character, the Raiden. This is the one character you actually don't need to pull constellations on. The minute you pull C2, you are now trying to enter well territory worth of damage. Right? The only circumstance I will ever, and I have to say this before I move on to the next character, because I know for a fact Kinko doesn't have questions about this. The only time you will ever hear me say you actually person need to pull C2 Shogun is when their artifact game is so terrible, there's literally no, and they're not listening at all. That is the only time you will ever hear me say you need to pull, and mean it. You need to pull C2 Shogun. Other than that, it's conversation or ooh, she lit, you on fire. You might as well put dubs on your car type of energy, right? But I will never ever recommend a C2 Shogun ever for the sake of performance. You pull C2 because you want to flex. You pull C2 because you want knock in your car, because you want dubs on your car, because you want to tint your windows, not because your engine is not running. But if you refuse to fix your engine for one reason or another, and you just want to throw money at the game because for whatever the reason is, you just would rather throw money at it and do what a C0 does, pull C2, and just enjoy sucking. Because I can't help because C2, you need C2 to fix. But your Shogun has to be so bad, like you have to be on a Huss set. Then you pull C2. Yeah, so I just want to say that. All right. No, C2 Nahida is lit. But C2 Nahida is worse than C2 Shogun. In the grand scheme of things. You can one-shot rooms with a C2 Shogun. You can't one-shot a room with a C2 Nahida. You can start to one-shot the room, but you can't walk in and go blink and the whole room disappear. With her, you can walk in as C2 with the right build and the weapon and all that. You can walk in and go sing, bow. There's a nuke setup. Kazuha Bennett, C2 Shogun, you one-shot of the Geo Vishat. You can't do that with Nahida. She hits 600,000 at C2. You go from 100,000 like 600. It's some stupid number. And you do want refinements with a Gulf and Lightning and all that jazz, but she hits unnecessary amounts at C2. Because your screen. John Lee, what's going on? Ganyu review. Let's go. Yeah, turn your brightness down. On your phone screen. Turn your brightness down. What's that? 64? Here we go. That is not your account. 006 698. Got you. I'll look at both. I'll start with the rating. Haha, I was finna say. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, 4 piece. All right, so level 90. R5 catch. 4 piece. Okay. 1A10. Cool. You can move it to 9 if you wish. You don't have to. Love it. Love it. Love it. All right. Let's see. Okay, good. Okay, good. Because of the weapon. Really, really good. Wow. That's really good. What if I told you that 22% ain't doing what you think it's doing? I'll just say it. I would re-roll this piece for more crit damage. Yes, you want to keep energy recharge on there. Not with 7% crit damage, though. So I would keep farming. You know, obviously it don't gotta happen today, but that would be the piece I would replace. Yes, I would replace that. So for what it's worth, this 22% is getting you about 8% electro. It's something like that, which is fine. 8% electro, right? But that's 15% crit damage you could have had. Now, if you had 10% energy recharge and 14% crit damage, that would have been cool. Yeah, this is the only piece I would replace. Now, if you had an engulfing lightning, then we might have a little bit more of a case because it'll get you attack scaling as well. But you're already in diminishing returns with you're in diminishing returns with an engulfing lightning because your energy recharge stops at 300 on emblem. Isn't the attack is mad low? It's stupid low, but that's what happens when you run the build you're running. This is why people typically run an attack goblet right here. Like, so, okay, so the thing is, with this being energy recharge, you usually only run energy recharge. So here's the thing. What's better, attack or energy recharge? Because that's always the argument, right? Now, before you say, because I know I can feel it burning in Kinkle right now. Before you say it, Kinkle, we can say, yes, substats, all that jazz. But if you strip all the substats and you just say energy recharge or attack percent, attack is stronger, but energy powers your team. So what you're going to do is you're going to base it on, yeah, ER is better for support. So what it is you need to decide whether you want to power your team or if you want her to do damage. And there is going to be a difference, right? So the effect that you feel in gameplay from the damage that she does versus the burst uptime of your team is equal, right? So there's not a huge difference in damage, but there's not a huge difference in the burst uptime of your team either, right? So you just decide which one is more of a priority for you when picking this piece. This piece is what's going to determine this piece. And the combination of these pieces is determined by the weapon. So it's either this or an engulfing lightning. The engulfing lightning just puts more justification on running this piece. It doesn't mean this piece is better. It just justifies energy recharge more with an engulfing lightning. Now, it's not until you start getting refinements where this becomes stronger than attack. Like literally stronger than attack. It's like I think R2 or R3 or something like that on an engulfing lightning specifically. And it's because of the attack scaling, right? You double dip in the ER stat. You have two sources of scaling with energy recharge with an engulfing lightning. You only have one source without the engulfing lightning. So be it that you have one source of ER scaling, running this will power your team. Really good for raiding national if you aren't running energy recharge pieces on Xingqiu and Xiangling. Now energy recharge makes a lot more sense. Because you want Xiangling to hit 30k vaporizes. And you want Xingqiu to do, 6, 7k per sword thing or whatever. You know what I mean? But when you throw Bennett in the mix, depending on your Bennett, you're going to be adding upwards of 1200 attack anyway. And this is actually really normal for a Shogun. So with the Shogun, what I always recommend personally is when you run a catch, this is why I have two pieces. When you run a catch, you want to run an attack time piece. Right? And that should be where your attack is. And what you're doing is she's still going to power your team because you're still going to be around 200 energy recharge. The minimum, my recommendation is 220. But yeah, like 200 energy recharge-ish, right? Your ratio will be what your ratio is, right? And typically, with a catch, you can run a lower crit rate, right? Usually, this is my old Shogun, by the way. This is my catch Shogun. So typically, you run 58%. 58% will give you, because of the 12% passive, it'll put you at a 70% crit rate on burst, meaning that you could bolster your crit damage, right? And now, as long as you're around 220, you're really just running 220 to make sure that she has a burst. Now, as a byproduct, because of the passive of her burst, is somewhere in here, right? You get 5 ticks of scaling that's going to push the burst up. It's going to provide energy to your team. There's 5 instances, right? So bop, and then a couple seconds go by, and then bop, and then a couple seconds go by, and then bop, and those 5 instances is separated in seconds, right? Bop, and then it gives your team energy, and then there's a cooldown, but it happens 5 times. Over those 5 instances, your team is going to get energy based on her energy recharge, right? What I'm trying to point out is when you have a catch, this piece being attack or energy recharge is going to determine whether you're running electro or attack. Right? So typically, in your case, if you want her to do damage, you run attack electro. If you're going to run energy recharge, you're going to run an attack time piece. Now, from my personal experience, and this is back when I had an electro goblet with 3 crit rate and nothing else, versus this that had 10 crit damage, energy recharge attack was weaker than energy recharge electro that had no crit damage on it. That's from my experience. Now, everyone else has a different experience with the Shogun, which is why I don't really like entertaining Shogun conversations around these 2 pieces, because my experience always differs from everybody else for whatever. I don't know why, but it does. All right. So, and I had it on like old streams, but I think they're gone now because I deleted them or something like that. I don't know. It might still be there, but this is the piece that I had, and this is the timepiece. This timepiece plus this piece was weaker than this timepiece and this piece with no crit damage. In my experience, if you're concerned about strength. The point I'm getting at, that piece is fine if that's what you want to use. It's this piece that you need to decide whether you want to power your team or she needs to do damage. That's what you're deciding. She's going to be strong regardless of what piece you choose. She's going to be stupid strong. It doesn't matter what piece you choose. This piece right here, she's stronger. This piece right here, and she's not stronger by a huge amount, but she doesn't power her team by a huge amount. It's just which one is more important to you. That's what you're choosing. I run energy recharge now because I have an engulfing lightning. And I double dip based on the passive. So not only am I getting electro from running energy recharge, I'm being supplemented for the missing attack that I would otherwise not have by having an engulfing lightning. And then the goal is to not run past 270 energy recharge, because you start falling into diminishing returns when you hit 270 energy recharge, because with an engulfing, why am I even talking about this weapon? You don't have an engulfing. But when you get an engulfing, don't go past. What I'm saying is, if you plan on getting an engulfing at any point in time, don't go past 270. Put whatever those stats are into crit damage. I guess is what I'm getting. Either crit damage or attack is, I guess, what I'm getting at. Trying to future-proof your plan. Yeah. So just don't go past. Just don't go past 270. That 8% that you have here could go here, or that 8% that you have here could go here. Because you get no additional scaling from the emblem set. You get it in the form of attack, but not from the emblem set. So it becomes half as benefit. It's half a stat after 270. You're only getting half the effectiveness. So anything past 270, when you get the weapon, if you ever get the weapon, look at it like you're only getting half the energy recharge after 270. Whereas if you put it on crit damage or attack, you're getting the whole stat. The whole effectiveness of that stat. Does that make sense? Anyway, as far as you're concerned, the only piece where you're at, I'll replace that piece. And it's because the amount of electro you're getting, in my opinion, that's why I said, like, it's fine. Roll one with, if you have the choice, roll one with energy recharge, but we want more crit damage on there. If you're gonna run, okay, so if you're concerned, so when we're talking outside of crit rate and crit damage, we're talking about a third substat, right? So if we're looking at a third substat, that third substat, if you're rocking energy recharge here, that third substat would be attack percent, yes. If this was attack percent as a main stat, your third substat would be energy recharge.
在这世间行走，身份多一点才便利。需要我帮你捏造一些吗？
For her, on the catch, it's around like 220. The engulfing lightning is diminishing returns is 270. But with a catch, it's like 220 on the catch. Really, it's like 240 or something like that. But like 220 is where you want to stop.
点数不错，今天就继续翘班吧。等到状态好了，再去把活一次干完。
Like, it's kind of the sweet spot. Like, if you can get, the closer you are to 220, like, the better. But that depends on the attack stats that you have on her. So in this case, because you have so much energy recharge, right? If we could take any additional energy recharge you have and convert that into attack percent. Like, let's say, because if you want to run an energy recharge timepiece, that's fine. But you will be sitting at like 260. But now we got to get rid of all those energy recharge substats and put that into attack percent or crit damage. Preferably in this, now think about it, preferably attack percent. I'm just not sure about your crit damage being low and having 22% energy recharge. And like, that's a lot of energy recharge. I don't want to, nah, but it's not as effective as you think. It's effective, but it's not, it ain't like that. Like, I wouldn't hold this piece like I need this piece. Like, I need this piece. No, you don't. Because anybody else who has a piece, I promise you, if you ask anybody who has the shogun, here's how I know this is a fact. If you go ask anybody with a shogun, are they using a piece that looks like this? Or are they looking for a piece with 20 crit damage? If you ask anybody with a shogun, they are not using this piece. I can guarantee it. They are immediately re-rolling this for more crit damage. They want energy recharge. They want attack percent. but they're going for crit damage, and there's a reason why.
点数不错，今天就继续翘班吧，等到状态好了，再去把活一次干完。
If there's any questions about what I'm saying, think about it like Yelan. Yelan's HP stat is very close to crit damage. This is not Yelan. Energy recharge does not hit like HP does on Yelan. Energy recharge hits nothing close to like HP on Yelan. That 22% on Yelan is like 22% crit damage on Yelan. That is not 22% crit damage on the Shogun. That's like 8%.
线人来信了，
Strong, but not.
看来又出现
It
了
ain't
新的
like
变
that
数
though. Right? We would rather have that stat hit crit damage a bunch of times. Okay, so you're good on the Shogun. Okay. Charge attack increases. Okay, so you're... I'm assuming you're a really good shot. But it's still good nonetheless. Okay, so let's see. We have... Okay, good, good. Well, what's your... Ah.
点数不错，今天就继续翘班吧，等到状态好了，再去把活一次干完。
Your Ganyu looks fine, but what are we going for? Freeze or charge? Are we doing burst or charge shot? Let me ask you a different way. How important is her burst to your Ganyu? Like, do you need her burst to do damage or no? I'm asking because of the set bonus. So freeze and charge shot, but how important is her? That's why I have to reword it. But how important is her burst shot? I mean her burst, because her burst is gonna change your rate. Your ratio is fine, by the way. Right. So here's why I'm asking. So you do want to be at 50 on burst because you got to treat her like Ayaka if her burst damage matters, meaning that you're doing freeze with like Venti or something. Yeah, it's because I got drift on my controller, bro. I'm trying. You don't like her hair? You don't like Ganyu hair? Look at it. It's smiling at you. But yeah, so yeah, no, you're in the pocket. I mean, we're gonna. I just want to make sure I'm in line with what you're going for. That's all. And then it's like, yeah, I want her burst to. Oh, okay, cool, because it's gonna be 70% crit rate per, hit roll. It has a 70% chance to crit on the Blizzard set. That's what I was asking. All right, so cool. Going for charge shots. If you're at a 90% crit rate on charge shot, meaning that we could start sacrificing a little crit rate. That's what I was asking. Okay, so if it's a byproduct, okay, that's fine. So when you're running Blizzard, for what it's worth, if you're doing Blizzard, freeze, melt, all that on the Blizzard set, the burst will do damage, but how important is the burst? Okay, so I'll give it to you like this. I'll give you the charge shot with the Blizzard set, and then I'll give you the burst with the Blizzard set, and then with the charge shot, I'll give you less important. Okay, so and then I'll give you the melt approach. Melt approach, you just introduce a lot of EM and whatnot. All right, so anyway, so in the event that her burst is not important like that, 30% crit rate, which means that we could probably add upwards of 60 crit, not 30, not 60. We could probably add upwards of 40 crit damage to her on her charge shot, right? Because we don't need all that crit rate. Staying away from melt, thank God. Okay, so if you're doing freeze, charge shot, all right. So we're doing freeze, charge shot. So I think your crit rate is fine because we want your burst to... Okay, I'll just tell you that one, right? So on a freeze Ganyu, yes, I highly recommend that you have your crit rate at 50, even still, but what we're doing is we're kind of banking on her burst to do a lot of damage. I can't remember if we were talking about you using Kazuha or Venti or some kind of grouping character. Was that in the conversation? Because if it was, then yeah, we want a 50% crit rate. If no, then 30% is fine. Right? I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just trying to remember. are y'all getting these goblets from today? Ah. Do you have Kazuha or Venti?
在这世间行走，身份多一点才便利。
不知道干
需
什么的话，
要我帮你捏造一些吗？
要不要我带
Oh,
你
and
去
it's in
转
her.
转
Yeah, that goblet is godlike. You feel me, Logan? Like, bruh, every cryo account is looking for that, so that we can do crazy stuff like this. Because your crit rate's only suffering because of your circlet, believe it or not. This is what's killing you.
等到状态好了，再去把活一次干完。
If you got 2 crit rate, 3. If you got 3 crit rate on a circlet, you could technically put this Ganyu away. If you get more than 3 crit rate, you could reroll this without breaking a sweat. No, your crit rate's good. I'm just saying, if you're going to reroll this for more damage, you're probably going to lose crit rate in the process, and we want to maintain that. That's all I was saying. Yeah, reroll that. Yeah, I would reroll that. It all depends on if you're doing melt. That's why I was asking about melt. So if you're doing melt, EM matters. If you're not doing melt, EM literally has no place on this
看来又
Ganyu.
出现了新的变数。
Like, that is not important on a freeze Ganyu. That matters if you're doing melt. Yeah. If you just got a little bit of crit rate here, you can rock out on this flower. Because you're probably going to lose crit rate re-rolling it. I mean, it's normal. Like, 11 is a rare roll for crit rate. Believe it or not, 10 is kind of a rare roll.
点数不错，今天就继续翘班吧。等到状态好了，再去把活一次干完。
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I would just reroll that, find a little crit rate. Hopefully it has attack percent. But yeah, crit rate, attack percent, crit rate really on a substat. And then just reroll that. And then try to get something double McNasty on the crit damage, like crazy. Like on the crit damage. Like if you get 3 crit rate, I'm dead serious. If you get 3 crit rate, is her attack good? I mean, for the weapon choice, yeah. But you haven't leveled the weapon and she's not level 90 yet. So if you level her up all the way, I'm thinking you'll get maybe another 50 or 50 to 100 attack or something. I can't. It's hard for me to eyeball attack based on this, but I know you're gonna get a little bit of attack here. That's gonna go into the base attack pot, and then by her hitting level 90, it'll add more to that base attack pot. That's gonna multiply your attack stats. So you're gonna be much closer to the 2000 range. But in my opinion, based on a 4-star weapon, I think you're fine. Like 1800 is normal for a 4-star attack. That's actually really high on an attack stat for 4-star weapons. Especially at level 80, that's high. Like usually it's like 1500 or something. It's not until you get in 5-star weapons where it starts to like 2000 is the normal.
线人来信了。看来
That account has 2 of the goblets at AR56. Y'all should have seen Burger's account. You should have seen the accounts Burger had at AR55s. That Viv feather. I will never forget that feather. That feather hit at AR55. I will never forget that feather. It had 3.5 crit rate. I'm not even going to repeat how much crit damage it had. Somebody else has a timepiece like that.
在这世间行走，
It's a crimson time. It's a crimson timepiece. It's a crimson attack timepiece with the absolute most crit damage. It has the same rolls. The crit damage on that thing is like, you would never see that. And if you have it, whatever artifact it's on, you're stuck with that. Because you will probably never see that artifact again. But yeah, your Ganyu looks fine. I'm just thinking of the next step. Crit rate here that'll allow you to raise this number up. By the way, if I ever say there's nowhere else you can go, that's because I literally don't see anywhere else you can go. Right? But yeah, you can definitely make some moves on this one because the crit damage is low on that. And we can move that up by adding crit rate here because you're probably going to lose a little crit rate there. So we want to buffer that. Right? So if we can cover the potential loss of crit rate here, then we can move the crit damage up. Because I'm pretty sure you're not going to be looking at some crit. Hold on. Why did I do that? I'm pretty sure you're not going to be seeing like a 10-27 or something crazy. The talents, yeah, the talents were fine. I would start scaling up her burst though. Move her talent to 9 on the normals. I would push her burst to 9. The skill, you can, I'm sure you know you can leave it at 2. And then you wouldn't start moving that up until both are at 9. Like her skill, you really don't need to do anything with it. As I'm sure you know. Like her burst alone more than doubles it. I feel so normal now. That was such a Sims statement, bro. Like, that's a Sims 4 statement. Oh, burger. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yep.
在这世间行走，身份多一点才
Yep.
便利。需要我帮你捏造一些吗？
Yep. You could actually rock single stat artifact. You know what that is? That's 2 8% rolls. That's basically 2 9% crit rate rolls. And crit damage on one. This covers 2 artifacts worth of crit rate. Yeah, I don't even use CV and I know how important that is. It's because it's 14 crit damage. That's what makes it good. That is not unfortunate. That is mad fortunate. He got his balanced crit damage, and he's got 2 artifacts worth of crit rate. And for what it's worth, people be losing their mind over pieces like this, but you can do that. You can do that when you have this. I'm just glad it's not 7 crit damage. Yeah, but you're Burger. You know what Burger's turning into? He's turning into the rich kid. Like, peasants. He's turning into that guy. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. We all got great artifacts. That's an amazing artifact. Nah, this is fine. I think it's amazing. We are talking to Burger, who's. Let me explain. I gotta let Burger know that. All right, let me clear something up because I think he's feeling some type of way about his Ayaka. Let me show y'all something. I'm gonna make this nice and quick. So ever since this happened, I feel like it. Don't let it get to your head, Burger. Because the reality of it is, you did not choose that build. The build chose you. You did not choose that. It chose you. You did not choose that, or that. It chose you. You did not put that build together. You did not design that build. You did not split those artifacts. You were given these artifacts. You were hand given on a silver platter these artifacts. These were given to you by MiHoYo's RNG system. So we all would prefer good artifacts, but we got to take what we get. And for what it's worth, what he was given, in my opinion, is a fantastic goblet. Does that make sense? I had to bring him back to reality because you got some time. Hey, I want you to stay in reality, Burger. Stay in reality. We all here. No, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. I cannot call this mid at all. I can't. Not with 17 crit rate on set, bro. How in the world could you fix your face to say this is mid? Your whole face looked at your phone or whatever you're looking at the stream at, and you looked and made a face and said, that's mid. How could your face do that with a attack percent, 14 crit damage, and 17 crit rate on set? I thought you said it was mid. I was finna go bad on you, bro. Oh, you said it was unfortunate splitting of CV. Yeah, that is not unfortunate. How is that unfortunate? If it's unfortunate, how is it unfortunate? This, sure, we can say it's mid. This, not even, it's 27. I don't even know if I call that mid. It's mid because it doesn't have crit rate. But that's an incredible crit damage roll. This one right here, though? I know he's saying it would have been nicer. But let's start on a high note. He came in like, it would be better if, like, hold on now. Like, hold on. Like, 17 crit rate, though. And first off, you only need 10, 14. 14. He's got the minimum. And almost doubled in crit rate. Do you know how many hits a crit rate that is? I don't know. I'm applauding, homie. And I feel like this is battling some of your artifacts. They just don't have the crit damage number to make it look all special. Right? We all got them type of artifacts. We all got the big monster, God knows what kind of Jesus Christ stuff flying around. Everybody got them kind of artifacts. The 30 crit damage circlers. Everybody got those. Everybody got those. What I'm saying is, that piece is like, bro, like, I gotta give some credence to that. Yeah, I thought you were low key roasting it in the back of your head. I was like, you better not start. I was like, you better not. I gotta, yeah. Like, you, man, you better not, don't you be talking about people who got, but don't you look at that and be like, I better not hear the word mid out your face. Like, you know for a fact that ain't mid. Don't you? Yeah, it's unfortunate. I ain't unfortunate. That's fortunate. You know it's fortunate. You gonna get a piece with 40 crit damage and be like, I wish I had that, and can't, because you ain't got this. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, man, that piece is... I like it. I like it. All right, on to the next one. I like it. AFK? No, he chilling. Did you have any questions, by the way? We on Jack? Okay. Oh, God. And he got a smiley. Okay. Oh, Lord. All right, so here we go. All right, let's see. It's a lot of Ayakas, yeah. Yeah, well, it's a good sign though, Jack. Like, it means that people are walking on their own 2 feet, which is the goal. That is the goal. Like, it's not like the goal isn't to have to carry. The goal is to get you to the point where you don't need a carry. You know what I mean? So it's actually a good sign. It's a good thing. You know what I mean? All right, so Ayaka, you said what now? Retired Gene? Uh-oh. I ain't gonna lie, it's looking better than mine. All right, so let's see. Yeah. I don't know. It might.
点数不
I
错，
don't know. Let's get into
今
it.
天就继续翘班吧，等到状态好了，再去把活一次
Wow
干完。
Yeah, see, that's one hit. That's crazy. All right, so let's see. Wow. Okay, that. You know what's funny? I actually wish it didn't go to crit damage, but went to crit rate on this one. But your crit rate is so. Wait, what kind of circlet are you? Oh. Okay. It's not a problem. I'm just looking at it. Okay, so let's see. So, God dang. You got some good pieces. You know what makes the crit rate Ayaka really, really, really hard to build is your crit damage rolls have to be so outlandish to support that Ayaka. But for what it's worth, I mean, it is really good. So you're over crit, but I don't have a problem with being over crit necessarily, unless it's I have a problem with over crit if it's digging into your crit damage or your attack too much. But in my opinion, it's not really digging too deep into your crit damage or your attack for that matter. Let alone you got an ER roll in there, right? So I don't know if I'm opposed to what I'm looking at. If it were me, yeah, I mean, you could maybe sacrifice a little bit of crit rate, but there's nothing you could do about it because you're reliant on a crit rate circlet. They can't though, because it's 57 minus 31. That is nowhere near enough crit rate. Oh, Newts is taking off. Thank you for the awesome vibe. Hey, shout out to you, Newts. Newts, I'm gonna be trying to catch up with you maybe like tomorrow or something like that. But yeah, congratulations on it. Yeah, straight up. And you have yourself a great night, please. Okay? For real, for real. Yeah, but they would have to re-roll the whole set. That's what I'm saying. Like, and these are really good rolls for what it's worth. Like that one's good. This one's, God dang, that's good. This one is really good, and this is really good. They would have to re-roll basically everything to because how much is that? So it would be, because what do you need? You need 45, right? So you would be at 26, right? You would need like 19 crit rate or something like that on the circlet. No, not that much. Yeah, you would need like 19 crit rate because you need to be at 45 crit rate. But if you do minus 31, just to get you back to where you need to be, you would need like 19 crit rate on the circlet. Yeah, that's why I said 50. No, I'm not looking at this. I'm looking at this. The artifacts. I'm just looking at the artifacts. I'm trying to get that. I'm trying to get this number to be 45. 13? Yeah, so it's 31 minus 13. What was that, 27 or something? So 27, 28, whatever that number is. But you would need that in crit rate on the circlet by itself. And I am in no way, shape, or form going to ask them to get a circlet with 17, 18, 19 crit rate on it. Yeah, I'm not going to ask them to pull a crit damage circlet with 18 crit rate. That would be stupid. That would be stupid for me to. That's like, hey, can you just make $1 million real quick, please? Oh, you can't? Oh, you're terrible. You're trash. Like, what? Like that'd be kind of silly. Yeah, you have to swap the flower, but we want to make sure that they see. Because the thing is, I don't necessarily want them to come down on the crit damage and the attack percent. I'm trying to see what they could do as far. That's what I'm saying. They're gonna have to re-roll a bunch of stuff.
身份多一点才便利。需要我帮你捏造一下。
I'm also trying to think of something that's not literally going to cost them 10,000 resin. Because how much resin would it take to get... Shout out to all the lurkers! Swag! Shout out to the lurkers, for real, for real. How much resin do you think it'll take to get an 11 or a 10, like a 1027? With no attack percent. Let alone a 1028 with 13%, which is basically impossible, right? And then what's the chances they're going to hit enough crit rate to supplement the rest of that on top of that? Because I don't know if I want them to necessarily get rid of 28% and 13% attack. But that's like the only option, really, is you're going to have to reroll your flower if you want to rock a crit damage circlet. But you're going to need incredible rolls across both of them. Like, relatively good rolls. And I can't promise you that. Because on average, the average amount of crit rate I see on circlets, and from all the accounts that I look at, it's usually like 6-7 crit rate on the circlet. $11 crit rate and all that, that's Kinko and Burger. And like that's like a handful of people who be pulling that. I don't know how they do it, but that's them. For most every other account, it'd be like 3 crit rate, 7 crit rate, 6 crit rate, sometimes 10. But crit rate, it don't just hit like you. It doesn't just give you 10 crit rate. But you would need 10 on 2 pieces, 9 or 10 crit rate across both pieces. And what's the likelihood that you're going to lose the 13% attack and the 28%? Not the whole 28%, but you're at the maximum I'm anticipating you losing is 14 crit damage and 13 attack.
点数不错，今天就继续翘班吧，等到状态好了，再去把活一次干完。
Yeah, I'm just trying to be. I'm not saying he can't do it. I'm just trying to be realistic with him, though. So, what you would need, Jack, what you would need is 9% per piece. A minimum would be 14 here. Minimum, right? The attack percent stat, you said it loves you, right? The wrong message got pinned. I didn't pin that. Unless I did. Okay. Yeah, so you would need 9% per piece to make up the 18%. Oh yeah, no, I had to be away for a minute. You would need some really strong crit rate rolls. Now, turning this into crit damage is going to make up a lot of your crit damage, but I don't necessarily want to devalue what you got going on here either. Like, if this hits 20%, great. But going from 28 to 14, that you're going to feel that. Not that it's bad, but if you want to get stronger, that's the only option really that I'm seeing based on these other pieces that you have. So this one is like literally only because you're not changing this, and you are not changing that, and you are definitely not changing that. So this and this are the only pieces you can change, which is kind of interesting. And it's really because of your goblet. Because of your goblet, you have the option to offset one of them. Make one of them offset. That's a stupid piece, by the way. I actually would use that piece in nukes, but I'd use it.
看来又出现了新的变数。
Yeah, that 17% crit rate looking kind of nice now, ain't it? Yeah, that'd be a nice distribution now, wouldn't it? Yeah, exactly. That part.
在这世间行走，身份
What's going on, Star? How you doing?
需要我帮你捏造一些吗？
There you go. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, that's gonna have to be that has to be your strategy.
线人来信了，
Why you keep saying that, Star?
看来又出现了新的变数。
What's going on, Ari? Any questions at all, bro? Yeah, you're definitely gonna go in for crit damage. 我you don't like Xiao?
是吗？我来陪你一起想吧。
No questions? Okay. Ka-ching? Yeah. You want the meta? Like, what do you want? You want the meta or... Wow, she looks good. Oh. God, this weapon is such a cheat code. You want the meta or... Like, well, first off, how do you use your Ka-ching?
在这世间行走，
Thoughts on the new voice actor? I didn't follow the story.
需要我帮你捏造一些吗？
Because I guess he was on some real suspect, and I don't even look at that stuff. Yeah, I heard. Yeah, Ari, I heard that, and I was like, yeah, no, I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. AG, aggravate Ka-ching. Okay, this number needs to be not much higher, but it needs to be much higher. Like 150 typically is where you're going. I think I almost want to just say the Ka-ching build, like the aggravate Ka-ching builds, because she's significantly different from plug and play Ka-ching. She's not like you can't plug and play aggravate Ka-ching. Like you have to, there's a build. The weapons never change, but the set bonuses are completely different. Like, so you're doing like 4-piece Thunder and Fury, 4-piece Gilded, you're doing 2-piece EM, 2-piece EM, and like no EM substats. You're doing 2-piece EM, 2-piece Thunder and Fury, and then you're doing like EM substats, and you know what I mean? There's like sometimes there's an EM timepiece involved. Like there's like it's a different Ka-ching, and that's because you want to hit your minimums on your EM, but you want that to sit on top of whatever your set bonuses is. So if you're running Emblem, for what it's worth, if you're running Emblem, yeah, you can run attack, but the 4-piece set of Emblem is supplementing what you're not using as an EM timepiece. Now, you can run attack on Thunder and Fury too, but typically you're looking at either substatting a whole bunch of EM or running an EM timepiece, right? Now, if you have a whole bunch of EM substats, attack timepiece. If you have no EM substats, EM timepiece. And 9 times out of 10, you're going to have an attack percent floating somewhere around the account if you have literally no EM substats. Attack percent should land. It should be somewhere on that Thunder and Fury set, right? So, but you're looking. It's a totally different set bonus. So if you're running aggravate, right? Your Thunder and Fury piece is good. This one is good actually. This one I would replace no, because it's Ka-ching. Technically, you don't have to replace that. This I would make Thunder and Fury Wow. Jesus Christ. I would replace it anyway. This one it would immediately replace. I would replace this on GP. That's me personally. I would replace this. I would be like, dude, I don't care about this because it's disrespecting you. For what it's worth, she's good, but you need more EM. So if you come across an EM timepiece, you can get away with it, but I'm not going to recommend that. I'm going to recommend you actually go for his 4-piece set bonus. Now, for what it's worth, if you get a gladiator piece here and a gladiator piece here, or a gladiator piece here, and instead of 20% attack, it gives you like 80 EM or something like that. Now you have, because the whole thing is on Kaching, if I'm not mistaken, you're looking at about 200 EM for aggravate. Whether it be from a 4-piece, you really only need like 150, but you're looking at like 200. Like any aggravate Kaching that's like, I play aggravate Kaching, and you look at their Kaching, after all the buffs are applied, they're usually sitting around 200 to 400 EM. Like the EM is really high. Like they'll hit her burst and then magically for some reason they got like 400 EM and then she's doing aggravate Kaching things. But as a starting point, she may start at 60, but by the time her and the heater are done, she's got like 300 EM. And usually the minimum is like 80 because there's a 2-piece involved. Either that or gilded. So it's not that, like you still need a healthy amount of EM. It doesn't have to be 500, 600. It's nothing like that. It's just the minimum you should have is like 150 though. Like try to start at 150, and then if you want more, Nahida can take it from there. But if Nahida's not involved, try to get to like 150. If Nahida's involved, especially this Nahida, because I see you got 971. If Nahida's involved, you don't need EM. But you still want a set bonus though. And the one that I would personally recommend, because you have your EM, you could do Gilded, or you could do Thunder and Fury. I would do Thunder and Fury because it's a catch-all. But you could do Emblem, but you're going to be kind of locked into. Well, I guess there's technically only 2. I guess you could really do either or now I think about it. I think it's more beneficial in Overload and Taser to do Thunder and Fury, but if you're dealing with Dendro, Gilded. Could be better. What's going on, Hifumi? You doing alright, brother? But that's Kaching. Another thing, this is just kind of a side note. I like where your ratio is at, and I kind of want to keep it there. And the reason why is because you're using this. Under no circumstances do I want to see you anywhere close to 200 crit damage holding this thing. As Jack, there should be no reason that this is on her and she has anything close to 200 crit damage. This is 88 crit damage worth of CV. I don't even talk CV, but it's so valuable. The crit rate that it's giving you, you did actually on a couple pieces. You can completely ignore crit rate on multiple pieces because of this weapon. So you should have outrageous crit damage across multiple pieces. 17 is really good. 28, obviously cracked. 22, extremely good, and 10% attack. We need to keep that energy if this is the weapon you're using. Any questions as far as your Kaching though? Oh, and then talents. Let me make sure these are cool. Oh yeah, you're fine. Any questions though as far as aggravate? I'm just giving you the minimums, by the way. Anything you go beyond what I told you, of course it's better. I got 500 EM. Great. You want that. I got 20,000 attack. Great. You want that. Now, do you need 500? This is just for the future, Jack. Do you need 500 EM and 3,000 attack and 250 crit damage? No. What you need is 2,000 attack. You have 2,400. You need 150 EM. We could work on that. And then like 220 crit damage. You're already beyond that. That's what you need. Anything beyond that is extra. Those before numbers are kind of overkill. But anything beyond that, is, it's not overkill. It's just that it's a bonus. But we want to get you to your minimums first. So just get your 150 EM and then you're straight. Yeah, just get your 150 and then you're good. Sound good? Yeah, and then you're straight. Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, good job on. Yeah, bro. This dude. Hey, I'll be showing your Hu Tao off all the time. Every time I get a low crit rate person, you're the first one I pull up. I'm like, don't you do it unless you got the crit damage to you know what I mean? I don't want to see no. I don't want to see no 10 crit rate Shogun with a billion crit with like no crit damage. If you got 10 crit rate, this need to be like 400 crit damage. And then I pull your Hu Tao and be like, see, this is when you run a 50 crit rate. Hu Tao. Is my crit? No, it's terrible. Yeah, but no. You can do 300 crit damage. Here's a 300 crit damage. And then I pull yours with the Homa and all that. Just in case we get any weird ones. Like, oh, my crit. No. You need crit rate. But no. You need crit rate. No. But if that happens, I'll pull. Sometimes I'll just pull it just to pull it. Thank you for making this Hu Tao, by the way. I'm so glad you did this. All right, cool. I'm assuming there's no questions. Food, that part. Oh, we ain't even gonna talk about with food buffs. Jesus Christ. They need an EM food. That's what they really need. No questions? Okay. All right, next up. Extra. I said next up. I was going to say extra. All right, so Ayaka review. Oh, we're going to have a lot of Ayakas. I'm actually feeling this. Okay. Acting Grandmaster Gene. Username or UID. How you been, by the way? Oh, they finna get on your neck, Jack. I'm out of it, bro. You on your own at this point. I tried, bro. I think it's worth it if you have the crit damage. It's not worth it if you don't have the crit damage. There it goes. Okay. The thing is, he has a crit damage. I would never do it, but the only way I could justify it is if it's... No, I would still... No, if you got 400 crit damage, you can rock a 40 crit rate. Yeah, I'm not even going... I don't even know if I want to talk about that. He's got 310... Don't be... You know what? I think he's mad because you beat him to the punch, bro. That's what it is. You got 310. Actually, no, because you have 22 more crit damage on your weapon. So technically, he's winning. But I think it's because you're coming really close to his Ayaka. I think that's what it is. Yeah, it's super unbalanced. It's the same effectiveness. It's just super unbalanced. If you take... So, I hate talking about CV. But I've been feeling like because there's a bunch of crit going on in the stream lately, I have to use CV as a reference. Right? So if you pull... So if you push the CV... If you push his crit rate up in CV, however much until you're happy, pull that away from his crit damage, and that's his ratio. Double it, pull out his crit damage, and now all of a sudden it looks great. Yeah, it's great. His 5300 is great. If you go up 20 minus 40, he's technically at a 7. What is he at? He's at a 7260, which is ridiculous. Like, I think that's fine. I think it's fine to have a 7260. I think it's okay. I think it's fine. All right, so here we go. Whoa. All right, we're going to come to that. You know, for what it's worth, that's fine. I'm talking about the weapon. That's fine. The substat? No, but it's the base attack is what I'm getting at. All right, so let me see. So, okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Are these ranked? They are ranked. Okay. What's your AR? Ah, okay, you're good. Okay. All right, here we go. You ready? All right, here we go, Grandma. First things first, congratulations on the Ayaka. Let's go ahead. No, it's not physical Ayaka. It's the base attack of the weapon. Anyway, so we got to do something about this. Let's figure that out.
对着世间行走，
We got that guy, which actually is really good. That was not what I was trying to click on, though. That is super disrespectful. That's a reroll. That is a reroll. Maybe, maybe not. Definitely not. Got it. Okay. So yeah, so you're looking at, so unfortunately you actually are looking at re-rolling the whole set. Is it terrible? It's not necessarily terrible. Oh God. Sorry, Jack. They finna hit. Yeah, I'm sorry. Y'all gonna have to deal with that. All right, so unfortunately you are looking at re-rolling the whole
等到状态
set.
好了，再去把
Right
回
now, ooh, yeah, I can't see any. This one is arguable, but you need that goblet that we had on the other account in order to use that. So I don't even know. I mean, I personally wouldn't do it. Yada yada shadow is just making stuff. Say what now? We got to do something about you, Sai. Why? What's up? That's fine. We can talk. We can do whatever. All right, so. Yeah, you got to reroll everything. Yeah, this is unfortunate. It's not, you know what it is? It's not even the crit damage. It's the crit rate.
看来又出现了新的变数。
I got her when she had like 10, 15 days left. That's not bad. Jack, I told you, I'm sorry, man.
果然要亲眼
They finna hit you with 1,000 multipliers and math, and then they finna talk about your lack of EM, and it's about to go down in this chat, bro. Soon as I said, ooh, they finna math yo Hu-Tao to the ground. I promise you. I promise you. I used to be that way. That's why. I'm 40, so I don't do it no more.
灵宫怀
But I used to be that guy. But it's good because we all learn somebody, so it's actually a good thing they're doing this. I have a crit rate circlet with 12 crit damage. You need to put that crit rate circlet on immediately. This 62 crit damage is amazing, but this right here needs to be crit rate. Oh no, somebody's gonna bring up EM. It might not be you, Kinku. I think Burger might end up bringing it up. Because here's what's gonna happen. You guys are gonna start talking about damage numbers, and that's gonna lead into, well, on vape, and then that's gonna open the conversation. So when the conversation goes there, and that comes up, remember when we said EM. When it crosses your mind, just remember. Jack, they finna math yo Hu-Tao to the ground, bro. I promise you. And they're gonna prove it. They're not gonna stop until it's proven that your Hu-Tao is terrible. I refuse. I used to be that guy.
就继续下
All right, so
等到状态好了，再去把
so yeah, you need to re-roll everything. So what are we gonna do? Because okay. So for what it's worth, your talents are fine. Okay, your normals. Here's your goal with your talents. Your goal is 9x9, right? That's your goal.
不知道干什么的话
If anything, my personal opinion would be crown x crown, right? But 9x, and when I'm saying x, the skill can be literally whatever you want. But it'd be 9x9, right? And then don't worry about Constellation. Well, she's gone now, so you can't do anything about that. The weapon, I'm perfectly fine with. If you're gonna use it, 90 it.
造一些吗？
We want to dump as much effort as we can into into base attack, right? And then for her, it's super important, super duper important that you ascend her to 90. You don't necessarily need to 90 the character, you need to ascend the character to 90.
蔓延吧。
Okay? The base attack of this weapon and the passive should help kind of supplement any lack of damage that you would be getting from other weapons. Not lack of damage, but it should be making up for the damage you would be. Let's say you had a Kageuchi, right? It's technically should be stronger than a Kageuchi because of the base attack and then the attack passive, and the physical is not going to do anything for you. So that is literally a dead stat, but you are looking at a 3-to-1 ratio as far as the main stat to the substat. I'm not going to get into what that means, but basically you're at a tier 3 base attack stat. You're at the highest stat. until that other Eula shenhe weapon stat. That's a different world. 700 base attack. That's not normal, right? But in the grand scheme of things, base attack, boom, 674. You'll be straight, right? So what I would do, starters, crit rate circlet, ascend her to 90, level the weapon to 90, and then I would take care of her talents. As far as the artifacts, I would actually take a break. Now this is, if I'm not mistaken, you have a pretty, ooh. Thought you had a, wait, what happened to your account? Well, are we focusing, if we're focusing on Ayaka, you're looking at leveling her. Maybe not so much working on the weapon quite yet. Definitely doing the talents, and then immediately going to artifacts, because we gotta do something about these artifacts. Oh, okay. No, you're good. No, but you're AR53, so you're good. Right at AR53, I mean, I'm expecting like plus like over 100 crit damage on somebody, right? Your crit rate is really high, by the way, which is a good thing, right? But at AR53, I'm not expecting like Scoop's account or Burger's account or Kinko. I'm not expecting that level of artifacts, right? But we should. But what? Oh, please, I need to see what your crit rate is with that crit circlet on. That's the only thing that's bugging me. Is that like real talk? That's the only thing bugging me right now is that crit rate. If you just put, oh my god, oh thank God, please, oh thank the Lord. Okay, so yeah, now we're functional. For what it's worth, you only need 120 to get started. This number is super important. This should be like your start. Okay, so Ayaka goes in stages, right? It's 120, 180, 220. That's your stages. Right? It's not 180, 220, 2000, and we just ignore crit rate. Nope. You get your crit rate in the pocket, and then crit damage is 220. It's 120, 180, 220. Those are the levels of Ayaka. Those are your goals. There's 3 goals, right? So, and it happens over time. So you're at 120, right? And you're at 62% for what it's worth. So you're good. It's a good starting place. Now you can use Ayaka. You can hit your burst. You can, and Jesus Christ, you got 138 here? Okay. So yeah, now you can use Ayaka. And for what it's worth, because you're super close to the end of a lot of these artifacts, like we don't know, it might hit crit damage if you hit this. It might hit crit rate. It could hit energy recharge, right? But because you're so close, you might as well level it. And then same thing with this one. Because it's so close, the only stat it could hit is HP, but you still need that little bit of attack that it's giving you. You might as well, right? And then I don't think there's anything else. But I would just level these. You might as well just level these 2, just to see what happens. You're super close to 20. That's why. So just level those to 20. You can literally just please. Oh my God, I'm having a hard time right now. Sorry. I know you just got her and you're AR53. Please, for me, here's what I really want you to do. Okay. Level her to, ascend her to 90. Please level up those 2 artifacts. Don't worry about the weapon quite yet, because it's 80 at least. At some point, you're going to be leveling that to 90. Not a huge priority. Her talents and her are so much more important. Once you got these 2 taken care of, please go here. First thing you do is go here, take this crazy little lady and shoot everything in there with him. Might as well. When she's on cooldown, put something on him and just pyro everything. Take Bennett with you and have a great time. Once you get all the pieces that you need, particularly the circlet. The circlet is great, but we want an onset circlet. The minute you start getting better dual stats, you do what we call full sends. You get something with crit rate and crit damage on it. You take this whole artifact and throw it at the wall. And you just throw that whole artifact at it. It's gonna give you something. You do the same thing with this one. Well, probably not that one quite yet. You do the same exact thing with this one. If you get this onset, hopefully you got some random cryo goblet laying around. You take this whole goblet and you throw it at that. Just like Ari said, you take it and you do a sonic ball with the artifact at the other cryo goblet. Sega! And you just get rid of it. Because this needs to go. And Yeah, these need to go. But she should be usable as it stands right now. Damage is going to come down, yes, but holy Jesus, are you going to be critting so much more often? And that right there is going to make a huge difference. Now, we're not talking going from 300 crit damage to like 220. We're talking about going from, yeah, nah. And we're not talking about going from 50 crit. Yes, I'm talking about IHOP. We're not talking about going from 50 crit rate to 70. We're talking about going from 20 to 40. You know what I mean? Like, it's a huge, and the curve that you're sitting in is so high. Like, yeah, nah. Yeah, no. Yeah, so, yeah. So tell me what you think about that. By the way, with this Ayaka, do you have any questions? What's going on, Dark Wolf? How you doing, brother? Do you have any questions? And huge congratulations on the Ayaka. It's only a matter of time before she's cracked. Trust me. Before she's usable, it really... I don't want you to be intimidated by the farm. We complain about it. But we have 20 crit damage and 14 crit rate on pieces. And we got the goblet on all of ours. You know what I mean? But if you just want a functional Ayaka, it's not that serious. You just need 14 crit damage on each piece. That's what you need. You don't need a billion crit damage everywhere. The 2 talents that my Zhongli is almost double crown. Nice! Keep it going, cuz! Any questions? I don't think there's questions. I'm finna jump to Bob Ross here in a second. Ayaka or Ganyu? I'm not free to play. Don't do that. You're going to have a whole argument in this chat, and I don't feel like having that right now. You know how Ganyus get, bro. I literally avoided that right there for like 2 years. At least a year and a half. I refuse to answer that question because, dude, Ganyus get... Some Ganyus. Some, they get so toxic when you say Ayaka's better. Even though it's no... Everyone knows she is. You just can't say it. So I'm saying it, but I'm not saying it. I'll say it. Ayaka's better. But if a Ganyu comes in here and start throwing all type of stuff at the wall and cussing and doing math, I'm not having that conversation. But yes, Ayaka's better. Pull up Chocobo and you'll... Oh. Okay, so there can't be... Yeah, I was just about to say, Bob. I was like, there can't be... Yeah, there can't be any questions. Bob must wants to show a Ganyu off. I was finna say, why'd you ask that question? Oh my God. All right, so Bob Ross, I need your UID, good sir. Oh, Shadow. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Yeah, I need your UID, Mr. Bob Ross. 603, okay. Let's see, 603 244. Oh, I got you. Is this you? That's an interesting name. Who am I looking at? You said Raiden and Hu Tao. All right, let's start with Hu Tao. Wait, what? 830. Holy Jesus. There's only one other person that has that many achievements, and he's in this stream right now. Or he might be, he might not be, but I only know one other. I think he has 834. I don't know if that's a real number. I only know one other person in the 800s on achievements. That is incredible, by the way. All right, so Hu Tao, we have an EM timepiece. We got an R1. We got a 4-piece. We got, is that C6? I can't see. That's C6? Okay. And then we got triple crown. Let's go. All right, so what are we looking at? We are, hold on, what's your ratio? Holy Jesus. Yeah, see? Yeah. Funkin', smoking, talking crazy, huh? Yeah. 53 hundo or 7260. Get out of my face, y'all, please. All right, so here we go. We got 628, 1019. It's always the timepiece. It is always the timepiece, y'all. That Genshin hate. Whoa. Oh, well, hey there, little lady. All right. And then wow. Bro, why your last 3 artifacts buck me out like that? I feel like I just went through an emotional roller coaster, bro. You know what I mean? Well, he's got more EM. Like, the homie had like 30. Yeah, and it's more balanced. It's more balanced. I don't know if there's an effectiveness difference though. It's definitely more balanced. Like the reliability of it is higher. Like if you're clocking time, 70 crit rate with 260 crit damage, you'll get the same time every time. With 5300, the time is going to differ. I mean, you're going to have variations in it. But the same. Wait, you said it's attack? Well, I was going to say. Yeah, this Hutao is cracked. You just showed the math? Math on. Oh, but then so we could throw CV out the window then. So I was right about CV. So CV doesn't matter, right? I'm not talking to you, Kinko, with the CV thing. What I'm saying is anybody who comes through and says CV's a thing, Kinko literally proves CV is not a thing. So if I say get more crit rate and sacrifice crit damage, and people are like, CV, I'm like, CV doesn't matter. What Kinko is saying right now literally is exactly why I say ignore CV. Right? So if a 70 beats a 5310, CV literally doesn't matter. So please trust me, y'all. All right, so here we go. So we got 628 with 19. I like that piece, by the way. I love this. I like this piece because it's respecting your Hutao. This one, I don't know how I feel. All right, I'm going to give you a cheat sheet, okay? I'm going to give you a cheat code when it comes to these 2 pieces, right? This piece is, in my opinion, is perfect because you can't beat 30 crit damage on a circlet. On any piece, really. You can't beat that, right? Now, yeah, we would want 21 crit damage and 58 EM. Of course, we would love to have that, but we have to go get that. I would definitely take the 230, right? Now, with that being said, here's what I would want you to do looking at these 2 pieces, right? Take that crit rate and take that crit damage and put those together. What do you have? Right? You have that number, right? Now, cut those numbers in half. And that is the actual ratio of each of these pieces. So you have a 913 and a 913. With that being said, is that okay with you? If it is, I think it is. I only ask people to get 1014s. You literally have 2 1014s right now between the goblet and the timepiece, which I'm cool with that, right? But knowing, because I know your account, knowing your account, for those who don't know, this is their account. Like there's multiple C6s. Like they don't just, like they have R5s. Like they don't not play Genshin. Like this is one of them accounts, right? Yeah, it's like having 2 1014s, exactly. So what I'm saying is if you're cool with that, right, then that's cool. It's good in my book, right? But we're at that level. No, it's not it's not that. The reason I showed their account like that is that I know they're like this is what they're going for, right? And if this is what you're going for, then we want to convert these 2 to 10. We want to have these together be a 1040, right? Because let's say you had 2 of these, right? This number instead of 26 would be 40. Does that make sense? Now, it's going to be a little difficult to do that, but what we are looking at is basically splitting the crit rate between this and this piece, right? Splitting the crit damage between this and this piece and moving from 10, what is it? Instead of having a 1014, maybe go for like a 1020 per piece. Because I know what you're going for. You got 30 crit rate on this thing. You got a 628. You got a 1019. Like, I know, like, you and, who is it? You, Scoop, King, like, all you guys. All the hitters in here, y'all all got these type of artifacts, right? But that's effectively what you have. Now, with that being said, I'm cool with it. Are you cool with it, though? And if you're not, those would be the 2 that you would address. I don't think you have to do anything. Because together, the 2 pieces work. But if you are going to do something about it, these would be the 2 pieces you would address, and you would have to address them together. If you're going to move the crit damage up. You know, so you are? Yeah, then you're good then. You don't have to touch, in my opinion, you don't have to touch nothing. In my opinion. You got your 10-14s, you don't have to touch anything. She's triple crown. That goes without saying. Because of this, that opens you up to the nuke build, which is literally no crit rate on anywhere ever, right? And then, if you want to do, it's an optional build. Don't do it, but you can, right? And then you got the Homa, right? And you got 205 EM. It's fine by me. I wouldn't touch her. I don't think I would touch. I wouldn't touch this Hu Tao. I mean, personally, I wouldn't. But you wouldn't show this Hu Tao unless you had a concern. So, what's your concern? Unless I'm wrong.
在这世间行走，身份多一点才便利。需要我帮你捏造一些吗？
Yeah, right, Kinkle? Like, man. Bro, either way it goes, I'm still standing by Jack's Hu Tao. Math or not. I'm still going to say, you're right. I'm still standing by that Hu Tao. I'm not saying it's better. I'm just saying if you're going to run, the point is if you're going to run a really low crit rate, you need to have a whole bunch of grit damage to supplement it. That is, it's the message I'm sending. Because you got to make up for the times you don't crit. That's the point. How much of a difference would refining the Homa make? Ooh. Are you talking about R1 to R5? Are you talking about like R1 to R2? Like how far are you going? Are you talking about R5? Oh, well, you're at R1 right now. So, and this is just a guesstimate. Now, Kinko has this number. I think Kinko and Burger have this one. But I think it's somewhere between 20 to 25%. I think if you're going from R1 to R5. No, they definitely scale harder than her. Well, her constellations don't do anything. I mean, they add to what? Her talent levels. And they like optimize her gameplay, but outside of that, I don't think it does. Her constellation. Matter of fact, let me just refresh because I know C1 and C6. Let me refresh myself on the rest of them because I don't think there's anything damage-wise on Hu Tao, right? Because we were talking about this for the contest, and she had like nothing. Yeah, that's nothing. That's just a little flower thing, and that's crit rate. Yeah, nothing enhances her damage in her constellations. Like there's not one constellation outside the one and not one outside of the 3 and the 5 that actually is a direct correlation to damage. The rest of them is just optimized, like optimizations. Like you got more crit rate, or you don't use stamina, or something. And then unless you care about whatever that little flower thing is, nothing in her constellations do anything damage wise. But the refinements are going to hit mega hard. Is not mega hard, but they definitely hit harder. If I'm not mistaken, it's like I think it's 20 to 25%. But I would have to have somebody jump on math, like do some math on that one. Now, if your question is it worth it to refine it? In my opinion, no. Unless you're like speed running or something, where you're competing against somebody, I don't think it's worth it. Personally, not for the money you spend. No, I don't think it's worth it to R5 the Homa. Unless you want to R5 it. Now, I'm gonna be R5 in the Homa, but I'm doing that for Zhongli for the HP stat because I want 40% so I can replace a timepiece or I want to replace an artifact with the passive of the Homa. But that's because I love Zhongli. He's the main. He's, everybody got that character that they love in the game, and that's where all their money goes. That's Zhongli for me. Now, if that's the case for her, yeah, R5 it. But by R5ing it, just on the HP side, you're getting a 20% HP roll. A 20% HP roll is weaker than like a crit damage roll. It's stronger than one crit damage roll, but what I'm saying is it's weaker than like, it's like getting like 14 crit damage. which is not going to increase your damage by a ton. And then by providing the attack, like the additional attack, like that's cool. But I mean, you know, I mean, I guess it's cool. I don't think it's going to, it's not going to double your damage if that's what you're asking. I don't know what you're asking. Okay, so so long story short, what's the damage difference between, like, let's say a R1 Homa and an R5 Homa on her? We can disregard the fact she's C6, right? But let's just say R1 to R5 on a vape charge attack or something. Like, what's the damage difference? So R1, we could say, let's say it's 100,000 damage. Bam, you hit 100,000. What is it at R5? Because I have a feeling it's not 200,000 damage, and I'm pretty sure it's not 150,000 damage. And if it is, that's got to be at like half HP, less than half. It's got to be like 25% HP. Yeah, see, 20%. Yeah. So it's like it's somewhere. Yeah, I'm like, it's got to be somewhere in there. Like it's not a huge. It's not $1,500 worth it. Let me put it that way. Now, if it doubled your damage, sure, but 20%, that's your call. It's your call. It's your money. You do what you want. I'm C6ing it. I'm R5ing it for Zhongli. Does that answer your question? I hope that answers your question. I would hope. I'm C6ing Zhongli and I'm R5ing the Homa for Zhongli. I hope that answers your question. Yeah, if you're asking for the damage number, it's not gonna do anything. I'm doing it just because I like Zhongli, and I'm gonna do it over time anyway. I might spend $100 like a banner, but I'm not gonna just R5 the day it comes out. You know what I mean? But that's gonna be your call. Does that answer your question? By the way, for what it's worth, I love your Hu Tao. You could remove all this, and I would still love your Hu Tao. The fact that you have all this, really what it is, the fact that you're C6 tells me you love the character, but it's more so the fact that you have a Homa in the first place, and the fact that you showed so much respect to her ratio and her EM, and she's on the Crimson set. That's what I like. And she's Triple Crown. You are a real Hu Tao player, and that's why I like it. She has her 200 EM. The absolute bare minimum for me to like really like, okay, you're cool with your EM is 100. You have 200. I'm cool with that, right? But if you have 200 EM, you need like 25,000 HP or 26,000. Great. Attack, in my opinion, don't even matter. Her HP is really low. I would like for you to be at 32,000, but I'm not going to ask you to have 32,000 HP when you have this ratio. When you're saying, first off, 70, 260 is kind of high. Typically, it's 70, like 240, 70, 220. You're at 70, 260. That's not common, believe it or not. It's actually not that. That's not common. So in my opinion, you're a great job. But yes, for what it's worth, to answer your question, yes, her HP is too low. I would be looking more for like 30, 32,000, 33, 30, like in the, at least, if not creeping on the 30s, past the 30s. You don't got to be 34,000, nothing like that, but like maybe like 30-something thousand. But I'm not. But once again, I want to reiterate that I'm not going to ask you that when you have when your crit damage is so high. And I think this was the last one in line, so we can kind of chill on this one. I'm not moving on to the next one. I'm just looking at who's in queue, but I'm still here if you have any additional questions about your Hu Tao. And Star Genji, Soap, and okay, got you. Yeah, and all of us are here. Keep asking. Keep asking. If you have questions, you better not stop asking them. Ow. When I finally start streaming on Streamlabs, I'm gonna play all them Genshin beats, and y'all gonna have to just listen to them. We gonna lose subscribers that day. Why he playing beats? Cuz I did not check the rating. Ha ha ha! You caught me. I'm joking. All right, so we have oh, you're running energy recharge. Yes. Wow. What in God's name is going on here? It's amazing is basically what I'm saying. This is amazing. This is amazing. So, okay, because you have an engulfing. This right here is impressive. Super impressive, to me at least. All right, so let me see. Whoa. Okay. Got you. Is this R5? Oh, it is. Okay, got you. All right, so let's see. Yeah, so this is the 700,000 Raiden Shogun. Like, I don't think you need a crit damage circlet to hit. Because you should. Tell me if I'm wrong. Are you hitting between 600,000 to 700,000 with Bennett? And maybe Bennett and Kazuha. You should be. You should be. Maybe it's a nuke setup, but you should be somewhere around there. So let's see. So we have, well, that's at C3 really. But anyway, so we got 6, 12, 13. Good. All right, talents are cool. I'm not going to tell you to do anything with the normals. The skill, you don't have to crown it. I did because I got tired of looking at it, but you really don't have to. As far as your ratio was amazing. I like the fact that you're not going past 270. We had a real long talk about that. When I use the Uke setup, I hit around that range. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. All right, so let's see. So you have, let's see. Oh, that's why. Wait, what? What's your goblet? Well, y'all know what I'm doing. Yes, I'm using this as a reason to go to the garage and have a cigarette, but I want to let this sit on the screen and y'all enjoy whatever that thing is. Matter of fact, here's another one. We're just going to leave that one on the screen. Y'all chill with that one while I'm walking. Yes, I am using this as a reason to go to the garage, but I need a break from what I just saw. I am sorry, good sir. I need a 2-second break at least. Jesus. Dude hit me with a 28 crit damage goblet on the Shogun, bro. Give me 1 sec, bro. Yes, I'm feeling some type of way, by the way. Yes, I am feeling some type of way. Where's my lighter? I'm getting my lighter. Hold on. Look at this flower. By the way, you know, I've been thinking about, like, whale accounts lately, right? And the artifacts you guys get. You guys don't really do refreshes like that, right? And what I have been thinking is, I wonder if it's a karmatic thing. Because in order to be a whale, you have to be successful in life. And the only way to become successful in life is to be doing the right thing at some point. So that's why I'm like, I wonder if it's just karma. Because free-to-play players do refreshes. And if anything, I feel like they do an equal amount of refreshes. I'm just being nosy at the rest of them. You do both? Yeah, you see what I'm saying? So I'm like, I wonder if it's karma. Okay. I don't know if you have to replace anything. I could sit here and argue all day about your circlet only because I'm seeing 2 flat stats next to each other. I kid you not. If that attack percent was where if the defense, flat defense and attack percent just switched spots, I would be like, this is the greatest artifact. But because that HP and defense are right next to each other, and the crit damage is right next to if the attack percent was over the crit damage, I think I would feel different. Because I just looked at that piece today and I felt so much better about it. But looking at this one, I'm like, I don't like this piece. but it is a great piece. It's a great piece. Yeah, I don't know if there's This one I'm feeling some way about because of the crit rate, but I'm not. You're a complete idiot thinking that this is a bad piece at all, right? So I can't even say this is a bad piece, right? Jesus Christ. Yeah, so I don't think I can recommend changing. I don't think I could actually recommend changing any pieces.
今天就继续翘班吧，等到状态好了。
I mean, I could pull something out of thin air if you like, but I don't think I could just make up one. Fine. So I'll pull something out of I'll just pull something out of thin air. Here's my thin air pull. Forget about that attack percent, get 7 energy recharge. Boom. Just making up. Now I'm just making up stuff. You know what I mean? I think you're fine though. I think you're fine. I think you're fine. I mean, we can argue. I mean, we can just dissect this piece. This is literally the only piece. But there's nothing that matters about this piece that you would have to change. Like, you don't have to change anything on here. Like, it's fine.
果然要亲眼去看，才能感受到世界的美。
I mean, do you have questions or something, or like I feel like you have more questions than anything. So, is your attack too low? Well, I have to see you with your character loaded in, because I'm not going to see your attack. But I imagine you should be, with that amount of energy recharge, you should be over 2,000 attack when she's loaded in, right? You got to be like 2,000 attack. Do you need more crit damage? Maybe, maybe not, right? For what it's worth. If you have a timepiece, the same timepiece, but attack percent, that one is stronger. Do you need it? No. Not because you're C6. It's just you don't need it. Because you have an engulfing lightning. That's why. And it's not because it's R5. It's because of the scaling of the weapon is why you don't need it. The fact that it's R5 just justifies running energy recharge even more. Now I think about it, it's actually more advantageous for you to run energy recharge because you have refinements on your weapon. So no, yeah, you're actually in the best spot possible. If you were to replace a piece, what would it be? In my opinion, it's the circlet. Like, this piece has look, I mean, come on now, we ain't even gonna talk about that. This one has all 4 stats. This one has 3 of the 4 stats. Actually, it has 4 of the 4 stats. This one, sure, but it's a goblet with 28% crit damage. I mean, unless you know the developer, I don't know how you're going to get more crit rate with the same crit damage roll on an emblem piece, right? And in this, unless you know the developer, and in this piece, this is the only piece that I can even conceive is optional to replace. And what you're looking at is the same crit damage roll, same attack percent roll, just get 7 energy recharge. If not that, then 21 crit damage, but you want a bunch of attack percent. You know, you'd probably be looking at like 20% attack or something like that. That's it. This would be the piece. I think it's too much of an ask to replace the other pieces, especially that noblesse piece and that goblet. Like I'm asking too much from the rest of the pieces. I'm asking for you to like you're gonna be farming for. I'm not gonna ask you that. I'm not gonna ask you to replace any of the other pieces. Yeah, it'd just be the circlet. 21 crit damage, more attack percent. If you get 7% energy recharge, great. If you don't, I literally could care less. But that would be the stat I would bolster, would be attack percent. Now, if you get more crit damage, even better. Yes. Yes. But don't lose the 9% attack, though. And don't lose the 21% crit damage. You want to grow one of those numbers. And if you're going to grow one of them, you need 10% attack or 7% crit damage additional. One of the 2 numbers. 5% attack ain't finna do too much for you, by the way. So if you go from 9 to 15 or 10 to 15, that ain't gonna do much. But you'll notice a 10% jump. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. I'm assuming there are no more questions. Do you have any questions outside of that question? You left a queue. There has to be no questions. Beautiful characters, by the way. And aside from the please, y'all, I don't want y'all. I'm saying this because of the stream, right? Don't harp on the constellations. It's not the constellations. Don't harp on the refinements, right? And then same thing with the Hu Tao. More so, you know, let's focus on this page right here. And this page has very much so adequate numbers. And same thing with this page on the Hu Tao. So shout out to you, bro. And the fact that you selected artifacts in accordance to the weapons that you're using, well, particularly her, that you're choosing artifacts in accordance to the weapon, let alone the refinements that you're using, I think is great. And then you got crowns on them. So, yeah, you're good. Yeah, in achievements, you still play, I still play the game. I have the, no, clearly you play the game. Somebody said you don't play the game or something? There ain't no way you walk around with them artifacts without playing the game. It's either you know a developer, you know somebody, you're like a hyper Christian, or you got like a pentagram in your basement doing like sacrificing goats or something. Like something weird is going on. It's either that or you actively play the game. All right, Star, what's cracking with it? Wait, where's my resin? No? Okay. Wagwan, Star. That's all. There's a new event.
像这样悠闲安稳的时光，如果再多一点就好了。我真贪心呐。
Shut up, people. You feel me though? Like, bruh. I'm waiting to get the 15 crit rate, 20 crit damage piece. I still haven't gotten that. There's a few pieces I want to get. I want the 40 crit damage piece. I want the 15, 20. Because I got the 10, 20. I got 10, 20 a few times. I want a couple 730s. Like, I want those pieces. Yeah, and a 20 CR piece. If I could just get a 20, but it's got to have crit damage. But if I get 7 crit damage, 20 CR, I'll be good. 4 hour, oh lord, you're getting dark on me, cuz. Alright, so we'll come back to Star. Alright, so, yeah, that 20 CR piece, that'd be crazy. But I want the 20 CR piece for a character that does not scale with crit rate, so I can throw the absolute most crazy amount of crit damage on him. Kokomi? Oh, I know. I'm surprised you didn't do the Kokomi. You should have a video up with a Kokomi crit rate thing. Y'all still haven't seen crit rates account. So, okay. Current build on the Wanderer is still till Desert Pavilion set. Okay. Let's see. Hold on. For Kokomi, you will never hit 100 crit rate with Kokomi. You need 200% crit rate to hit 100% with Kokomi. And I don't even think it's possible to do that. Because you only get 44 from the weapon. And if I'm not mistaken, you cap out at like $180 on the artifacts with only max crit rate rolls per piece or something crazy like. It's like 80 plus, no, it's 110. So you cap out at like 150. Yeah, so it's 80 and then you got 31 on the circlet plus 44 if that weapon even comes out. But you need 200 crit rate. All right, so we're looking at the Wanderer. Yeah, you have to do Blizzard to do it. If you do Blizzard, because somebody did it already. If you do the Blizzard approach, then you can do it. But if you don't use Blizzard, you're not going to do it. Yeah, you do Blizzard and Rosaria. So Rosaria is going to give you 30 because Blizzard's involved. Right, so you got one cryo, 15 from Rosaria. Then you got another cryo, that's another 15, so there's 30. Then you got Blizzard, so there's your 70. The 70 plus the, what is that, whatever that gets you, 150 or whatever. Now you're at the crit rate. But you got to do that to get her at that crit rate. Right, so anyway, Wanderer, we got, whoa. Hey, crit rate, you got a little fan base here though, cuz. All right, so hold on. When'd you get him? Oh, he must have been sitting there. You probably just start working on him. Okay, fair enough. So, normals, skill. Big. No, Lost Prayer is 33. You need a 44 crit rate weapon. Just to at least give you some wiggle room. Right, so you would want to wait until a 44 crit, because this is 33. Right, a 44 would give you lower base attack, but it'd be 44 crit rate. Which, if I'm not mistaken, is the Jade Catalyst, which is supposed to come out like in a few regions. So if it's not Fontaine, then it's probably gonna be Snez Naya. But there's a catalyst, a bow, and there's a catalyst, a bow, and a claymore in the Jade series. They just haven't released them yet. I think the catalyst is elemental mastery now I think about it. So yeah, we just gotta wait for a 44% catalyst. You could do a Lost Prayer. So let's see. So, you know what's funny? This set low key works. At least for now. Jesus Christ. Well, I mean, competing with these substats. What's going on, Ashwin? Yeah, I mean, for Kokomi, I think the Lost Prayer would probably be better anyway, because it's going to give you elemental bonus damage as the passive, whereas a 44 weapon might give you something wacky like defense scale or something stupid. I mean, I don't know. We got to wait to see, but I'm sure they're going to come out with it. So you're stuck with the goblet because you're not changed. I'm not going to ask you to change that at all. These pieces are fantastic, but to match the value of these pieces out of Desert Pavilion, you're looking for a really, really big ask, bro. You're asking for a absolute crap ton. Here's the thing, though. You have a crit damage. Oh, but you got a Lost Prayer, though. For Mika? No, that's good. Alright, so let's see. Yeah, man. Yeah, there's nothing you could do. There's nothing. I mean, he looks good, just the wrong set. You would literally do exactly what you just did. It's just on the wrong set. Now, for what it's worth, you could just convert him to a VV set, but being that you have this goblet and this piece with 24 crit damage on it and crit rate, right? And then this guy right here with a ton of crit rate. Like, being that these three pieces are really, really strong, the VV set is not going to... What you're giving... Let's say you play a swirlable element like her, right? The damage difference that she's going to get just from proccing VV is not going to be different than just putting him on the 4-piece set. Like, you might as well just put him on the 4-piece pavilion. Now, for what it's worth, right? Believe it or not, you can sacrifice 50 crit damage. 50. 40 crit, well, maybe 50. You can sacrifice a lot of damage on your crit damage stat right here. Get the Desert Pavilion set and break even. Like, you can give up like 40 crit damage and hit the same number on Desert Pavilion. I mean, don't do that, but like, you can. Like, what I'm saying is you could lose like 20, 30 crit damage. Get Desert Pavilion and be stronger is what I'm trying to say. I don't know. Is Wanderer, Nahida, Jean, and Miko a good teammate? Wanderer, Jean, Nahida, Miko. Yeah, but it's really only good for, like, Miko. Like him and Jean don't benefit. He's not benefiting at all. I mean, you could say the passives, yeah, but he's not really benefiting at all from those two being on the team. Miko's just there because she's Miko. And then Jean is there just because healing. And then she's just there because she's Nahida. And based on her EM, she would, like, help her a little bit. But she would have to be on field, really, to, like, help her out a lot. And then it just enables her to aggravate. But for her to aggravate, you're still looking at having more EM on her. Like, really what it boils down to is like he's not gonna benefit. She works with her, but she doesn't work with her the same way she works with like KUKI Shinobu or something. And that's because she, like, whoever works with her needs a lot of EM. I mean, typically. And if they're aggravate, you are missing a lot of EM in that department. So you'd be looking at having her on the field for her aggravates to do any kind of damage to justify having her on the team. Otherwise, she's on the team just to proc green numbers, and she's on the team just to proc purple numbers. Is that, you know what I mean? Does that answer your question? I hope that answers your question. They work well together, but you have to build them to work together, I guess is what I'm saying. What set should you go for? If you want her to work with Nahida, it depends on who you are playing her with. If you want her to work with Nahida, then Gilded. If you want her to work universally, Thunder and Fury. If you want her to work by herself, two-piece, two-piece. Now, in any normal circumstance, like 9 times out of 10, it don't even matter what you run on Yayamiko. You just put a two-piece on her and call it a day. Like, you have a 4-piece, right? So she's universal. So you should be okay for the most part because you're getting bonus damage to aggravate. I don't know why I didn't acknowledge you had 4-piece. So the fact that you have a 4-piece would make sense to run these two together a little bit more, right? But it's more the fact that she has this 4-piece more than the fact that it's Nahida. Nahida's just there to make sure she can aggravate. Like, she is just there so she can aggravate. So she is aggravating, and her bonus damage is coming from the 4-piece set bonus, not from Nahida. Unless she's on field. And then outside of all that, her and him have nothing to do with the interaction that's going on between these two. He's just there doing him things, and she's just there doing her things. Neither one are gonna do anything. And we can go on ahead and state that little thingy he gets from swirling Electro, but that doesn't make a difference. It's not gonna make or break. It's not gonna make or break the situation with him. Does that answer that question? Just as far as a team. So they work together, but they don't work together like you think. Other weapon, what would other weapon types have for their most universal? I don't know, probably like an aqua. Like maybe like, I don't know if you have an aqua. Yeah, maybe like an aqua for bows. The Skyward Heart for bows, the Elegy for bows, for claymores, Wolf Gravestone. Really kind of just Wolf's Gravestone. Or that one, or Dea's weapon. For swords, Mist Splitter and Jade Cutter. This one in the Homa is probably the most universal for that. And then for Catalyst, it's really just the Verity and the Verity, the Lost Prayer, and whatever Nahida's weapon is. Well, probably not even Nahida's necessarily. It's the Verity and it's like I don't know. All the Catalysts are kind of the same. Scarlet Sands is cool, but Scarlet Sands you really only need the Scarlet Sands is a stat stick for EM scaling characters. Thank you. And then for this guy, Scarlet Sands is cool, but it's a stat stick. It makes you happy when you look at their stats. That's what the Scarlet Sands does. It's actually not that strong. It's strong, but it's strong because you can put more crit damage on the character, but that's it. But your base attack it's because the base attack is low. What's going on, Vetsy? For this guy, you can do Noblesse? What is this doing here? Alright, so here is Mika in a nutshell. Mika is very much so like Kokomi. Matter of fact, he's even more like Nilo than Kokomi. You are literally just going to give him all the HP. Actually, no, he's more like he's Kokomi with a burst. He's almost like Bennett, right? So you just give him all the HP things on a noblesse set. You could technically give him the Bennett build. I don't know if you have Bennett, but you can give him energy recharge, HP healing bonus, and call it a day. And if you want, you know, for the physical damage thing or whatever, you can do just all HP and call it a day. On noblesse. But here's the thing about noblesse, and this is just something I want you to take with you. If you're running noblesse, 4-piece I mean, if you're running noblesse, you need energy recharge. Yes, you have it here. I'm not sure that's enough. Now, it seems like you're going for a ratio. This is not the character I'd recommend putting a ratio on. You should take whatever ratio effort you're putting into him and put that into him. All that resin you're going to use trying to give him a ratio, use that resin to give him a new artifact set. Does that make sense? Say what? You're running him with Eula? Yeah, just run all HP with him then. I mean, you still kind of want it. So here's what you want. You want all HP stats with energy recharge substats. Really, is what you want. But you want healthy ER substats, like really healthy HP energy recharge substats on your sands, your goblet, and your circlet. Like 20% energy recharge, like 15 to 20 energy recharge per piece. Like pop, pop, pop. You want a lot of energy recharge. And if you want, you can run a Black Cliff or a Favonius. One of the two. But if you run a Favonius, now you need crit rate. So here's your options with this young fella. Energy recharge. Now this is my personal opinion. I'm saying like 180. Now if he's with Eula, maybe like 150. But that's, I mean, we're still kind of pushing it. Yes, 1000%, Mr. Hicks. You can run all EM on Nahida. But when you run all EM on Nahida, you're going to end with 1000 EM. The only substat that matters on that Nahida is crit rate. And you only need about 7 crit rate per piece. 7 or 8 or something. I think it's like 8, like average. And that's it. You don't need any other substats. No, you don't need you don't even need a ratio. The reason why is because you're getting the equivalent. It's not an exact equivalent. Okay? But you're basically getting an equivalent of 80 crit damage just from running triple EM. Like 3 EM with her weapon, you have 80 crit damage just from doing that. So don't worry about crit damage. Just give her crit rate. And then her EM, her spread damage is going to make up whatever you're not doing on crit damage. It's not until you get in that weird min-max territory is where it's like, oh, okay, well, triple EM with substats and blah, 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 and crit rate and crit damage and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. You know what I mean? But if you're going to go for substats, the only substats that matters is crit rate on a triple EM Nahida. Anyway, so I want Eula's rerun so I can finally get her weapon. Nice. Yeah, so but do you have any questions about this little fella right here, though? Yeah, no worries, Hicks. So if you rock Favonius, HP timepiece. If you rock the Black, what is it called? The not Black Cliff. Why was that? Black Tassel. Why was I saying Black Cliff? If you rock the Black Tassel, then energy recharge timepiece. Yeah, and then as far as the ER, yeah, just try to keep your ER in check. That's it. Now, however you solve the ER, that's going to be up to you. Whether it's via substats or a timepiece or whatever, it really doesn't matter. But just make sure you hit your ER target. Now, if you can hit it with an HP timepiece and the Black Tassel, you win the money, cuz. Like, you good. Just make sure he has a healthy amount.
点数不
That's
够
really
强
that's really it.
今天就继续下班
I
吧。
hear a random hootow.
好了，再去把活一次干完。
Such it by ways. I have no idea what she just said. A65 and two of her arts aren't even leveled all the way. I don't even know if she's leveled all the way, but she comes with EM, by the way. Like, you're going to be able to hit 1,000 EM easy on Nahida. I can hit 1,000 EM and I don't even have her weapon, if I remember correctly. So if I just do this and then I do this, I should have 1,000 EM. Or almost, I guess. I don't know. But I ain't got no EM on my first two. Oh, I guess it's 40 there and 19 there. Yeah. But I'm pretty close though. What is that? 953? That's pretty close. And that's with this thing. I think you have like 40 more EM than I do or something like that. Yeah, and I already got EM on these two. Right, so triple EM with her weapon. Yeah, you should be able to hit 1,000 easy. Relatively easy. Like you shouldn't have a problem hitting 1,000 EM. Okay. All right, brother, you go do that. Yeah, you're gonna get EM as you keep ascending. Keep ascending though. Hey, you take it easy, Soap. Always a pleasure seeing you, brother. All right, so next up. Oh, the arts are at 0? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, I don't know why your EM is so high, but you're gonna have an insane amount of EM. But yeah, you only need 1,000. It's because her passive caps at 1,000. Oh, her weapon's at 80. Got you. Yeah, but that's still a lot of EM for no level artifacts. Who is it? Dark Wolf is next. Dark Wolf, what's popping with it, brother? But yeah, 1,000 EM Nahida is amazing. What makes Nahida at 1,000 EM pretty good, or pretty like amazing in my opinion, is by her being at 1,000, like it makes it to where you actually don't really need EM on anybody else on your team, because her at 1,000 gives everybody on the team who's on the field 250 EM. You know what I mean? So instead of trying to balance your Hu Tao or whoever you play or whatever, I need 250 EM because Ganyu or whatever. You just run 1,000 EM on Nahida and she's the bot. Like she is the placeholder for the EM. So you just run that, and then when you hit her burst and you pull out Ganyu now has 250 EM. And you just go bop, and now you did a melt with 250 EM. Is that, you see what I mean? All right, so let me pull this account. So you said 6'5". What was that 659? 342. 300. I had to say it. 300. All right. Somebody's been listening to Tyler the Creator. I'm joking. All right. So who am I looking at? Hu Tao. Let's go. Okay. Actually, I like it. And then we had, wow, he got a 5-piece. I feel you. Which is a good thing. Ooh. Alright, so you need to, I'm only saying this because you crowned her skill. Only out of respect for her damage, you now have to crown her normals. Because her skill is actually a lower damage distribution than her normals are. Her skill is only 40% of the damage that she does when you hit her skill. 60% of that damage is coming from her normals. So to respect the balance between the two, you need to crown that normal. Yeah. Otherwise, you're going to infinitely be out of balance because you crowned this skill. You don't have to crown her normals, but yeah. To justify crowning the skill, you got to crown her normal, I guess is what I'm trying to say. To make it justified, you got to crown her normal. Yeah, so you don't, like, once again, you don't have to, but to have that justification sitting there, you're at a position where you have to crown her normal. Anyway, so let's see. So we have, what's your ratio? Ooh, like it? Ooh, EM's a little low. We'll figure it out. All right, so let's see. What's your HP? 33. Let's go. All right, so here we go. We got 7, 19. 6, 12. I don't know about that energy recharge. I understand it. If I had Hu Tao, I would appreciate it, but I don't know if I like it. Alrighty then. Yeah, this goes with. I'm not even gonna speak on that. You're fine. this, this guy right here, make this offset. This actually is good that you have a 5-piece set bonus, right? So this is which. Yep. So it's actually a good thing because this is your weakest piece. Yep, this is your absolute weakest piece. So you are going to be looking for whatever piece your heart desires. Offset. Preferably what you're actually looking for is crit rate, crit damage, and EM. I hate the fact this does not have crit damage. That flat HP stat is doing about nothing on your. It's doing something, but it's not doing 5 crit damage worth of damage, right? Yeah, you've been trying. Here's the thing: you don't have to stay in that domain. You can farm because you have a really good set, right? This is good. This one is really good. This one is it's good, but it's good. You know what I mean? It's not great. It's good though. You know what I mean? And this one is fantastic. Like don't even like you can just stop on that one. 35, you're not beating 35. You're not beating 35. I can give you a scenario where you beat 35, but you're not beating 35. But EM, yes, I'm aware of that, but you're not using that EM piece. You're going to use this piece with the 35 crit damage, and you're going to put that EM on your circlet. That's what you're going to do. So I don't want to hear but EM from anybody in the chat. Right? So that piece, keep that. Right? This piece, what you're going to do is you're going to farm for Xiangling. Or you're going to farm for Rosaria, or you're going to be farming for somebody else. And what's going to happen is you're going to come across an offset goblet. And you're actually in a position where you can use that piece. That's why I'm saying I think you're in a good spot. So you only have one piece that I would recommend you change. And if you are going to change a piece, for all intents and purposes, yes, you do need EM. But for all intents and purposes, you're going to be replacing it on your circlet or your feather. Right? Now, if you got... you need strong EM rolls, yes, right? You need like 40 here, and I'm not even lying to you, bro. Like 80 here. You need a lot of EM. Like a lot of EM. Like a lot. Like you're gonna need a lot of EM. But you're in my opinion, you're in a really good position though. Because you're not dealing with a scenario where you have an irreplaceable circlet. And you're so not in a position where you have a completely irreplaceable feather. So if you're going to re-roll pieces, those are the two. Please promise me you are not going to touch this. I don't care what they say in Discord. I don't care if Elijah talks to you, Burger talks to you, Kingo talks to you, Scoop talks to you, Leon talks. I don't care who talks to you. Just promise me you're not going to change this piece. Please. Because I can give you about 30 different Hu Taos that they all have, and every single one of them would use this piece. Like, do not... They will never tell you to change this piece. But if one of them tells you... Come tell me that they told you to change this piece. And I'm going to pull their Hu Tao and see if they have EM on their piece. And if they do... It's like, okay, but okay. I got EM. Yeah, but you don't got 35 crit damage, though. That's why you're using EM, cuz. Don't cover up the fact you wish you had 35 crit damage now. All of us, me included, would use that piece. You know what I mean? But what you are going to do is you're going to reroll your EM on the other pieces. And your goal, your minimum is 100 EM, right? Your goal is like 150 EM. This is going to be difficult. I'm not saying it's super duper doable, but that's your goal. It's going to be hard. Now, if you want to know how doable it is, I'm going to show you a undoable Hu Tao. But this is basically how it works. So this one has 142 EM, right? It's got a Homa, so that's why I'm not showing you the ratio. But what you're looking at is you're looking at EM across a bunch of pieces, right? So we got 42 here. He does have EM on his timepiece, but he ain't got no 35 crit damage. But you know where his 35 crit damage is? Right here. Let alone here, right? So he's got 40 there, but we're not skipping out on the crit rate, crit damage here. What I'm trying to point out to you is you don't need it on all the pieces. And your strongest piece, right? It's okay to not have a piece with EM. And that's fine, it being on your timepiece, right? Now, if you happen to get a piece like this, great. But what you're looking at, the point I'm getting at is you're looking at replacing some of your pieces to have some EM on them, but we're looking at replacing the weaker pieces to slot EM in the event you need EM. Does that make sense? What I'm trying to say, EM is super important, but I have to work around your timepiece. Like we do. We have to work around your timepiece. Because you're not getting that timepiece again. You might, but it's just a low likelihood. So in the event you don't get 35 crit damage on a timepiece, you know, we got to work with that, right? So where can we slot that EM in? Well, let's pick the weakest pieces that you have and re-roll those for the. But you still need crit rate, crit damage, and EM. A good example of this would be, and this is why I love pulling his accounts. A good example of this is Yoimiya, right? So he did just get a fantastic piece here, right? But he's got a very similar piece, right? But he's got his EM on the circlet, which is why I'm telling you to do the circlet. He's got it on his timepiece. As you can see, you don't need a billion. Wherever you have your EM, you don't need a billion EM on it. But where you have a billion crit damage, don't replace that. Because if it was the case, he would not use this piece. Do you see what I'm saying? He would have 20 crit damage with EM on it. But he has 33 crit damage, so he's using that. Does that make sense? But the goal, yeah. So, but the point is, just make sure you're getting to your minimum of your EM. Right? 100 to $150. If you can hit that goal, which you do need healthy rolls, but what those pieces are going to look like, they're not going to look crazy. Like this is a crazy piece to have EM, but what you need are more so pieces like this, because you need like 60 EM on a piece. You see what I'm saying? So it's going to be a lot of farming, but it's doable. And in your case, you only need like 3 of them to do that. So you are in a good position. I'm just trying to make sure you're fully aware of what you're up against, right? So we already know the 2 pieces, right? This is going to be 1 great piece, but we do need EM, right? If you're going to reroll, right? But more so this guy in your circlet those are the ones I want to change first. And then if you can get the crit rate, crit damage, EM on this and the circlet. And let's not even talk about the goblet. If you can get a masterful piece, right? Chef's kiss. Crit rate, crit damage, HP percent, EM. And it hits 7 crit rate. It hits 14 crit damage. And everything else goes into EM. You are buttery smooth. Now, likelihood of that happening, I can't call it. But you can use offset pieces. But those are the pieces that you're looking for. Crit rate, crit damage, EM, outside of your timepiece. So, your goal, here's what I would do, personally. Because she's really strong, right? The first thing I would do is find a character you need to farm for that character. And I would personally be waiting for a goblet to drop. Once you get the goblet, because they're so rare, you can't just re-roll a goblet, right? So once you get the goblet is going to dictate where you're going to go. Because it's going to be based on what crit stats and EM did it give you. Did it even give you EM? If it don't even give you EM, now you got an additional 21 EM you got to make up for. So now we need a relatively insane crit rate EM roll on the circlet. Now we need like 80. We actually need 80 EM on the circlet. Like you're going to need a circlet. And let me see, how much crit rate you got? You might take a hit on crit rate. Just to do that. Like you might be looking at a circlet like I'm showing you a circlet. You might be looking at a circlet like that, where your crit rate is so sad, but your EM is so high, you actually might have to run that. Don't run it, but you might get to a point where you have to run that. Preferably, looking at this piece, right? Preferably, we would take those energy recharge rolls and move those into crit rate. Or, even better, move those into EM. Or split it between the two, right? But the point is, we need strong EM on those pieces. But it starts with the goblet. So don't go back to Crimson until you get a competent goblet. Okay? Crit rate, crit damage. Ignore EM for now. Don't worry about EM. Crit rate, crit damage. Those are the hardest ones. Get those two, you're good. The rerolls will come over time. And it's probably going to hit on your goblet. But once you get the goblet, then go farm for Crimson. Because you're going to be stuck with your goblet for a long time. Whatever goblet, the next best goblet you get, like, let me show you. I'm just going to show you the animal ones, right? I'm not showing you all of them. I'm just going to show you 2 of them. But what I'm saying is you're going to go between a few. Here it goes. So you're going to get, so when you get this piece, because it doesn't have EM, it's like, oh, okay, cool. Let me go. Now I know how much EM I need on the feather, right? Now, once you're done building those, it's going to upgrade, and you're going to be like, oh my God, okay, cool. So now you can maybe sacrifice to get more EM on another piece if that's what you want to do. Clearly, you want to keep it, but, oh, okay, I gained 7 crit damage. Maybe I can move, maybe I could break even on my crit damage by moving it down on this piece, but introduce more EM. And that's how we min-max. Right? And it's not until you get to that next level is when you get the goblet that I'm not going to show you. But when you get that goblet, that's when it's like, oh, I can sacrifice even more. So now, or you could just take it. You could just take the better goblet. But you're stuck with the goblet. Any questions at all?
在这世间行走，身份多一点才便利。需要我帮你捏造一些吗？
Any questions at all? But for what it's worth, she's looking great. I just need to know if you have any questions, though. No questions? I'm gonna do this for you because she is looking amazing, by the way. She's looking absolutely amazing. There's only one piece that I'm like, I don't know about that piece, and it's your goblet. So switch your goblet, and then we're gonna come back to this Hu Tao. I don't know if you're in the Discord either. If you're not in the Discord, you can join the Discord. Or you can, or you know, I stream every Wednesday and Saturday, and I'm not gonna be taking breaks anytime soon. You know, I'll tell y'all what happened on YouTube later. Or I can tell y'all now, but I want to get through the queue first, right? So anyway, there's that. Did I see the clip? Not yet. I've been trying to get through the queue all day, bro. I should have did it on break. I should have did it on break. Yeah, I'll do it before the stream ends. I know you want me to see. What is it? The music? Yeah, he got a run. He wanted me to see. Oh, thank you, Em. All right, so no more questions. Let me try and get to this next one. I was supposed to watch it before the stream, but I think after we got done talking, because I was talking to him, and then a client called, and then let me see. Say what in the world are y'all talking about? Ashwin, you're in Asia. Oh yeah, I gotta pull your account from what's the name? Oh, because I gotta pull on the computer. I'll just look at the clip there. So what's your UID? Ooh, my coffee's still hot. Let's go. Oh, Life has joined the Discord, cuz. We gotta say what's up to Life. Hold on, give me 1 sec. Wait, what? That is not supposed to be. There we go.
线人来信了。看来又出现了新的变数。
I like that beat. If I'm quiet, it's because I'm paying close attention.
眼术不错，今天就继续翘班吧。等到状态好了，再去把回复改了。
How are you alive? Nice. But that Ayaka is insane. But that Ayaka is cheap, bro. Bro, his Ayaka is too strong. All right, hold on. Hold on. Give me 1 sec, y'all. Let me pull this account. So let's see. So I'll give you some feedback on it here in that, because it was an overload. It was like an overload team with Yaimiko, Amber. Where's the folder at? Tools and there it goes. Jesus Christ. And then Inca is right here. Yeah, it was like an overload with Amber, Zinyan, Yaimiko, and Jean. And then it was Ayato, and I didn't get a good look at the second team, but yeah, I wanted to finish it with that beat slap. All right, so who am I looking at? Nahida on field. You're doing an on field Nahida. Ah, no, C6 Amber? Yeah, no, C6 Amber is where it's at. Bro, you gotta play C6 Amber with Ayaka, bro. You have to see it. Nahida, so we're doing an on-field Nahida. He actually has a crit rate. I love that. We are playing with a Wid Sith. Okay. Level 89 out of 90. Yeah, C6 Amber, stupid rare. 4-piece. You know what's funny? This actually would be the set I would recommend for on-field Nahida. Because her normals don't use EM. What in tarnations is this goblet? Homie got a Wondrous Troop. Dendro. It's a Wondrous Troop goblet. With 3.5 crit rate and 26.4 crit damage. On a troop set, though. Dendro on a troop set. Brother, you know how cracked that is? In my opinion, that is stupid cracked. Alright, so let's see. So your flower is good. The feather is good. Both are great, really. Like, those are really great. The timepiece I hate, if I'm being honest. I hate that timepiece. I love the crit rate roll, but I hate everything else about this timepiece. I feel like they trolled you on the test. Either that or you didn't have many options to work with. Yeah, you gotta reroll that timepiece. Your goblet is amazing. The circlet is cool, but it's low-key kind of... It's hitting you with copium because it's giving you 40 EM and 12 crit damage, but it trolled you on the defense. The reason why this is a thing on Nahida is on crit rate. Okay, so here's the thing. If you had... People are going to really be questioning me after I say this. If you had 14 crit damage, that's 1.4. I know, it's principle. If you had 14 crit damage and 40 EM, great. If you have 14 crit damage and 18 defense, great. But you have 12. Why is that a big deal? It's a big deal because you could have had 20. But they gave you 18% defense. Now, with that being said, I don't be tripping when people have 7 crit rate on a crit damage circlet. But that's 2 hits of crit rate. But we're not talking about crit rate. We're talking about crit damage. That's why I'm having an issue with the defense roll, because you're not hitting your crit damage target on the circlet. Or the target that I would recommend. You didn't hit your crit damage target on the circlet, right? But they trolled you on the... Not that you didn't do it. The game kind of trolled you on it, though, right? MiHoYo kind of trolled you on it. So I would actively be trying to reroll. Start with the timepiece. That timepiece got to go. That timepiece is not respecting you at all. But the approach is phenomenal. If she's on field, you need to put a whole lot more emphasis on her normals. Her burst is not super important. It's important for her skill, but it's not super important for her normals. But I would be leveling her burst for her skill. But if she's going to be on field, start with her normals. I'm sure you know about the whole Nahida jump canceling thing. You know, tap tap jump cancel, tap tap jump cancel, or just jump cancel. Oh, I already got her. Yeah, so you could do like 1, 2, jump cancel, and you could plink it. Like I'm sure you already know about that, right? So that's gonna give you a ton of damage while her skill is doing something. But this doesn't scale with her burst. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't worry about ranking her burst now if she's on field. Worry about scaling up her normals. Get her normals to 9. And then actually kind of low key, I would kind of do them in tandem because you're not going to be able to help doing this. Like you're going to do that. So, you know, I would level both of them at the same time with a priority set on the normals. So if you only have enough to get the, let's say, get her normals to, I don't know, what, 8? You know what I mean? Then if you only got enough to get one talent up, let's say you're at 7, 9, 7, and you only have enough to move one talent up, do her normals. So it'll be 8, 9, 7. Then go and make sure that her burst is at 8. So it'll be 8, 9, 8. You see what I'm saying? So, but yeah, as far as artifacts, timepiece, circlet, emphasis on the timepiece. That's the piece that's killing you. After you replace that, see if you can get a little bit more crit damage or EM. And if you do get more EM, a pretty significant amount more EM to supplement what you're missing in your crit damage. And then that's it as far as artifacts. And then talents, we just talked about talents. And then I would 90 the weapon. Do you need to? No. But I would take the 5% crit damage. Do you absolutely need to? No. But why would you leave damage on the table when it's guaranteed? So you can burn 10,000 resin, not 10,000, but you can burn like 2,000 resin just trying to replace that piece for, you know, I'm talking about your circlet, trying to get an extra 7 crit damage, or you could spend 200 resin and get a guaranteed 5% crit damage on the weapon. What do you want? You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. You know, I would approach it that way. So, but other than that, she looks fine. If she's on set, you're past 60 crit rate. You know, for a non-crit rate related weapon. For what it's worth, your amount of elemental mastery is going to help move the needle. Not by much, but it is going to help move the needle up towards your goal. She's 1 level from 90. Your talent, I mean, everything's looking fine. Yeah, you're on the right track. That is an amazing goblet, by the way. Yeah, so anyway, do you have any questions? Oh, let me pin that. John Lee! Side by side swinging. Are they not swinging? Why isn't mine swinging? Swing, little lady. Or something. Let's do it like this. There we go. Oh, it was a second ago? No. I was going to be facing you. When you have grandkids, you'll know what I'm talking about. Or kids, I guess. All right, you'll know exactly. You're gonna be like, oh, I see what he's talking about. Like, yeah. Anyway, you got to go back to school again. That's a good thing. Go to school, kill it. No questions. I need Kazuha suggestions. What do you mean Kazuha suggestions? Are you talking about a build? I only have 2 recommendations for Kazuha. 4-piece VV, and you just put an ER. Well, really, it's only 2. Well, yeah, I guess it's 2 suggestions. Yeah, so 4-piece VV, triple EM, and you give him either Favonius if you are worried about your team's burst up time more than your own, or you run Sack Sword if you're worried about his skill doing a bunch of damage. Yeah, 4-piece VV, triple EM. Give him an ER weapon, either Favonius or Sack Sword. I would never tell you to use any other weapon until we're talking about a different context. Like, I want a nuke or something. Then, okay, use an EM weapon. But outside of that, don't worry about it. And if you want to, if you're feeling froggish, re-roll his flower and his feather for more EM. But you don't even need EM on those 2 pieces. I'm only doing it because I can, I guess. But it's not that serious. Eggs is taking off. Getting laid. Yeah, take it easy, Eggs. Yeah, for anybody taking off, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for stopping by today. It really warms my heart. And we kind of low key hit a new milestone with these likes, bro. Bros and ma'ams and ladies and gentlemen. We had 27 likes already. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Woo! All right, so yeah, so I'm assuming there's no more questions, and you got the build. It's super straightforward. I can actually even show you. Oh, I know about Logan. No, Logan is something else when it comes to that. They are swinging swag. So here's the thing with Kazuha. And I'll just give you a visual while I'm pulling the next one. Yeah, no worries. So I run Sack Sword, VV, EM, EM, EM. The crit stats I put on them just because I had nothing better to do. Like I got rid of my other ones and I had this is great and this is cool. I have a better one, but literally it does not matter on him. When I say it doesn't matter, crit doesn't matter on Kazuha, right? Um, what matters is the EM on these two pieces, and that's kind of it. Now, if you're having, but you have to make a decision. If you're having a hard time, even with an energy recharge weapon, keeping his, and by the way, if you're going to use a sack sword, then R5 is what I recommend. If you're going to use Favonius, then just try to get at least some crit rate on your substats. But no matter what you do, I don't care what you are thinking. Do not run crit rate on this guy. Please don't run crit rate on this guy. I have this and I will never run it on him. Please don't do that. Just leave him with the EM. It's amazing. He skips over crit stats when you just run triple EM. He does crit damage with an EM set. Like he's fine. You know what I mean? Wait, there was something about I saw something about a sacrificial or something. Anyway, oh, Q's empty? Oh yeah, we swagged out. Oh, Saxo. Oh, China wanted. Yeah, Saxo or Kazuha is fun. I use it. You know what? Real talk. I use the Saxo. I've been finding myself using the sack sword for grouping reasons. It comes with damage, but I use it more so for it's the fact that it does damage and groups. Matter of fact, if it's okay. Oh, look at this. Oh, oh, look at the baby. Hold on. I miss my granddaughter. Can y'all tell? Look at the babies. I'm gonna send this to my granddaughter. She gonna be like, who's she? I'll be like, her name's Nahida. Nahida? Yep. This is Nahida. She's a cool little character, and me and all my friends really like this character. She's nice, and she has a little magical swing. See? It's connected to nothing. she'll get a kick out of it. All right, so anyway, I am going to say what now? Could we fight the Shogun? Nope, because I have been having something that I have been wanting to do. I mean, we can, right? But I've been wanting to I kind of want to show this real quick. I kind of want to just show. I want to kind of, you know what it is? I like showing generalized strategies and stuff like that. We can fight the Shogun if you want to, but I was going to kind of speak to, what is it? The Kazuha sack sword thing. You know what I'm saying? The video? Yeah, it's only a minute left on it anyway, so I'll just wrap that up. Hold on, where's it at? Yeah, see Ayato hitting like 15K on that snake thing. Oh, is this this is with Nilo. Hey, those blooms ain't hurting too much. Okay. Okay, I gotta see this. So it's not just me. I hate that snake, man. That snake is cancer. Oh my god. Ooh, nice. Bro, that Ayato, bro. That Ayato carried that one, bro. Bro, no, watch your profanity. He said, gotcha. Like, hold on, cuz. No, yeah, that dude is terrible. That dude is terrible. Oh, I thought somebody said the abyss reset. So this guy, right? I'm just gonna choose whoever at this point. We'll do. Sure, I don't really care actually. All right, so with Kazuha, so I'm gonna show you the different play styles basically. Like he's very, very straightforward. So I guess let's do Xiangling. All right. So with Kazuha, you can run sack. All right. If you do that, then what you're looking at is you're hitting your burst, and then you hit his skill again or whatever, right? Now, or you could do it twice. It's totally up to you. Right? The way I play Kazuha, I guess I'll do this. I haven't even used her yet. Where's it at? Right? So when I hit him, I immediately hit it a second time. Every time. But I rock C1. Right? And then I hit my burst, and then I do it again. Right? Now, you can tap or you can hold. Now, you'll see me hold a lot with Kazuha. But the reason I hold a lot, the reason you'll see me hold a lot is because I want to maximize the amount of particles that I get. Also, it gives me more pyro damage when I'm with Bennett. So, if I'm just standing in a circle, I'm going to swirl pyro, no matter what. Except for that, right there. Hold on. I just did this. I guess I don't have to do that, but you guys get the point. Yeah, you get 2 E's. Now with R5, it's super duper reliable when you're in groups. Super reliable when you're in groups. It's basically with R5, it's basically guaranteed. Like no matter what. So let's say I'm playing this gentleman, and we come down here, and we're hitting one enemy now. Now, to be fair, it doesn't happen every time, but it feels like it happens every time. And I can tap it, I can hold it, doesn't matter. So here's a tap, tap. By the way, when you're doing sack Kazuha, there's a little playstyle at least I found, or I feel like I found. You do normal, and then you do skill. And then if you get 2 casts, and let me see if I can do it again. 1, and then you do normal and do it again. Right now, for whatever reason, that seems to be super strong. At least in my experience, doing the normal and then skill. But just keep in mind, you can only do it you can only do the double once per rotation. If you're like doing a main DPS approach in the playstyle. Right. So let's say we do it again. It doesn't apply to just Xing Cho. This is for Toma. This is anytime you have an element constantly being applied that's triggered per normal. I just found that it's really nice when you're doing it with the sack sword approach. Wow. Of course. Just give me energy. Thank you. Okay, so we have somebody who can trigger something per normals, right? So what you're going to do is normal cancel, right? Let's say this is a sack reset. Normal cancel, and you get 2 of them, and then you switch back out. But that allows you to get your thing off, and then you can swirl and group all in like one go. I really need this ER timepiece. This is getting on my nerves. Hold on. And this is why we keep these as backups. Okay. Oh, shoot, I get Toma now. I think about it. I didn't even have to do that. Actually, no, I'll keep her because I don't feel like resetting Toma all the time. But it works for Toma. Okay. Huh. So normal, bam, and I swirl and I auto swirl whatever is with me. Now I can normal again. Now I can do that. Now we got the element applied, and then go into them or whatever. But it's just if you want to like keep the grouping going. Like we can go to VV. You want to go to VV real quick? Whoa. Matter of fact, do I gotta farm anything outside that boss? No? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go to VV. Hopefully I don't die. I might die, but I don't think I care. Okay. So we're gonna do VV. Just teleport out. I'm gonna bring Kaz, and then I'll bring Kaz the Yalan. And I'll show you what I'm talking about. You bring whoever. But if you can do me one favor and bring a healer. I don't know if you have a healer on you. It's just if you're thinking of playing Kaz, I just want to show you these little. These are little things. This isn't. You don't have to do any of this. It's just if you ever run into a scenario where all your cooldowns are down, but you don't want to forget to proc your Xingqius or or trigger your Xingqius and all that jazz. Getting in the habit of the normal skill like cancel, I think it's really helpful. If you're rocking, but I'm saying this only really. You can really do this outside of the sack series. But just throwing a normal before you hit the skill is like a muscle memory you might want to get in the habit of. That makes sense? So, let's say I grab a couple. Boom. Boom. Did I get it? Okay. Ah. Switch to him. And then well, I have C1, so, you see what I'm saying? Does that make sense? But it's really only for like triggering, because you just need to start the normal of the animation. And if you notice, by just hitting it, I didn't even hit the enemy, right? So we can leave, or we can kill him. All right, so now let's leave this domain, and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. So if you look at Kazuha, to know that you got it, you should see his weapon blink. You should see it blink in and out of existence to know you got the cancel. Like behind him. Like you kind of want it, but that's the Xingqiu thing. If you want to land a hit, clearly wait for the hit sound. But if you just want the cancel, it just needs to blink behind his head. Or behind him, basically. Right? If you did it right, then you should trigger it and immediately go to his skill. Because you don't want because you're not doing it for the normal. You're doing it for Yelan's things to go off, right? Or Xingqiu's things to go off. So you only need to start the animation. So you just plink them. Bam! And it's like you didn't even throw the normal. It's like, imagine being able to trigger Xingqiu off of his skill. That's what that does. Yeah, and that works for pretty much any character. Yelan, you can... Oh, yep. Really? Oh, yeah. No, I was going to say, I think she cancels too. Like, you can cancel her normal... You can cancel... I think you can cancel pretty much everybody's normals into it. But that's that's one thing about Saxor Kazuha. Right? Another last little piece of information that I would recommend, or at least what's got me the best results, is if you are gonna do a whole, if you are looking at doing 2 in a row, my personal recommendation is to hold and then tap. But for one reason or another, his tap is more efficient than doing his tap first is more efficient than the hold. Energy wise, it's not that it gets you more energy. It's just that, let's say you held and you didn't get a burst. It's kind of hard to explain. It's like there are situations where you're gonna do like a tap hold or whatever. Like if I do hold and then I come down and then I do a tap, like I'll do that too, and then I'll hit my burst, right? But I would rather prepare his burst off of a hold because it gives you more particles. Does that make sense? What's going on, Ori? Does that make sense? So if you are looking for the double thing and then burst, then I would recommend a tap first. And then I would recommend doing the hold on the reset because it generates 1 additional particle. If you're going to do a hold to burst, I would recommend doing the hold to burst rather than a tap to burst. Does that make sense? It gets you 1 additional particle. It's those little details. It doesn't matter, but it matters. Like it doesn't matter, but it matters. You know what I mean? If you're thinking about Saxor or Kazuha, he plays weird. it's I can't even say that. It's not that he plays weird. It's just that that's a thing. You know what I mean? So, and I know we're about to end the stream soon, so let's end this on a high note. We do not have fragile resin. Hey, I'm gonna kick you guys for like 2 seconds, but we are going to go beat that boss twice before I end the stream, because I want to level KUKI. Yes, you guys are going to rejoin here in just a moment. By the way, congrats to every single one of you guys for pulling the characters that you wanted. The serpent, the ruined serpent. Congrats to everybody who pulled Nahida. Congrats to everybody who pulled Nilo. Congrats to everybody who pulled Layla. Congrats to everybody who pulled KUKI. Like, congrats to your pulls today, for real, for real. You know what I mean? Super fire. And if you haven't gotten the character yet, super, super big good luck. You know what I mean? On getting the character that you're looking for. Like, for real. I don't know how it gave me KUKI. Bro, Necro, I got little ninja lady. I got the ninja lady, bro. What about Candace? What about Candace? Are you asking me? I'd C6 Shinobu. Nah. Yeah, I don't know about C6 and Shinobu. But yeah, I got Shinobu, bro. It's just because it's expensive. Like, if they give me C6, you know what I will do? Like, no cap? I'll do one more for the culture. You better not. I was finna say, don't you give me a 5-star. Alright. Question of the day. Good night, Dark Void. Did we get a KUKI? Did we get another KUKI, I should say? My heart beating. Please give me another KUKI. Oh. Why you gotta do me like that? Why you doing me like that? Oh, the suspense. Why are you doing me like that? Stop giving. I'm rubbing my chest like a dope fiend. Come on now. Oh, no! You suck! That's okay. Maybe it's Dory. You know what's funny, Ashwin? It gave me KUKI Shinobu and Dory. So I'm C2 Dory now. And C1 KUKI. I'm not going out like that. Last one, I promise. Last one, I promise. I'm not doing this again. I'm so far from... Yes! Yes, cuz! That's what I'm talking about. Yes, I'm so happy. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus, Lord. Jesus, Lord, thank you. Yeah, I saw Dorian was like, okay. That works. I guess. You know what I mean? I ain't got nothing against. We C1 guys, you know what I mean? We super C1 in here, cuz. Alright, hold on. Let me set up the swag wagon. Cause I ain't walking around with no heels now. You got Yolanda? Oh, we gonna be Yolanda out. Hold on, cuz. You know what? I'll just rock Nahida. Alright, y'all finna see a healer Nahida. Yeah, don't slander. You got C1 Shinobi and C2 Dory? Hey, we in the same boat, Ashwin. I don't know what C1 does. I just know I want whatever her constellation is that gives you, 100% uptime. I think it's C2. Who is... Oh, you're going to have to wait. Because I have healer Nahida. Hold on. Hold on. Because we ain't got no healer. We're going to do another run. We will be doing another run. You will be joining for the next run. It's what's garbage? Come on. Yay! We sold. I should just let Kinkle in because we do not need a healer. I should just Kinkle. You might as well just join, bro. Well, it's almost dead now, but yeah, you might as well just join. Yeah, I thought we were gonna need that healer and we did not. Yay! Fantastic. I have 7 of those. KUKI Shinobu, are you getting upgraded right now? That is the question. Where are you, young lady? No! Doesn't upset me, but it upsets me. Are we doing a Shogun? Nope. No. Stream's over. After this last run, I gotta stop the stream. I actually gotta do work after this. I'm technically supposed to be working right now. Well, not technically because I'm closed for business as it stands right now. But yeah. But yeah, I said I was gonna start working on something. Yeah, I'm still streaming. I'm gonna stop after this last run. Bro, KUKI Shinobu, you know what it is, Necro? KUKI is, here's what KUKI is. Because now that I got her, I can finally, like, I feel like I can speak on it finally. Like, KUKI is amazing. She is amazing, and I think I was saying this, like, when she first came out. She's amazing for, like, what she is. You know what I mean? But it's outside of what she is where she's trash. As far as her damage, she's trash. But when Dendro came out, because of the way her kit works and the fact that you can dump nothing but EM on her, like this right here, like that's her thing is like just put EM on her. She can be the EM bot, and it's the way her skill works is what enables her. It's her synergy with Hyper Bloom, and it's how strong Hyper Bloom is what makes her a really good character. Like for what it's worth, the way she works is a million times better than any other Electro in this game. She's even better than a Shogun, arguably. Not even arguably. In my opinion, she's better than a Shogun, period. As far as Hyper Bloom is concerned. The Shogun can do it, but the Shogun has to produce a number to trigger it. She doesn't have to trigger a number to trigger Hyper Bloom. What the difference between her and the Shogun is the Shogun can trigger it across the screen. She has to be next to the Bloom. The Shogun can trigger it wherever the enemy is. So it's really a location difference. But here is why I'm saying KUKI is better. KUKI is way better at Hyper Bloom than the Shogun, because what happens in the event? You are dealing with an enemy you cannot produce a damage number on, but you benefit from Bloom. A perfect example of this is the Abyss. The current Abyss, she cannot do anything as far as Electro. She can't produce a number on the enemy, meaning that she can't produce Electro. But she can. And she's a healer. That's actually competent with heals. You see what I'm saying? So that's where KUKI destroys everybody. Now, just because this Abyss is this Abyss doesn't mean that, oh, well, it's just the Abyss. No, there is a such thing as Abyss mages. So if you run into Abyss mages, the shields can't produce a damage number. Well, KUKI Shinobu can deal with that. Let's say you're dealing with a cryo shield. The Shogun's not dealing with that cryo shield. KUKI Shinobu is dealing with that cryo shield. Like that. Matter of fact, to the point where if we're waiting on something, Serpent's back? Okay, good. Yeah, because I was going to show y'all what she does to a cryo shield, bruh. Unless I'm wrong, but last time I checked, KUKI Shinobu is kind of different against cryo shields. Like a thing. Oh, and you got KUKI. Oh, yeah. Someone run a heater? No, you trying to show off your KUKI. You showing off, man. You showing off, man. I'll do it. I'm gonna do it anyway. I want to do Yalan though. God, it's almost dead, bro. What? Oh my God. Just. By the time I would have switched to the heater, it probably would have been dead. Like, what? No, I know it's not vice versa. What I'm talking... Oh, God, Burger is such a... He's such a Reddit threader. You are such a Reddit user right now, bro. Like, I know. I know. I'm aware. I know how shield... I know the order. I'm saying, grab KUKI, hit her burst against a cryo shield. That's all I'm saying. All right, man. All right, so anyway, without further ado, oh, hold on. Let me do this and then we'll take off. Oh, well, we're going to deal with that right now. Yay. Who's talking about Candace? Are you asking me about Candace? Level up that No, nah, I'm not working on Candace. Not right now. No, because I have not Candace. At least not right now. Like I'm not doing Candace right now. AoE. Oh, really? That's it? So it is C2. Yeah, not right now. Okay, that's fine. Alright, cool. I just now leveled it since I'm pulling Nilo. Pulling the level what? What, the Aqua? Wait, what are we talking about? Level KUKI? I have no idea what's going on. Oh, the key. I got you. Okay, gotcha. Alright, cool. Well, we're gonna end it on this note. And I cannot wait. Yeah, Candace is good, but no, I'm doing KUKI. I am. What did it say? He is I and I am him. Still with a tilted brim. Woo! You know what I mean? I can only be me. And yes, I finally get to put to use this godforsaken Iron Sting. Because why not? Or we can do some other weapon, or whatever this is. But I don't know if I care that much. So anyway, yep. So we have it. We ready to go. Without further ado, once Ori realizes that you can't shoot people, then we'll take off. Yeah, I'll face you. Yeah, shoot me. Shoot me. Let's see if it works. Shoot me. Shoot me. Does it work? Oh, it didn't work? Try it again. Yeah, shoot. Yep. That's how that works. Yep, sorry. So the aiming does nothing. See how intimidated I am? Yep, shoot me. Go ahead. Yep. You can do this all day. All right, so without further ado, this is CS from DWP. I enjoy you guys. Hey, for real, thank you so much for stopping by. I really mean it. You know what I mean? Even since, hey, say Ori, I see you. I know you. I know we're just playing around. But yeah, so yeah, thank you so much for everybody. Shout out to Say Ori. Shout out to Burger. Shout out to Scoop. Shout out to M. Shout out to Necro. Shout out to Faith. Shout out to literally everybody. IHOP. Shout out to who is it? Bob Ross. Free to play. Shout out to Win was actually in here. Came in as Rose. You know what I mean? Shout out to Kinko. Shout out to Shadow. I seen Shadow in here. Shout out to Ashwin. Shout out to, God, who else showed up? Eggs, Dark Wolf. God, we had a bunch of people in here. There was like 20-some odd people, but thank you so much for everybody for stopping by. I definitely appreciate you guys' presence. If you enjoyed yourself during the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. And as always, keep your wig screwed on tight. And I have an announcement in the Discord here in a second. Shh. All right, and I'm going to holler at y'all on the next one. I'll see y'all. What is it, Saturday? Y'all take it easy. Love you guys. Peace. Woo!